Ah, hello everybody. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm a tiny bit late. I was gonna start like 20 minutes ago, but Evo's going. So I watched a little bit of that. I did get to see the Grand Blue trailer, which was nice. I guess I'll see whatever else comes out today later. But, yeah. How many crystals? I have like 10k. I have 10k, I have some tickets. So I'm not guaranteed. I did get Vilvi. I did like 5 pulls a week or two ago, and I got Vilvi, so my pity is 0. So we'll see what happens. 1.5 seconds of power outage. Oh no. I've had that happen to me so many times. I hate when that shit happens. But let's see. Let's get into Honkai. Let's hope my shortcuts didn't break. I made new shortcuts on my desktop so that I can play the game full screen window. Okay, it's working. And they've been glitching out a little bit. I can't open the launcher, so I'm gonna have to fix that. But the game seems to be working, which is good. But yes, I am definitely hoping for some good luck. It would be very nice to have some luck for once. Especially because I would like to save some of these crystals for next patch, because I want Siren. It would be very nice to get Siren. You know what the crazy thing is? The game isn't minimized, and I'm not clicked on it right now. Imagine! I'm gonna stop my music. I have this music. Also, I don't think I did them yet. Thank you for the hydrate and posture check you did when we were in the starting thing. Good luck, Shara. Oh, we get more crystals. Woohoo! And we'll be doing the Daughters of the Sea chapter. I love this title, by the way. I saw this yesterday, because I've been avoiding everything, right? I only saw this last night. And when I saw this, it's like, oh, that's such a perfect, like, nickname for the two of them. Oh. Okay. Look at the boss. Is it something new? Is it spoilery? I swear if it's spoilery, I'm gonna smack you. Oh, I can't look at it. Haha. The worst joke that you won't be able to I don't know. Upon you? Oh, it's that. I've I've done that one before. I hate that one. I really hate the mechanics in that fight. But I'm stuck in Red Lotus, so I'm probably not clearing it anyway. I might not even get there. But I mean, you could say a joke. I might facepalm. As long as it's appropriate. Oh, that's interesting. So the game doesn't minimize, but the music still stops when I click off the game. That's weird. Huh. I wonder why that is. That's weird. Might get banned? Oh no. Oh no, no. Yeah, don't do that, don't do that. Oh, I get the pretty border. I've already gotten all the album things, so nothing new there. Pretty border. I will claim that later. What's the old mem- Oh, right, it's this thing. Let's flip things over. Actually, it's gonna make me do stuff first, isn't it? Flip, share. I still find it funny it asks you to share it, and you don't actually have to share it. You just gotta click the button. It spoils entire pages of the art book. It's a way for people who don't get the art book to see what's in it. We get maze page. I will say, some of the concept art that we've seen in here is really good. I love some of Carol's designs that they didn't use. I kind of wish they used them. Right? Some of the more like badass looking ones, they went with a cutesy look for her. But I kind of like some of her more like badass thug looks. But I think the one I liked the most though, look how different these Bronyas were, the old designs. Look at this. Look at this. It's so crazy to see the design process. You like the purple dress one? Yeah. I could see this one becoming a skin. The one on the bottom right seems a little too different. It almost looks like a different character. It also I will say too, all of these look younger. The end result looks much older. The other ones look younger. But there's APHO done. I feel like I have. Oh, that's cool. I will say I much prefer the design they went with. I much prefer the design of Vilvi we have, but the mech arms and stuff is kind of cool. Could you imagine she had that sword? The sword from Husk? It's just like, oh yeah, Vilvi, here's a character. You see that sword? Yeah, she's the one that did that. That would have been so cool to see. Ooh. Hersher, again, I like the one they went with. This almost makes her look like a villain. Oh, they did call Shadow 2. I don't know what it means with those titles, but huh. Long-haired, evil-looking can. The early designs are cool to see. Again, I much prefer the one they ended up going with. I kind of like her with the short hair instead of the ponytail, but it's cool. One more. You know what? OCD. Let's just make it look nice. Ah, to the flawless, the special page. Okay. But yeah, I am definitely gonna be trying to get the what is it bugging me for? Just to look at them, or does it want me to click this thing? Ah, it's probably the text from the page. Yeah, there we go. It stopped. But, yeah. Has one red eye? It could be part of that they were trying to come up with ways that they would have been affected by the mantis surgery. But let me quickly do dailies. Don't need anything. Here you go. Errands. I still love how fast Honkai's dailies are. It's the only reason I still do them. So many games I've given up on doing dailies because I only play them for the story. And Honkai, it's just like, I play it for the story, but it's so easy. Oh, those were, like, materials for something else there, wasn't it? I don't know. I thought I spent all of them. But... let's see... oh, I still have to do this. Are they actually different? I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh yeah, look at that. They're slightly different. One's blue, one's green. That's cool. Is that true for... yeah, it is the same. Huh. Because of her bangs, it doesn't stand out as much. That's cool. I actually didn't notice that. Yeah, never noticed. I never really paid attention to that. That's cool. Again, I think it's because of the bangs in between. The colors are far enough apart and partially obscured that I probably just thought it was shading. And that's... oh, we did get a few other things. Not that I need to do this, but I'll do it anyway. It's mostly just, like, literally, I don't use these white things anymore, and coins. Literally pointless. Of the stream, oh my gosh. When it comes to Honkai, I think I've said it before. I love Fuhua and Senti, but my top characters have always been Siren and Kiana. They've always been my favorite, and Vilvi is really high up there, but I feel like Vilvi hasn't been in the story anywhere near as much as them to like her as much. But yeah, no. I associate really strongly with Siren and Kiana. But we have pulls to do. I have one ticket. And then a bunch of crystals. And then I do have a bunch of tickets for this. I recently hit 900 days, so I got 15 tickets from the 900 days. So we'll see how this goes. Fingers crossed, we're lucky. I will do my usual ritual. I'm gonna roll my lucky die. I'm gonna clap my hands that many times. Inhale, exhale that long, and bow my head. Take a sip of my coffee, and then we'll see what happens. 3. Okay. So yeah, we got one pull and a dream ticket. Are we that lucky? Are we that crazy? I never expected it anyway. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we've got, what, 3 10 pulls and then a bunch of other stuff. I don't have enough for... don't have enough for 4. But... see what happens. I at least want to see what we get each time. Oh. I still wish that this character was viable, because I think this version of Callan is so cool. It went to pity. Which is sad. Okay. End pull. Number 2. Dork. These flashing lights are gonna hurt my eyes. There's one Bronya. Went to pity again. That makes me sad. But we got one more 10 pull. One more 10 pull to see what happens, then it's singles. Okay, we beat pity at least. And another Bronya. We beat pity twice. That's nice. At least we're beating pity. But we are out of 10 pulls, so now it's singles. That's... what? I think we're a tiny bit shy. I think we got 7. I don't think we quite have 8. Or... yeah, I think we're shy of 8. I mean, we can do the guide and get one more pull after. But... let's see. Singles. We just gotta hope we don't go to pity, because if we go to pity, we I don't think we have enough, or we don't have enough to hit pity for the next character. Well. Getting so many random fragments. I'm pretty sure all these characters are maxed, or close to it at least. Yeah, one more after this. One more. And I'm pretty sure the one after that is pity. Ah. But I do have to do her trial still. How much do you get for doing her trial? Okay, each one is like 15, yeah. So doing the trial will actually give enough. Oh, and you know what I forgot to do? I gotta do my 20 standard pulls. I forgot to get rid of the bad luck. See, that's my mistake. I'm just dumb. It was, yeah, it's weapon tickets in here. I'm probably gonna save and see if I can get the collector's card, because I want Vilvi's weapon. But... where is the exclamation marks? Oh, you're not maxed out. Oh, it's this one. Okay, yeah, no, not this one. And Suit and Jogger. I thought Suit and Jogger was maxed. I'm apparently crazy. But hey, apparently none of them are maxed. I'm crazy. Whatever. There we go. Get rid of the exclamation marks. But I do have to do dorm pulls. I'll do my 20 dorm pulls. I think the only character I need is Bright Knight. Yeah. The only character I need is Bright Knight. So, we'll see what happens. But 20 pulls here, and then we'll go to the trial. We'll go to the trial for Seele, see how she plays. And then we can do one more pull before the story. I'm getting you on the other banner, I don't need you here too. Kindred. Okay, what the... Storm banner? Calm down. Huh. Pretty sure I have... Game? Can I get this kind of luck on the other banner? Jeez, the Dorm banner is nuts to pull on. And another time. Game is messing with you. Yes, yes it is. Oh, Hersher of the Void Souls, huh? Divine Praise. Daily Fragments. Nothing crazy. Didn't really expect it. Guaranteed something in 24 drops. I won't lie, if I had 24 tickets, I'd probably do it. Because why not? They do one of these every few patches. I'm slowly building them up, but... Let me go claim that. We're at 300, almost halfway. Oh yeah, I'll just use the crystals I totally have. Oh, I gotta go hunt for Is there a way to filter for exclamation marks? Imagine not being able to filter for exclamation marks. That's horrible. Oh, did I not get enough of hers? Is that the only one that has to be dealt with? Looks like it. Yeah. But we have this to do. So we'll see how she plays. Get the crystals. I'll do one more pull, and then we're starting the story. And see what happens. Well, thank you for the hydrate. And I mean, I kind of guessed a few months ago, and I've heard that she's basically a replacement for Senti, right? In most parties, she'll replace Senti. Unless she's the DPS, in which case I'm sure Senti will play with her. I apologize if you hear random screaming in the background. My niece is staying with us for a few weeks, and she's small baby. What the hell? You couldn't cut that down, Hoyoverse? Like half my screen. Oh my god. Pure Rebirth is a side-type psychic, physical. Oh my god, I can't type. There's so much text. I can't read. I can't talk. Too much words. Scrambling my brain. Save me. Is a Psi-type physical scythe user. She is permanently in Hersher form, while in Soul Shaper form she plays a supportive role and summons Spirit Dear Diana to fight alongside her. While in Life Bent Finder form, she plays an offensive role and summons the Flower Spirit Flora to fight alongside her. You can immediately tell which form she is in by looking at her summon. Okay. Angry Lady, Nice Deer. Gotcha. And I see she is yet another summoner. In Soul Shaper form, she can perform a 4-sequence basic attack and recover Hersher charge. Okay. Flowers. I thought the attack one was a flower spirit. Why is she using flower? Is she like holding the flower spirit when she's in support mode? And then she puts the flower spirit down. It's like, dear, let me use your antlers as a scythe. Soul Shaper form when her charge is full. Hold attack to use combo attack. Then tap attack to use joint combo, which reduces enemy defense, increases enemy taken physical damage, restores her SP. Yes, I heard that it's 15 stages. We'll see how it goes. Okay, that's cool as fuck. For just a follow-up attack, that's cool. Tap ult, switch between the forms. Wait, I was right. The deer turns into a scythe, and she lets go of the flowers. Okay. Lifebinder form, she can perform a 4 sequence-based attack and recover Herrscher charge. Wow, it's almost like that's what she always does. Okay, what's charge attack do here? Then tap to use joint combo, which restores her SP, increases enemy taken physical damage. Reaper LB3! Oh god, here's another novel. She pulled out her weapon when she told you to go to bed? Oh no. Oh no. You better listen. You can select Herrscher of Rebirth's default form by flipping a switch on her skill interface. When her default form is Soul Shaper form, she has more max 8 SP, and her teammates can convert overflowing crit rate into crit damage under certain circumstances. I've heard that she literally gives you like 100% crit rate with one of her skills, so that's kinda nuts. When her default form is Lifebinder form, her max HP increases and enemies take more total damage from her based on her max HP. Okay. Flower. Wait, she still has the scythe now. Okay. The first time it didn't look like she had the scythe with her. Yeah, she doesn't use it. Yeah, like that's the only move in this form that it looks like she uses the scythe. And the reverse to get crit rate? Oh, okay. I'm really curious about the lore of these three things. Because if you guys did the kitchen event and whatever else, where they were showing decorations for Seele, these three were the decorations. They were the things you were collecting. The flower spirit, the moon deer, and whatever the hell this thing is. I'm sure it'll be in the story. Claim. Okay, QTE and Ultimate. How silly does she get? Up and with Senti. Hi, dear. Rebirth's ultimate behaves differently and consumes different amounts of SP in two forms. Oh boy, it has different... Holy crap, it costs 175. Also, holy crap, her max is 354. What the hell? So, is anyone ready to use Seele in Elysian Realm with Eden? Holy shit. I am looking at chat, but like I didn't process it. You didn't say a number. Huh. Okay. In support form, her ultimate leaves dewy twilight on the field, which marks enemies to render them persistently impaired and vulnerable to physical damage. So basically, replaces what Senti's ult does. while enhancing her weapon active and combo attack. Dewy Twilight does not disappear when she exits. Okay.
我准备好了，海中的魂灵，请聆听生命的旋律。
Oh. Okay. The enhanced joint combo used by Dewy Twilight always extends the duration of Dewy Twilight to 16 seconds at most.
盛开吧，弗洛拉。
Well, Lifebinder form, her ultimate deals damage and marks enemies, which makes them take more physical damage from her, and her enjoy a higher crit rate against them. The marks disappear when she exits. Okay, so yeah, this one is purely for her. The other one is for the whole team.
我准备好了，如朝露，消散于晨曦。
Okay. Decent number. Defeats enemies marked by her with non-ultimate attacks. Her ultimate is instantly refresh, costs 0, and cools down faster. This effect disappears when she exits and has an independent cooldown. So when you kill with non-ultimate attacks, she gets to spam her ultimate. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm starting to see what makes her a little ridiculous. Okay, and then go into Senti. Just to trigger... Oh. It's triggered by Impair? So I guess that would be useful when she's being used as a DPS. But otherwise, Time Slow is probably going to be the main trigger. Her QT has higher crit rate and will cause global time fracture? Of course. Everything causes time fracture. Okay, change form and change back to Sen. Releases ultimate or an enemy is time slowed. Oh, they have different triggers. That's weird. That's really weird. They really don't want you using both forms. That's bizarre. Because in my opinion, you'd think you'd want to use both forms, right? Support herself. But no, if you use the support form... And I think I heard that if you switch forms, your ult goes on cooldown. They really want you to choose. She's both a support and a DPS, but not both. Huh. It's interesting. It's an interesting way to design it. Sea of Quanta, go! Oh, is that what the crystal is? Is the crystal a quantum singularity? I mean, we'll probably find out in the story. But if she's supposed to be a quantum Hersher, that would make sense if that was a quantum singularity she's carrying around. Huh. Guess we do story. After this and the pull. She performer QT fully restores Hersher charge and automatically connects into combo attack. Ah, I see. So she just immediately goes in and beats people up. It disappears when she switches forms? Okay, yeah. So they really don't want her supporting herself. That's kind of sad, but I get it. And switch forms when ultimate is still cooling down, but doing so will force ultimate to cool down again. Yes, okay, so fuck you, you're not allowed using both forms. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, and it resets the cooldown. Oh, that's... That's interesting. I don't know how I feel about that.
凋零与创生，我会引导这份力量。
Oh yeah, she would most likely be ridiculously busted if she could support herself. It makes sense. I was just thinking in my head while learning her kit, it's like, oh, so you go from one form, use the ult, switch, go to another character, do all your crazy stuff, then go into her DPS form. Nope, can't do that. You have to choose which one you want to play. Makes sense. And if anything, it makes more sense than what they've done in the past. Like you look at the new Bronya, and the new Bronya is both a DPS and a support, but it's really awkward about how it works. This lets her both DPS and support for the same element, whereas Bronya, like, is a DPS for ice, but support for the other elements. I like this way of doing it better, that you get to choose. I'm still hoping we get new twins. I want her to play with 2 new twins. Give us like APHO age, like early 20s, late teens twins. And I'm talking about gameplay. Evasion behaves differently, but shares a cooldown in the 2 forms. In Soul Shaper form, her ultimate evasion restores Herrscher charge, and her ultimate evasion skill causes global time fracture, can connect into a basic attack sequence 3, and restores extra SP. Ultimate evasion skill can be actively triggered. Is that to say that you don't need to dodge something? Oh, it doesn't let you actually do it. And they switch you. Ultimate evasion causes global time fracture, restores Herrscher charge, ultimate evasion skill cannot be actively triggered. Okay. So for the support form, you can just trigger it without dodging anything, but as a DPS, she has to dodge something. Okay, makes sense. Binder form, tap weapon to continuously attack, during which tap weapon again to perform joint weapon skill, where Flower Spirit Flora continuously attacks enemies surrounding her. This can be cancelled early by tapping weapon. Oh! Huh. Interesting. And then you switch. Do we get to do a joint thing with the... Do we get to ride the deer? Do we get to ride the deer? Tap weapon to attack, during which do joint. Encircles enemies, deals insane damage. This can be cancelled early by tapping weapon. Can we ride the deer? Oh, I wanted to ride the deer. Okay, that's still kind of cool. But I wish we could ride the deer. Soul Shaper form when releasing ultimate and weapon active isn't cooling down. You can tap weapon to instantly trigger joint weapon skill. I mean, I can do that. You don't have to handhold me. And then the deer comes out. Came from the Sea of Quanta. Life Harvester's Path Shared Destiny is the pre-arm form. It increases the physical damage. Wow, they didn't make it separate? From the wielder and all team members, Harsher Rebirth Equip bonus. After any joint attack hits in Soul Shaper, ultimates of all team members deal bonus damage to enemies affected by Dewy Twilight. Dewy Twilight's her support ult, right? So with her Priarm, during her support form's ult, other physical DPS ults do more damage. Huh. Does this feel clunky at all?
来捉迷藏吧。
Not really.
的分流，跃动不息。我准备好了。
She seems like she'd be a really good support. I'd want to mess around trying to do... Ooh! She makes plants. Got like little grass growing under
正
her.
在前往目的地，
I'm easily distracted.
总算安全了。大家没受伤吧？
Definitely gonna have to keep trying to pull and get her. Oh, that's why they did it all in one, because she has two team things. Okay, let's see. Her as a support, I don't have this character, so this team ain't happening for me.
这倒是很有趣。 这会是一场美梦的。
The basic attack. Okay, so basically what I did at the end last time there.
魂灵的分流，跃动不息。
Ult? No, you're not gonna ult, huh? Okay, so you're gonna smash with fists.
感受到万有引力了吗？
Smash, double smash.
界模式。
Okay, use ultimate on Seele even though she doesn't get a QT.
请与我一同回归海的怀抱。
Tap weapon skill. Yeah. And then switch. Oh, can you switch while the deer's running around? Oh, you can.
以身为戒，此为历史的于此梦中了不一切。
Just an FYI, I'm not even gonna try this. I don't know how to play her. I didn't pull her. I don't really care that much for the Mistone stuff, but this is cool to see. Just learning the basics of how her support is used.
穷极之岸，始得明光。百象听曲，捕梦百胜，此生断句。梦幻泡影，终有
Time
尽
to wake
日
up. At some point, I'd like to get Mistone. I still love that finisher of just she's in a dream and oh, she's awake. Why is it still going? Why is it still going?
魂灵的分流，我准备好了。
Devs, I hate to tell you, this is 2 rotations.
以死亡权，权术观念，是以空幻。
This is 2 rotations.
始得明光。永续世事，胜于在似梦初觉，云烟了散。
Meanwhile, fucking Senti's ult, you'd be lucky if it lasts
将一切寓于体内，是那边吗？
for half of one.
要我再重现一次那时的情景吗？不过如此。
Oh my gosh. Okay, what silliness did they do with her DPS team? Okay, I predicted that. I do own these 2, so I would probably use this team. But let's see how this goes.
我会和大家一起战斗，准备好了吗？
I don't know about full potential, because you guys are very bad at your own game, but
我准备好了。
well, Senti, Spear, QT... Now, This is all nice and good if you have a lot of SP. This doesn't work at the beginning of a boss fight. You do not start Senti on spear combo. You need to build up SP. I mean, everyone knows, right? Like, a lot of the times I can predict the best combo for some of these characters when they come out. Like, this one I have a funny feeling I know roughly what it's gonna do. But already, I think this is wrong. I don't think this is the optimal way to do this. It depends, I guess. Does it fall off? How long is this rotation gonna be? QTE's ultimate weapon active to connect into a super partner, so double slap as usual. Crush, slap. Gonna go back to Senti, QTE, ult. You're just missing out on SP. That's the biggest problem. Rebirth immediately into ultimate. Well, I guess she doesn't have a follow-up for QTE and DPS form. And then joint weapon skill. Basic attack until charge is full and then uses combo attack and joint combo. I'm not gonna lie, the fact that this is part of her rotation is kinda sad. Like, oh yeah, just do basic attacks, forehead. But yeah, I don't know. I personally would have started it a slight bit differently. Oh. God damn it. Accidentally did a charge attack. Should have done the spear attack, whatever. It doesn't... See, the sad thing about this is Seele doesn't trigger Senti's QTE. So the rotation just doesn't feel complete. I think you're better off because Seele triggers Prometheus's QTE. I think you're just better off. Don't do the double Senti thing. Just do Prometheus, Senti, Seele. Prometheus, Senti, Seele. There's your rotation. They're just trying to flex and show higher damage numbers, but it requires so much setup and SP, it's never going to work out that way. But yeah, she's fun as a DPS. I do love her support design, but I don't have the I don't have Misteln. Did I get anything else here? No. Oh, I guess I can claim this now. And we have enough for one more pull. I think this is pity. I could be wrong. If it's not pity, then it's the one after. We'll see. But we've been getting some random off-pity stuff, so I don't know what the numbers are. Nope. Okay, next one's pity. Oh no. Maybe the story gives us enough. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, next one. Oh well. And I don't think there's anything I'm missing in the shop. Actually, you can't get these tickets in the shop anyway. When do we get the frickin', ticket store game? For people who don't know, on every other region, there's a friggin' ticket store here that you can buy tickets. But yeah, not global. No. NA in Europe? Nope, you don't get ticket store. Not allowed. Oh my gosh. But I think it is time to peek at this story. I do still have to do Elysian Realm, so I'll do that at some point this week. There's a trial. Oh, is it for the skin? That's not going to give me enough, so I'll do that later. Yeah. But that's why it doesn't, right? Because in the other regions, if you have 9 tickets and enough crystals to buy a ticket, you can buy a ticket and do a 10 pull. But for some reason, they won't give that to global. But we've got this. I'm not reading the little hint. Yes, I know I have side stories to do. But oh, this is underground. Huh. The side story is super short. Are you suggesting I do the side story first? Yeah, the text friggin' covers it. Oh. That's spooky as fuck. Yeah, if you're suggesting I do this first, I'll do this first, if it's really quick and short. But again, we were going through this before, and like I said, these all seem like authorities, which is interesting. Might as well knock down? Okay. 50 crystals, hey, I'll take that. Unfortunately takes this, but I mean, I have, like, infinite. Okay, let's see the side story, and then we'll do the main story. And then yeah, when they were exploring the city. Actual cutscene this time. Whoop. Spooky shadow. I expected the screen to blink and her to disappear. Oh, let me go through you. God, I don't know your attack patterns. And then it's gonna switch back to Seele, I'm sure. Oh, papers. It didn't switch back, huh? Interesting. Wait, why is there 2? Horn poem. I devote my lonely self to the gods. Only my sacred heart can guide all spirits. With a punitive scythe I slay all evil. For my just judgment I am given this virtuous name. Wicked creatures may tarnish the borders. Pray sincerely, peace will return. Middle section of the poem is illegible due to being beaten by the weather. It's weathered. Weird translation. The sky also weeps and is never heard again. This tome is built to serve as shackles, but I protect the children of human as I pity them. Huh. This sounds like backstory for this world. Finally made it here. Everything's just as I expected. Now they can't call me delusional. The people in the Holy City are so used to a stable and mediocre life that they never think. All taboos were invented for a reason. Why was the border city abandoned and given the scary name Ominous Land to keep folks away? It used to be a lively town. Just look at the buildings that haven't been damaged by salt frost. I suspect the answer is hidden in those mysterious ruins. By whom, when, and how were the ruins built? This discovery needs to be made. It can only be made by me. Others lack the adventurous spirit or courage. Young Kay wanted to come with me, but his family held this inquisitive lad back. Now I've finally entered the ruins, and everything inside is truly astonishing. There's no doubt that the builders of this place, our predecessors, possessed wisdom and technology far beyond our imagination. Of course, I have to be extremely careful around those horrible traps. One more thing that creeps me out. Sometimes I feel... Huh. So the Guardians might not just be some power that the Sage had. The Guardians were something that's been here for a long time. Protecting the place. They said something about the sky going silent. That could either be when the bubble universe detached from the imaginary tree, so they lost their connection to the imaginary, or maybe they've interacted with the sky people. I don't know. Huh. Definitely short, but interesting extra lore there. Okay. Oh, more stuff to claim. I need to finish through all this stuff. So far behind. Ah. But... oh, right, it's in the dock. Love how this is blocking it. Free crystals too, this is true. I mean, geez. I probably am gonna get at least 40, maybe 80 from this story. Part 1 is another 60. I don't know if we'll get another pull, but we'll see. Oh, if we're gonna get some crystals along the way, yeah, we should probably get at least one pull. But let me... I have almost 90. It's 15 missions. It's gonna take me a few hours. So let's grab like... I'll grab like 35. 2.5 hours? We'll see. I'll grab a few more. We'll see how that goes. Ooh. Let me change the title so people know I'm doing the chapter. But let's see what's going on in here. What is reality? It is something that can't be denied even if you try. Vita. Again, I said this last time, right? At the end of the last chapter, I didn't like it. Partially because we got to a point that would have been a perfect ending, which was Susanna getting to the other side, getting back. And then they showed this stupid sequence of just, oh yeah, Vita just got deleted by Saw. And I hated that ending. Because it made no sense. It wasn't suspenseful. We barely knew Vita. So it's not like it would be an emotional impact. In my opinion, Vita's a really cool character that needs to be expanded on. Hopefully, that happens. But we'll see.
I
Love you all. The girl's body faded away quickly, melting into the air, ultimately dissipating like salt snow. Everything happened so quickly that even the two well-informed witnesses found themselves momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, that's the natural order of things. Death rarely comes with a warning. It strikes suddenly, leaving a cruel outcome for the wishful mortals. It is unreasonable, unsympathetic, and unequivocal. Survivors would naturally try to search for a reason that didn't exist. Was it because she was closest to the passage of the stigma space at the final moment? Or did her powers trigger some unknown laws when she predicted the path? But they had no way to be sure. The only girl who could give them a clear answer was gone. Perhaps she had the chance to glimpse the truth hidden in the shadows at her final moment before disappearing. But her last words were, "I love you all." Instead of leaving the truth she found, her will or advice, she only left behind a confession of her love. Isn't making such a romantic exit exactly something that Vita would do? I still say, if that's actually the end of Vita, that is a wasted character. 100% wasted character. Vita, she... That means the communication that was just cut off really was... I'm sorry. We were right there, but we could only stand by and watch her vanish in the blink of an eye. It wasn't your fault, Kara. Not even someone like me, who has inherited the Sage's power, could sense anything in advance in this world. Anyway, we need to figure out what happened. Their plans had failed, and an important companion was killed suddenly. Even so, as enforcers tasked to save the world, everyone present managed to keep their calm as befitting of their role. This feels weird. Like, they're overemphasizing, oh yeah, she died, oh yeah, she disappeared. Either this is a whole bait and something else happened to her, or, I don't know, quality of writing has gone down? Like, something is more impactful when it happens and it lingers. But instead, they're just like shoving it in your face. Just, it feels weird writing-wise. According to our original plan, Susanna would return to the proper world through Miss Stone's passage after she completed her mission. However, in the next instant, the passage connecting us to the proper world disappeared, and Vita, who was about to reinforce the passage, also. Everyone's attention naturally focused on Miss Stone, who was both a witness and an involved party. Vita and the passage were both affected by something at the same time. Is that right, Miss Stone? I think so. There was a huge shock when the situation changed and communication was cut off. Fortunately, those parts that had been converted into building materials had a weak connection with me, or else I would have dissipated too. I didn't see it happen with my own eyes. I might even suspect that this woman is playing another trick. But it's true. Vita in the passage disappeared before our eyes. The strange thing is, we know in the Sea of Quanta, things don't just disappear, right? They kind of break down slowly. So I wonder if she was, like, pulled deeper into the sea or something. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Like, it almost seemed maybe they were pulled away as opposed to just gotten rid of. You used the words cut off just now, Miss Stone. Unless I'm mistaken, are you more inclined to believe that the disappearance of Vita in the passage is the result of some external force? Please, Doctor, you should just get to the point. Can I say that someone set us up? Was this the work of that Saw you mentioned? Mysterious power in the Sea of Quanta, Saw, is comparable to the cocoon of finality. The party only learned of this existence recently because of Shigura Kira. Things are really unpredictable. I have no evidence to prove whether it is Saw or not, but I did feel some intervening force the moment before the passage was disconnected. That's in line with our previous guess. If we plan to flee with Saw's world, it definitely won't just sit there and do nothing. I miscalculated. I was hoping to avoid Saw as much as possible, but I didn't expect that we might still alarm it anyway. Hope this Saw shows itself. You've made this Saw sound so amazing. Hiding and playing us like a coward. What's up with that? I don't think it's being a coward. I think it's just looking at people like ants. Hard to say. Maybe it's not only powerful, but also very cautious. So, is that why it targeted Vita? Saw wanted to stop us from the shadows, so I targeted Vita, who had the power to deduce future events. Otherwise, Vita would have noticed its intervention. That's quite possible. That also means this is just the beginning. From now on, we might have to fight Saw, an existence on par with the cocoon of finality. This does just sound like another frickin', what are they called? Emanator. As far as we know, the cocoon of finality is an emanator of finality, so we could be dealing with an emanator of destruction. Might give us a chance to fight and take revenge from Miss Vita. And cutting out? Her sure of sentience, her heroic words were interrupted by some kind of sudden noise. Meanwhile, everyone noticed her projection had somehow changed. What's wrong, Seele? Why is it... No sentience. Seele. Get used to it, they're the same universe. We know 100% both Honkai games are the same universe and that they are connected intrinsically. So I will always connect the two games and talk about them because we know that they are connected. Our communication has been cut off. It's not just our communication, I also feel something affecting me. Some powers directly interfering with this world. I'm afraid it'll be... Whoa, creepy noise. Seems that the meeting must end now, but that's not all. There isn't much time left for them to act. The countdown to the end of this world has started. Devour, merge, and annihilate. Apocalypse, doom, and death. No matter which word they use, that thing will come as promised. And those who try to turn around the fate of the world, their real suffering begins now. I'm assuming that's the first one. Oh, no, we got a little more. Not quite that short. Ooh. Pretty new background. Wrong, Seele. Is it still not working? Can't you do something with the sage's authority you have? You're so noisy. Just keep your mouth shut if you can't do anything to help. Hey, who do you think took care of the monsters for you just then?
这帮家伙从刚才开始就越来越多了。
Oh, there have been more and more of these since earlier.
虽然来多少个我都对不
Though I
得
can
了，
handle
但是毕
however
竟一个
many
人
come
过
at
不了
us,
2
one
会儿，
person can only do
再
so
拖一
much.
会儿，
If we
那
wait
些
any
境外里
longer,
的小
those
鬼
little
火呢，
wisps who
可就
worship
很
you
难置
won't
身
be
事外
able
了。
to stay out of it.
没办法，和
Can't
西
be
尔他们的
helped.
通讯
Our
应该是
communication
被
with
阻
Seele
断
is
了。
probably jammed.
但还不能确定这种阻断的形式。
We can't confirm
如果只
how
是
it's
普通
been
的受到
jammed.
干扰，
It might be possible to
信号或
restore
许
the
还有恢复
signal
的
if
可
it's
能。
just an ordinary jamming method.
那还不简单？我们回那个月亮下面呗。
Easy. Let's return to the
那里离高
place
塔的
under
距
the
离最
moon.
近，
That place is
信号肯
closest
定
to the
最好了。
tower, so the signal should be the strongest there. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the best defended. What? Aim?
这主意倒是不
I didn't
错，
even hit the dodge button.
还能顺带处理一下沿途这帮
Good
不人
idea.
不鬼的东
Even
西
get。rid of these ghastly creatures along the
好
way.
啊，那你可要跟紧了，别拖我后腿。
Follow closely behind me. Don't slow
算
down.
吧，我看你就是喜
Come
欢
on, I
闷头往
bet you
前
just
冲。
want to charge forward blindly.
跟着我好好
Oh,
学
it
习一下
died.
什么叫效率如何。
Come follow me and learn what it's like to be really efficient. Well, Hope charged on one of them. Oh, apparently gotta go a little further over. Oh, hi, friend. Wait, Senti's gone. Oh, Senti's fighting back there. Senti need help? Nope, not allowed to help. Okay.
好好取悦我吧。哎，你说好的效率
What's
呢，
this
仙姑娘？
efficiency you were telling me
好像你
about?
那儿的怪物比我这里少很多呀。
Seem to have eliminated more monsters than you. Oh my gosh.
还不是他们喜
Can't
欢
help it
你。
if they like you more. They say like attracts like. What? I'm trying to attack the stuff on the other side.
我看你那对大
Now
爪
you
子，
look like you're
倒
more
是
related
像
to
他
them
们的
because
亲
of your
戚。
large claws. Oh my gosh.
事实胜于雄辩。
Facts speak louder than words. You
我
should
还真
really
得叫我
call
一声师傅呢。
me your master when it comes to fighting. Oh my god. Whatever, I'll use ult. Why not? Yeah, I had a feeling it was gonna end there. I don't play Nyx often enough. Nyx is fun. Oh, we got our shadowy friend again. I saw a foot in there. The Guardians rebelling. Hey, what's that?
不知道。
Don't know. I think it appeared at the
好
same
像是伴随着那些怪物一起
time as
出现的。
those monsters.
而且怪物被打退之
This
后，
seems to have gotten
武器也
thinner
变
after we
淡了一点。
defeated those monsters.
怪物和黑雾都是从通讯
Both the
被切断
monsters
之
in the
后
Black
开始
Mist
出
appeared
现。
after our communication was cut off. That means...
等等，你
Wait,
干嘛
what are you doing?
光说不练假把式
What，am I guessing?
搞
Let's
不
go
清
and
楚这
find
是
out
啥，就直
directly.
接去一探究竟呗。
Are you stupid?
随便碰这种来历不明的东西。
There's something of unknown origin so casually. You're too happy-go-lucky, aren't you?
嗨，你把我当什么人了？
You think I am? Your mist can't do anything to me. You gonna fucking disappear? Apologize for the phone. Huh? Look at that! You're starting to stop existing.
你
You...
这什么东西
What's
啊？
this? It's almost like you were told not to touch it.
看来你的真
It's like your
法
direct
是
approach
确实有
worked.
所收获。这黑雾恐怕也是
Afraid
所
this
陷
black
阱。
mist is part of
它和
Saw's
怪物
trap.
一
Like the
样，
monsters,
正
it's
在源源
constantly
不断从
spreading
世界
over
边
here
境
from
蔓
the
延。
edge of the world. It's determined
看
to
样
drive
子
us away.
是铁了心要赶我们走。行吧，我
Fine
们
then,
上
we
它
won't
的
fall
套
for its trap.
我说希尔，你是不是也能和另一个希
You're
尔一
also able
样
to summon that
召唤
sand
那个什
servant
么
like the
沙
other
士啊？
Seele.
妈，你自己应付
What?
不来了。
I'm getting too hot for you. Weren't you all high and mighty? But then,
我这不是看你心急赶路，
kindly
好
give
心给
me
你
some
提点一
advice
下嘛。
since I can see you're in a hurry.
好取悦我吧。现在确实不是拌嘴的时候，
There's not time to argue. That sand servant really can save us sometime. No, the black mist can trap the sand servant too. It's up to me after all. I haven't gone bonking for a while. Like the city of Wisp where we first met. Now the monsters in the black mist have already reached over there. Hurry over there. Don't mind me while I just kill stuff first. And I see our friend is trapped there. Oh, and there's a rock there. There's a lot of mist, holy. Those wisps seem not reacting at all. Although it doesn't seem appropriate to say these, don't these wisps look like they have crystallized? She said countless wisps were suspended in midair like an eerie painting in the night. Hey, try not to be so depressed, although it's a pity, we need to continue on our way. And they're just dead people. Auntie, you're fucking heartless, Jesus. That's not certain. Think about it, they will only disappear in the air if they can't get any moonlight. They will become crystals like this. If that were the case, who knows how many crystals we would have encountered along the way. So it should be possible for these wisps to recover. There's some sense to Seele's analysis. However, we currently have no way to stop the crystallization process, and we can't stay here for long because those creatures will bring the black mist endlessly. Of course I know that. Let's think of a solution after we resolve this commotion. Don't misunderstand that I care a lot about their existence. I just think that being rash and cursory won't be beneficial for our next moves. You're getting better at imitating the other Seele. You should learn from the other Fuhua. Stop fooling around. Let's hurry over to the foot of the tower. Passing by the sand servant, who is also crystallized, Seele and the others arrived at a place opposite the tower and immediately tried to reconnect with their companions in another world. Please work. Seele. Are you okay? Everything is fine for now. It looks like you finally found a way to make contact with us. After all, this place is where the two worlds are close to spatially. Simple but effective principle. Now it seems that our communication wasn't cut off due to any supernatural laws, simply caused by the instability of the two worlds. However, this also means that we have no time to waste. The connection between the two Seeles is also unstable and can be broken at any time. In that case, you should stop ranting on like that. Hurry up and brief them real quick. Everyone shared information quickly. Monsters in a black mist attacked your world. In comparison, the situation over here hasn't deteriorated significantly, just that the power grid and the telecom system have been paralyzed on a large scale. Maybe it's because the tower that can stabilize the worlds is on your side. I don't know about that. However, since we are able to make contact like this, it means the authority of the sage is still also effective in the world over there. Oh, Seele, we can try to use this authority to suppress the changes on your side. That makes sense. You're saying is we need to do that consolation rite again? Yes, Seele and I will perform the rite at the same time. During this time, it's up to you to protect Seele, her share of sentience. Nice, you certainly like to boss me around. Hurry up and remember to let me know when you're done so I can take a break. I love the relationship between these two. It's so good.
那我们这就开始吧，希儿。
Let's start then, Seele. Are we gonna just be playing Senti, or is it just gonna be like cutscene stuff? As always, the Twin Tower sages focused their power and spread it throughout the world. Everything went especially smoothly this time, with nothing getting in their way.
有动静了，
Seele,
希儿，
something is happening, look. Oh, they came back.
瞧，他们又开始动
Look,
起来了。
they're starting to move
看来是有
again.
效果的。
Looks like it worked. Oh, they don't sound like they're doing so good, though.
喂，你怎么样
Hey,
啊？
how are you?
能
Can
说
you
话吗？
speak? Ouch.
他是要月光吗？
The craving for the moonlight. Isn't this place always illuminated by the moonlight? Moonlight, so cold, so very cold.
情况不对，离他远点。
Things wrong. Stay away from it. The black mist is returning. Oh, the moonlight is fusing. Lord Sage. Oh. They crystallized again.
希儿，你们没事吧？
Are you fine?
没事，只是为
Okay,
了
but
没
the
有效果。
consolation rate didn't work. Instead, we have more
反而增加了敌人的数量。
enemies to fight now.
想要当希儿的玩具，说不定那团鬼火就是为了
Maybe
突
that
袭我
wisp
们
is
而
a
布置
trap
的
to
陷
take
阱。
us by surprise,
不过
but
这
they are
种程度
underestimating us.
是不是也太小瞧人了？
Top of this level.
我们不能大意。如果对手
Let
是
your
个上
guard
了这里
down.
的
If
锁
we're up against the unfathomable saw, I'm afraid there will be no end to these monsters.
给我死吧！哼，那也得打完这一阵再说吧。
Finish this battle first. There we go. Down it goes.
暂时解决了，但远方还在不停
We're
冒出
safe for
黑
now,
雾。
but more black mist is appearing in the distance. I feel like a new wave of enemies will soon get to us.
这帮家伙
There
还真
is
是
no
子
end
子
to
孙
these
孙无穷
monsters,
匮
eh?
呢。不过我还真为
I
那个
really
缩
do
感
feel
到悲
bad
哀
for that saw. Isn't
我
its
是说
nature
它的
supposed
性
to be
质和
similar
朱
to
颜
the
之茧
cocoon
类
of
似，
finality?
结果就
That
这
all it can do,
只会
throwing
复杂兵。
minions at us.
打不完的杂兵也是很危险的。
An unending wave of minions is also dangerous.
即使现阶段游刃有余。
Although you can still manage easily, you won't be able to fight like this forever.
喂，你们怎
Hey,
么
why
找
are you
别人之
belittling
面
us
自
and
己威风？
demoralizing us like
净
this
说些风
doesn't
凉话。
concern you?
很遗憾，他们所言
I'm
的确有
sorry,
理。
but they make a good point.
石头博士，你刚才
Professor
是在
Rock,
和
were
普罗
you
米修斯私人
having a
联系吗
private chat with Prometheus just now?
事实上，我们已
Yes,
经达
in
成了一
fact,
场
we've
共
reached
识
a。consensus.
简而言之，我们
In
建议
short,
你
we
们去到
recommend
这
that you
边的
come
世
to the
界
world on this side, which means you should retreat from the country of iron sand. I wonder if she's gonna feel bad about that. Because she has been helping the spirits, as much as she's not gonna admit that she feels bad for them.
啊，想了半天
What?
方案
Best
就是
strategy you
开溜。
came up with is for us to run away.
这并非单纯的逃跑。
You won't be just running away. In fact, Salt Snow Holy City isn't much safer than the country of iron sand right now. Something? Yeah.
还是让我来从头梳理吧。
I'll sum up the situation.
之前，
According to the info we got from Kira and Vita, we can basically assume that an existence called Saw is secretly influencing these
正在
two
从暗
bubble
中影响
universes.
当前的两个世界炮。在此之前，
Prior to this, we learned some of its past actions, including creating interstellar
制造出星际
predators,
捕食者，
blowing up the
炸毁
fallen
凋零之石
star, and,
以及米斯特林小姐所猜
according
测
to
的
Miss Mistone's speculations, has also established the laws of fusion and annihilation for the Salt Snow Holy City and the country of iron sand.
虽然这一切行为背后的目的，
Although we don't know why these actions were taken, at the very least, we know Saw is passionate about destroying
我以热衷于
civilizations.
毁灭闻名。
It sounds like it's part of destruction. I guess nihility would kind of fall under that too, but I don't know. Good job, bot. So we already know all that. Therein lies the problem. According to your words, both the country of Iron Sand and Sand Servants have only been temporarily crystallized, not directly annihilated. If Saw is attempting to do something like blowing up the fallen star, freezing the country of Iron Sand should only be one step in the annihilation of two bubble universes. A stupid, annoying ad bot tried coming in, and they were just poofed instantly. Don't worry about it. What do you mean? This is just the beginning. Sorry, I didn't explain things clearly earlier. Governed by certain laws, the two bubble universes will merge with each other and eventually perish. I said so, right? However, I didn't elaborate on how this fusion would take place. For example, when I asked about what fusion means to you, the image of two soap bubbles approaching each other slowly in a basin of water until the tension on their film exceeds the limit, causing the bubbles to burst. In fact, this was a type of slow and deadly fusion that took place between our two bubble universes in the first place. However, the situation changed suddenly in the last hour. It looks like Saw doesn't want to wait any longer. It intends to directly intervene and accelerate the fusion and annihilation of the bubble universe by pushing one of the soap bubbles. Yeah. So the soap bubble that is being pushed is the country of Iron Sand? Yes, that's why it needs to crystallize the residents of country of Iron Sand first. What's crystallizing the residents got to do with pushing the soap bubble? Are they in the way? This is a soap bubble that is the size of an entire world. Even Saw would need to use up a considerable amount of energy to push it around. Maybe it isn't willing to expend this amount of energy, or maybe it just can't be bothered. In short, this being seems to be leveraging its power by pushing the country of Iron Sand with the energy of the bubble universe itself. Oh, so that's why that despicable scoundrel froze the wisp and sucked their energy instead of directly annihilating them. That's too stingy. Why do I get the feeling that this Saw is more and more underhanded? It's not that its means are underhanded. Didn't the cocoon of finality we're more familiar with also pass out judgment through the Hersher by accumulating and destroying civilizations? Moreover, what makes a means underhanded or not? You think a war without the smoke of a gunpowder is not a war? Hey, why are you sounding more and more like Dr. May now? Who do you think she spent her whole life with, pretty much? I roughly understand the situation now. Saw's intending to control the country of Iron Sand with the Black Mist first, and use it as a tool to make it perish at Salt Snow Holy City. On the other hand, the Hersher of Sentience and I are currently unable to deal with this Black Mist, right? Hey, Sama very well have the power to suppress the Sage's authority. That would explain why the Constellation Rite didn't work. Rather than fighting alone, we should join forces to be stronger. After all, based on past events, it seems like the Sage was able to protect the world better in the tower. We'll take a step forward by retreating. If Seele, who has the Sage's authority, is able to leave the country of Iron Sand, we will have a negative assurance that the bubble universe won't be destroyed immediately, even if the black mist has covered it. On the contrary, Seele will need some time to bypass the Sage's authority and take over this world. This will buy us critical time to consider our next move. Also, there's one thing I want to look up again. Okay, I can't about it. Okay. I've been curious about the name Saw, and if it references something we know, but I don't think I can find anything. Of course, you don't need to worry about your wisp friends. From an economic perspective, Saw won't kill them until they are no longer useful. Haven't you witnessed this with your own eyes? Let's go. It's true that we can't do anything even if we stay here. We need to come up with a way to get over there. Really, we're just gonna run away like this? How embarrassing. They say I wouldn't do anything for you, so what if I lose face? I would do anything for you? Senti, are you falling for Seele? The fuck? You're such a rascal. How can we travel to your side? According to the rules of this place, we will only count as half the Sage, even if we join forces. Will we be able to travel that far? This is my moment to shine. I already show everyone my bridge-making skills. Are you sure you want to do that again? I must remind you that you haven't recovered all the energy you used up. Don't worry, I know my limits. Compared to the distance back to the proper world, connecting these two bubble universes won't be very difficult. I've also become more proficient after the previous attempt. I should be able to get it done if Dr. Schrödinger spent 10 minutes helping me determine the coordinates. Are you thinking of using the passage that was cut off earlier and reconnecting it to the country of Iron Sand? Of course. This way we'll save time and minimize the consumption of materials. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Okay, that was the first one done. We got 14 more to go. I really hope a lot of these are fast. 10 minutes passed instantly. In that time, Seele and the Herrscher Sentients defeated 2 more waves of monsters. Thank you for not making me fight those basic things over and over. Coordinates have been located. It won't be long until Miss Dawn can reconnect the bridge over there. Given her current condition, I'm afraid she won't be able to maintain the passage for very long this time. You must pass through as quickly as you can. Understood. Here they come again. Careful not to let those monsters get close to the connection points of the bridge. Miss Dawn's body can't withstand their attack in her current condition. Hey, I can hear that, number 17. I'll be okay. You two just need to get me a few more minutes. It'll be easy for you to come over here as long as you get the timing right. That's a piece of cake. And they're making me fight some more basic enemies. God damn it, I just said don't do this to me. God damn it. Hit me as I was switching. No, given the numbers, we can't guarantee that we'll stop all of them. Right. Hey, what are you doing? Won't the black mist freeze those sand servants? Don't let them get close to it.
他们多少也需
Yeah,
要一
but
个
they
过
won't
程。
get frozen instantly.
反正也带不走，
Since
倒
we
不如
can't
物尽
take
其
them
用，
with us,
让他
might
们
as
也
well
来
make
帮忙争取时
most
间。
of them to buy some time.
我倒是无所谓。
I don't mind, but are you sure you can fight and control them at the same time?
你说够了。
你担心自己就够了。
You just worry about yourself. God damn it, I accidentally did it early. It's honestly kind of cool seeing them just
过
frozen
路的
there.
人还没好吗？
Hey,
这
is
已
the
经
path
过去
ready
几
yet?
分
How
钟
long
了。
has it been?
好好取悦我吧。还需要1分钟
It'll
左
take
右。
another minute or so. Get ready over there.
哟，那还行啊。
Oh, no problem.
头抬太高了，跪下。
Oh, there we go. I didn't get to
时
kill
针
the
列
last
走
one.
等下你
Not
带着
fair.
石头博士走前面，我让沙士替我们断后。
Hey, Herrscher of Sentience, get in front of me with Professor Ock. I'll get the Sand Serpents to bring up the rear.
哈，
Huh?
我好歹也算半个贤
For
者。
what it's worth,
这
I'm
墙不
half
就
the
是给你搭的
sage. Wasn't this
而
bridge
且我
built
总
for
觉
you?
得那些怪物
Also,
就喜欢
I
追
feel
在
like
你
those
身后。
monsters love chasing behind you.
要是没人出手把他们隔开，
Oh, you get on the bridge
你怎么
unless
上
someone
场？
blocks them for you.
行
Fine
行行，
then.
这也
Isn't
不
the
是
time
谦
to
让
be
的时候了。
courteous.
注意，
Pay attention, the space bridge is almost complete.
倒计时，
Counting down. 3, 2, 1.
趁现在。
能看见对面了，希尔。
To the other side, Seele.
废话少说，快
Get
走！
moving.
好，一切顺利。
Good. Everything is going well. It's your turn now, Seele. The Herrscher of Sentience disappeared from her sight. Seele also stepped onto the bridge. However, after running a few steps, she could hear the crisp sound of the bridge breaking under her feet. Oh?
希尔，赶紧。
Go for it. This was the first time Seele had heard this sound, but she could guess what was happening. Before she could make a sound, her body was mercilessly enveloped in a feeling of weightlessness that reminded her of drowning. In a trance, she remembered how she felt when she was drifting on and on. That was a time when she drifted hopelessly and aimlessly with no end in sight. She wouldn't let this little incident intimidate her. She felt like a certain crybaby was more cause for concern than this situation. In the past, she had to go to great lengths to dispel her confusion and fear. This time, the hand she had once held was now far away and out of reach. Did she feel relieved or uneasy? Countless thoughts surged through her mind instantly like tidal waves and retreated just as fast as they came. All she had was falling alone. But her loneliness was somewhat a misperception. Oh. Hey, they caught me. Yeah, she's not gonna let her fall. Just in time.
希尔，你怎么？
Why are
伊
you?
斯特林的通道虽然不
Although
能
Miss
维持
Stone's
太
passage
久，
can't sustain
但
for
它
too
还是
long,
可以
she
帮
can
我
still
们分出
create a
一条安
safety
全
rope
绳
for
作为保
us.
险。怎么？
What?
你就这
You've
么
that
信
little
任我？
faith in me. Now I
这
can't
下
give
算
that woman a
好
beating after
过去之
this.
后，我还真不能揍那个女人一顿了。可是，我的确
But I
想
really
确保
wanted to
事
make
情
sure
万无一
nothing would
失
go wrong. I
确
wanted to
保你们
ensure
都
you
能
would
安
all
全
return
回来
safely.
呀。就算这样，那
Even
也太
so,
危险了
isn't it
吧？
too dangerous to jump
就
into
这
the
么
Sea
一
of
头往
Quanta
量子
head
之海
first
里
like
跳，
this?
你还
Do
想
you wish to
再沉
sink
下去
even
不成？
deeper in it?
这
Maybe
次
even
说
I
不
won't
定
be
我
able
也
to
没
stay
法
by
陪
your
着
side
呢。
this time.
可是，在这点上，你
But
刚才
about
的行
that,
动
you
也是
just
一
did the
样的
same
呀，
thing,
希
Seele.
尔。
Aren't we pretty much the same?
我们彼此彼此。真是的，你这个
Jeez,
傻
you
瓜！
idiot. Fucking tsundere. As the bridge built by the idea disappeared, the passage between the two worlds was completely cut off. Those who fled to Salt Snow Holy City finally got a chance to catch their breath. However, there was probably not much joy in their reunion, as it came at the cost of the other world being completely enveloped in the black mist. While they were fighting, just to survive, their enemy had taken another step forward. Energy powerful enough to devour another bubble universe would soon be mobilized. This also implies that the countdown to annihilation of both worlds would start soon. And other Seele? There we go. Why is there no voice lines? Like, it feels like there should have at least been some yays and stuff, but nah, it's just ... while showing poses. They could have turned this into a short cutscene. They've done that before. They didn't have to make it so awkward. Let's turn our gazes back to the tower. At this moment, the two genuine sages have finally returned to their territory, a place where they will continue to face their heavy and futile mission.
刚才真是吓我一跳，一转头人差点就没了。
Yeah, that really gave me a fright. I turned around just to see the two of you, see you almost die.
让我断后不就
Thing
没
would have
事
been
了？
fine if you let me bring up the rear. You just like
就爱
to
瞎
act
逞
tough.
强。
那墙又不是我
Not like I
弄断
broke the
的，
bridge.
换作是
Even if you
你，
took my
也
place,
还是一样要被
would
戏儿老
also
手。
need Seele to save you.
所以刚才
So,
又
was
是
Saw
说，
also responsible for that?
应该是吧，
I think so. At least
至
it
少
felt
体感
like
上
it.
差不多呢。行吧。照这
Okay,
样下
if this
去
keeps happening, I'm
你恐
afraid
怕
you'll
要变
become
成
our
背
Saw
缩检测
detector.
器了。
Congratulations, Miss Stone. You have a new job. You are the quantum god detector. Please tell us where these quantum gods are.
明知道搭建桥梁
It's hard
已经
enough
很
building
困
a
难，
bridge,
还
yet you
增
even
收额外的
allocated
建
extra
材。
building materials. I
不
must
得不
admit that your
说，
love for
你
challenges
的
is
挑
very
战精神
admirable.
还是那么令人敬佩。结果好不就万事大吉吗？
Things turned out well in the end, though.
不管怎么说，
No
大家
matter
都平
what,
安无事。
now that everyone is
并且
safe,
圣城也暂
Salt
时
Snow
安全。
Holy City will also be safe for now.
但刚才的事情，
What
可以让
happened
我们
just now
确
is
信
enough to convince us
做
that
随时
Saw
会
will
介入
interfere
野
at
战
any
试探。
time. I think we should
我想，
analyze our situation
我们
now
应
and
该立
plan
刻
for
开
our
始分
next
析
course
现
of
状，
action.
并着手制定下一步的行动计划。到目前为止，
Yes, so far,
所
Saw
表
has
现
been
出了高
extremely
度的谨
cautious
慎，
and rarely
很
taken
少直
action
接出
directly.
手。仅有的
The
两
only two
次
times Saw
都是为
stepped
了
in
截
were
断
to
我们
destroy
搭
the
建的通
passages
路。
we created.
所以，从这
So
个角
based
度
on
来
this, the
说，
person who is
被
most
选中
qualified
最
to
有
share
发
their
言权的
opinion
人
is
是米斯特林。
Miss
对吗？
Town, right? Looks like Miss
看来
Shiguru's
锦楼
opinion
小
of me
姐
has
对我的
improved
评价
slightly.
稍稍改观了呢。我只是就事论事，
Just stating a
怎么
fact.
样？你
So,
目前有
what
什
do
么
you
头绪
think?
吗？与其说是头绪，
Rather than saying I have any
倒不
thoughts,
如
it's
说
more
是
like
感
I've
想。
got a feeling.
说，他第一次
Ah,
出
the
手
first
时，
time it acted,
不
it
仅截
destroyed
断
the
了我的
passage
道
I
路，
created and eliminated
还
Vita,
抹
who was
消
in
了
the
当时
passage
正
at the
身处道
time.
路之上的 Vita。
That made me realize that maybe Saw didn't
这
want
让我意
anyone
识
to
到，
discover how it acts.
也许苏不希望让任何人发现自己的出手方式。为了不让 Vita 的牺牲白费，在第二
Not
次搭
let
建道路
Vita's
时，
sacrifice be in
我
vain.
特
I
意
paid
留了
extra
点心眼，
attention when I built the second
我
passage.
想抓
I
住
wanted
苏
to
出
find
手
out
的瞬
exactly
间，
when Saw would act
把
to
他最不
expose
想
its
被人
deep
知道
his
的那一面
secrets.
暴露出来。
说了这么多，
For
你究
saying
竟
all
做到
that,
了
what
啥
did？you actually do?
在道路第二次被
When
毁
the
的瞬
second
间，
passage was destroyed, I
我
finally
终于确
confirmed
认了一
one
件
thing.
事：苏对我们进行的干预，只是纯粹的能
Saw's
量操作。
interference is simply
除了
energy
来源不明，
manipulation. There's
并
nothing
无其他
mysterious
神
about
秘
it
之
other
处。
than the fact that we don't know where it's coming from.
是直接和能量相关的
Authority is directly related to energy. Huh. Energy manipulation.
我明白了，也许圣城
I see. The power outage of Salt Snow Holy City just suffered was probably part of this attack.
这不应该算次生
Can
事
this
故
be
吗？
considered a secondary disaster?
我之前也这样想。
It's what I thought too. After all, it's difficult to imagine Saw would handle something this small itself. But now that I think about it, I think I've overlooked the nature of this
我
incident.
似乎忽略了这件事情的本质。
Mm-hmm.
啊，这能有啥本质？
Huh? What's its nature? When Miss Down and I first came to this world, there was no electricity or network here, which was normal because technology here is quite primitive. I built the power system here by myself. During this process, to maximize the benefits, I used power generation and energy storage technologies that are different from those used in other worlds. I used an ancient power called Inscribed Whisper that only exists in this world to reduce the cost of generators, power transmission lines, and batteries. Looking back now, the basic laws of this world are most likely to be involved.
等等，
Wait, are you saying that the power outage is actually similar to the star rock extraction on the fallen
就像
star?
凋零之心的鲜艳萃取一样。
难道说，
You don't
当
think...
梭试图以某种
When
形式
Saw
影响
attempts
这
to
个世界
influence
的
this
时候，
world in a certain manner,
铭刻之
the
语
inscribed
就
whisper
像
is
控
the
制
first to
黑色一
react,
样，
just like
最
the
早以这种
canary
干
in the
涉产生
mine.
了反应，进而
This
引发了这
reaction
件
be
事
the
故。
cause of the blackout.
不过，这样说
If
来，
that's true,
只要我们调查
doesn't
发
that
生
mean
在
we'll be
铭
able
刻
to
之语
find
上的异
traces of
动，
Saw's attacks
就
on
有
this
可能
world
找
by
到梭树
investigating
前
how the
世界的
inscribed
痕
whisper
迹？
has changed?
考虑到凋零之心的实
Considering
际
the
历史，
history of the fallen star, we
我们也
can't be
不能
too
过于乐观。
optimistic. Might be able to
我
find
们的
Saw,
确
but
有
we
可
might
能
also
借此
find
发
nothing
现
like
所有的
Dr.
真
Charter
相，
and the others.
却也可能像
Isn't that
查特
right,
博士
Mr.
他们一
Gurr?
样一无所获，是吧，绮楼小姐？的确，
Indeed, but since things have come to
既然事已
this,
至此，我们就更应该行动起来
even
了，
more reason
不
for
是
us to
吗？
do something about it, right?
闲话少说，我们这就去调查
Yes.
电力系统如何？
Without further ado, why don't we investigate the power system now?
当然，没有
Of course, we have no objections. Is this gonna be something I actually have to do, or... You just gonna flashbang my eyes?
果然是这样。
As
有
expected.
什么发现吗？
What did you discover?
与其说发现了什么，
To be accurate, I haven't discovered anything yet, but I might discover something soon.
稍安勿躁。
Hang tight while I conduct an experiment.
看来调查
Looks
结
like
果
we'll
不
need to
会马
wait
上
some
出
time for
来，
the investigation results.
要不要和其他人先交流
Maybe I
一
should
下
talk
呢？
with the others first. Ah, I see we have both of them. I was wondering where she was. Oh, we can't talk to her yet. Okay. Also, this is a new part of town. Huh. No, we've got to talk here first, apparently.
普罗米修斯看起
Prometheus looks very busy. Yeah, no kidding. My controller
说
is
起来
fighting me.
石头博士，你究竟算待在这个世界里，还是世界
Mm-hmm. Which again, like I said, they seemed like authorities. They seemed like Honkai powers. Which would mean that these... Basically, it's doing the same thing the Cocoon of Finality was doing, right? Saw is going to a world and gifting them authorities. It's gifting them powers. Those powers spread throughout the world, it has influence over the world, and then it takes them back and uses them against the world. It's what it seems to be. Speaking of it, Professor Rock, do you belong to this world or somewhere outside this world?
你问了一个好问题，希尔。
A very good question, Seele.
正如你们所见，
As you can see,
这
I've
段
used
时
a piece
间
of moon rock
我
as a
始终
vessel
以
to
跨
stay
越原
close
为
to
载
you.
体和
My
你们
true
共同
self,
行
or
动。
be
而我的本
precise,
体，
the main part of
或者
me,
准确地说，
is a wisp of
我作为一团
thinking
会思考的
energy,
能量
is
的主要
actually
部
far
分，
away from here.
实际上远在此地之外。打个比方，
For example, you can think of
如
me
果
as a
说
bomb
我是正在
disposal
远程与你
expert
们
who is
连线的拆弹
communicating
专
with
家，
you, a professional
你们就相当于
holding the
是手握剪刀
scissors
的作业员。
remotely to disarm a bomb,
为了
and
这
you're
两
the
个属于
ones who will
外向的
risk your
世界，
lives to complete the
你
mission.
们接下来却需要把生命当成筹码来行动。
这也没办法吧？
No way around that,
还
right?
是说
Or do you have
你
an
留了
escape
什么后
route?
路？
这么说来，
Well, theoretically, we do
在
have
理
an
论
escape
上，
route.
大家的确还有一条后路。
什么意思？
What do you mean?
如果说真是一
If
个
Saw
比肩中
really
人
is a
世界的
being on
存在，
par with the cocoon of finality,
那么不仅当前的
then
我们，
we,
乃
and
是整
even
个本州
everyone
世
in the
界，
proper world, should
都应该
prepare
做
for
好
a
长线
drawn-out
作战的
battle.
打算。无谓的牺牲没有意义。
There's no point making
假
unnecessary
如是他真的无法阻
sacrifices.
止，
There's no way around
我
it.
们至少应
We
该
should
保留下
preserve
抵
the
抗的
spark
火
of
种，
resistance, just like
就像
Vita
曾
once
经的贝
did.
塔那样。
我明白。
I
虽然身
understand.
为其
Although
中的
I'm the
高塔
current
贤
sage,
者，
I still wish to
我还是
protect
希
these
望
two
能够最
worlds
大
to the
限度的
greatest
保护这
extent
两个世
possible.
界。
However, I
但
agree
从
with
最
you
最
if
坏
I have
打
to
算的
prepare
角
for
度
the
上，
worst.
我同意博士的看法。只是
Just
米斯特
that
林已经很
it'll
难
be
再
very
构建新
difficult
的
for
通
Miss
道。
Stone to create a new
索
passage.
似乎也熟练掌握
Saw
了阻止
also
我们
seems
的
to
手
have become
段。
proficient in stopping us. In
在
that
这
case,
种
what
情
is our
况
escape
下，
route?
我们的后路又是什么呢？
事实与起落。虽然如我刚才所说，
It's Shigura
这是
Kira.
在理论
Bear
上，
in mind, everything I just said is theoretical.
其实
Isn't
不是什么
anything to
光彩
brag
的事。
about.
之前离开糖果
Before I
屋
left
时，
the candy
为
house,
了
I
以防
secretly
万一，
took the key of
我
the
偷偷带
beyond,
上了修格
also
自己
known
做
as
的
the
秘宝
sugar key.
外之剑
The
沙滩
secret
灵药。
treasure of the sugars is a
实话
precaution.
说，正是凭借
In
他的
fact,
帮
I
助，
was only able
我
to
才能
find
在
my
被
way
扔出
back
世界
after I
炮
was
之
thrown into
后
the bubble
还能
universe
原路返
thanks to
回。
its assistance.
外之剑，
Key of the Beyond.
你
And
可以
think of
把
it as a
它
weapon
当成
similar
类
to
似
the
于神之
divine
剑的另
keys
一
that
种
has
武
similar
器，
powers to the
能
Hersher of
力
the
与控
Void.
制律者的全能类似，所以它也可以
It
对
can
空间
manipulate
进行一
time
些
and
操作，
space to some
比如
extent.
打包
For
这个世界的
example,
一小部
it can
分，
be used to pack up a
或是
small
寻
part
找
of this
它与外
world,
界相连的
or
其他路
search for
径，
other paths
只是
connecting
实
to
现
other
不了
worlds.
太大的规模。
However, it can only operate on a small scale.
不过，外之
That
剑
being
也拥有
said,
自
the
己的
key
一
of the
些优
Beyond
势，
has some
比方
advantages of its
说
own.
能操
For
作那些无
example,
法与圣痕
be
空
used in
间建立联
dimensions
系的
that
维
can't
度。
be connected with
无
the
论如
stigma
何，
space.
既然开辟道路的责
Anyway,
任有
since
可
it's
能落在我
likely that
身
I'll
上，
be the one to open up a path,
那
as
身
an
为偶
idol, I
像，
naturally
我
have to
当
do
然
my
要尽
best
力做
and
到
do
最
not
好，
disappoint my
不让自
fans.
己的
Oh
粉
my
丝失望。
gosh.
绮罗前辈，
Kira
那就拜
senpai,
托你了。
we're counting on you then. Yeah,
有机
if
会
we
的
get a
话，
chance, please
就
look
期待我
forward
的
to my
表现吧。
performance. And Senti. I'm kind of sad you have to do them in order. It would have been nice if you could have just talked to people whenever you wanted.
奇怪了，难道还
Strange.
真
Is
会有
this
这种
really
事？
possible?
我可
The
是
Rush
意
of
识的律者呀，
Sentience. I
总
can't...
不能次次都在这方面。发生什么了吗？
Something happened.
这不是一眼就看得出来吗？
Isn't it obvious she's fading again and feeling bad about it? It's interesting that it's showing this version of Seele. Of, like, Dark Seele of Eliona. Trying to liven up the depressed mood, she chose to start a conversation in a way unfamiliar to the one she talked to. Yeah,
怎么回事？
what's going on here?
你这家伙看着
Why are you looking so
怎么
alive
又开始
again?
栩栩如生了？不会用就别乱用。
Hope you are happy for me.
虽然可能
Although
看
it's
不
not
出来，
obvious, I'm not in control of my body
现
now.
在身体其实不在我这边了。
Okay, so that's what's happening. She's still separate, but she's connected to the normal Seele, and she's controlling Sele's body to taunt Senti. That's actually kind of funny. Okay, so Veli's just fucking with Senti.
啥意思？
What do you mean?
虽然已经回到了圣城，但我们暂时还不能像过去那样，同时存在于一个身体。
Although we've returned to the Holy
可是
City,
只
we can't
能
exist simultaneously in the same body like before. We can only,
轮回
take turns?
虽然很奇怪，
It's really
每
strange,
次
but it
这样
seems
做之
possible
后，
to
我
avoid
们都
fading
能
by
消除
doing
淡化的
so.
影响，所以倒也不完
So
全是
it's
坏
not
事。
entirely a bad thing. Oh, or maybe they are kind of fusing. That's interesting. Yeah, like their souls are still separate, but they can swap the body as needed.
行吧，我是越发不能
Whatever,
理
I
解
just
这个
can't
世界
seem
的
to
规则
understand
了
the rules of this world.
如果福华也在这边，说
Oh,
不
if
定。
Wu was here, then maybe...
别，打住
No,
打
no,
住！
no, stop right there.
What
I don't
was
like
on
the
it?
body of
Hold
an
on.
old antique like that. Fucking Senti, I don't want to be a 50,000-year-old grandma. Leave me alone.
谁知道她下雨天会不会腿疼呢？
Who knows if her legs will feel sore on rainy days?
再说了，
Moreover,
我
I'm
可
a
是个
Hersher.
律
The
者，
situation is
情况
different
当
for
然和你
me.
们不一样。不过，竟然还真
I
有
think
这种
this is
事。
possible. Don't tell me
依
you
然
two are
做不
also
到都是和
something
那个
from
米斯特
stigma
林一
like
样
that
的
Miss
圣男人
Stone.
吧？
How could you
究
switch
竟要
out
怎
and
么
act
做到交
independently?
替脱离身体，独自行动？
Exactly that. She was a natural stigma.
怎么，伟大的时间
But
律
is the
者
great
女士
Hersher of
觉得自
Sentience
己越
feeling
来
more
越
and
没
more
特色了？
ordinary?
你才没特色呢！谁
The
哪天上
ordinary
街
one.
还撞不见
Who
10
doesn't
个
run
白
into
头多重人
someone
格
with multiple personality disorder on the street nowadays? I find that really, really funny. Because there is a lot of people who fake that shit. I have seen a lot of people that will say that they have multiple personalities, and it's like, Once you've met people who actually have it, it is pretty easy to tell the difference.
不过，如果我刚才那个思路不对，你们现在该不会都是尸体吧？
If I had the wrong idea earlier, is it possible that you both have a physical body now? She stepped forward and reached out as she talked as if she wanted to verify her conjecture for herself. However, when she realized the other party's intentions, the black-haired girl grabbed her other self and pulled her towards herself.
你敢？
How dare you?
哟，还挺护食啊！
Oh, you're so protective. She shifted her gaze to their clasped hands, something the two girls could never do in reality outside this room that belonged to the two of them. That room that belonged to the two of them, not this room. They're not in it right now.
得，你们就在这儿腻歪着吧。
Fine then, you two can keep being lovey-dovey here.
反正我想知道的事
I
情已
already
经知
found
道
out what I want to know, and
至
I'm
于
not
剩下的细
interested
节，
in knowing more
我也没啥
details.
兴趣。
Light Seele confused, Dark Seele embarrassed. Oh. Oh, Prometheus says succeeded.
已经成功了吗？差不多了。
Almost done.
来吧，让我们
Come,
一起
let's
看
find
看
out whether this will
这会
work.
不会起效。
The robot is alive.
你好，岩雪圣城的公
Hi,
民。
citizen of Salt Snow Holy City. Is there anything I can do for you?
这是
This
你刚才
is...
输入了什么？难道这种
What did you enter just now? Was the power outage not a hardware failure?
是一个二位
This is
并不
something
陌
you
生
two
的
are
东西
familiar with. Of
当
course.
然，
You
你
should
们
be
应该
able
没
to
办法
recite
把
its
它的
source
源
code
代
from
码默
memory.
写出来。我向那台机甲植入了一个与虚数重整化群
I
有关的
implanted
处
an
理模
imaginary
块。
renormalization group processing module into that mecha to see if it can
结
shield
果我
itself
成
from
功了，
external influence.
至少暂
And I
时是这
succeeded,
样。
at least for now. Uh-uh.
虚数重整化群，
Imaginary renormalization group?
所谓的崩坏意志吗？
Is that the so-called will of Honkai? Yeah, in case you didn't know, Schrodinger, you're talking to the will of Honkai right now.
没错，而刚刚的成功也证实了
That's
你
right.
之前
My
提出的
success
一
just
个
now
假
proves
说。
one of the hypotheses you put forward before.
不过，先不论规则如何，光
The
是制造
rules are
毁
not.
灭世界的
Making
炸
a
弹
bomb enough to
就会
destroy a
制造一个
world or
全新的
creating a
世
new
界
bubble universe
也需要
requires
我们的
massive
力量。
energy.
这种能量的量
Energy of this level can easily surpass the maximum power output of most metamorphed Hersher
所能够输
individuals.
出的最大功率。而要在复数的世界
And to
口
pull
中
it
完
off
成
in
这种
multiple
创
bubble
举
universes, as far as I know, such a divine feat could only be accomplished by
中焉之简，
the cocoon of finality, right?
当时，这只是一个无法证实的猜想。
Huh. That's a cool art of the cocoon. I wonder if that's actual concept art. I wonder if they used actual original concept art for this panel. Which would be really cool if so. This was just an unverifiable conjecture at the time. An analogy is just an analogy after all. Based on common sense, Saw, an anomaly in the sea of quanta, should have nothing to do with the cocoon of finality. But the previous experiment proves that Saw, or at least some of its authority, has an identical logic to the cocoon of finality. After all, I used the same methods I used on the cocoon of finality. Wait, actually that's true. Does anyone here know that Prometheus was the will of Honkai? Are they about to find out that, wait, are we talking to the will of Honkai? This is worth pondering. So, did you solve the mystery of Saw's interference with the code that the moths used against the cocoon of finality? Nowhere near solving the mystery. All I've done is temporarily stop the power outage. Like I said, the thing truly worth pondering is that Saw's authority and the cocoon of finality's authority follow the same underlying logic, because they're both emanators. This is really interesting. It's a good way for them to very quickly expand the scope of the story. Because everything started with Honkai, then Hershers, and then as the Hershers evolved, we found out they could awaken more. We found out that there was something behind the Hershers, this Will of Honkai. Will of Honkai was actually manipulating the Cocoon of Finality. And now we're finding out, oh yeah, the Cocoon of Finality is just one of many. And of course, with Star Rail out, we're figuring out what they most likely are. As much as I'd still say the quality has been down a little bit in this 1.5 part, the lore is still there, and I'm enjoying that. Perhaps Saw is imitating the Cocoon of Finality. Or perhaps it is really just a coincidence. But in any case, this is enough for us to develop some targeted solutions, just like what I did. Wait a minute, I know you just did a lot of analysis, but why were we fading earlier? I don't know yet. Have patience, Hersher of Sentience. Now that we know Saw and the Cocoon of Finality are extremely similar in nature, we can conduct targeted observations and investigations on how it merges worlds. Next, yes. Let's go to the border of Salt Snow Holy City. We may make many intriguing discoveries at the border where the fusion process has already started. What can we do to help? I think, based on the current situation, probably nothing. Yeah, Seeles are kind of stuck in the tower. They can't really go very far. Given the nature of the investigation, I just need Dr. Schrodinger to come with me. Everyone else can stay in Holy City to reassure residents and maintain basic social order. Are we gonna get some missions of just Prometheus? It is indeed important to maintain social order, but can I also participate in the investigation of Saw? The fact that I'm essentially your guardian, as far as the current situation is concerned, you do need a bodyguard. Guardian. Don't you think you're the one in need of care? Is this the thing they call reverse psychology? Not interested in your personal relationships. But Miss Town, unless I'm mistaken, you were seriously wounded by Saw twice today. Do you think you'll be a competent bodyguard? Oh, what do you think then, Miss Shigure? Although our destinations are different, I want to conduct some tests with the key of Beyond at the border. So I should be able to be their bodyguard too. That also works. Alright. Can you come here, Hersher of Sentience? There's something I want to discuss with you in private. Oh, they're not going to tell us what they say right now, are they? Oh, you started using Dr. May's tone again. What do you want? Don't worry, I won't ask you to be her bodyguard. Since we now have a basic understanding of Saw's nature, perhaps there's something only you can do. And we're not going to get to find out, are we? With slightly different and complex emotions, everyone took a brave and crucial step towards uncovering the truth of Saw. However, right after everyone left, the scene became slightly delicate? This moment, the only people here are the two girls who share one body.
神使们说，圣城的秩序仍在他们掌控之下，结果只有我们暂
Messieurs
时帮不
say
上
that
什么
they
忙
are
了。
still in control of law and order in the Holy City. In the end, we're the only ones who can't do anything to help.
无所谓，这里会
Doesn't
变成什么
matter.
样
Whatever
子，
happens to
本
this
来就
place
和
has
我们没
nothing to do
关
with us
系。
anyway.
我
Quite
倒是
happy
乐
to
得
stand
清
idle.
闲。
可是
But
我们会
something
变
here
成
must
现
be
在这样，
responsible for
一
what's
定和
happened
这
to
里有
us,
关
right?
吧？虽然这也不
Although
一
I
定是
guess this
坏
isn't a
事。
bad thing. I still don't get why Kira hates her so much.
啊，你认真的？
Huh? Are you
我也
serious?
是刚刚发
I
现，
just realized this.
和以前不一
Like
样。
before,
现在我们的确拥有两个
we
人
now
的力
have the
量了，
power of two.
倒也没
Oh,
有
I'm
说
not
以
saying that
前
we
就不
were...
是。
我知道你的意思
I，know what you mean.
也不知道这鬼地方
I
到
have
底
no
怎
idea
么回
what's
事
up with
啊。
this place.
如果不
If
考
it
虑需
wasn't
要
for the
定时
fact
回
that
到
we
身
need
体
to
里
return
充
to this
能，
body to
我们的
recharge,
确暂时
we are
成为了
definitely
不同
two
的个
separate
体。
entities for now.
我就
Yeah,
是这个意
that's what I
思。
meant.
不过
But
暂
it's
时，
temporary.
虽然不是想这些
I
的
know
时
this isn't
候
the，time to think about this.
但对于我
But
们
for us,
来到这
coming
里
here a
会
good
不会是
thing.
件好事？会不会有办
I
法
wonder, do you think
让
there's a
我们
way
离
for
开
us to
后
stay
也
the
可以
way
像
we are
现在
now
这
after
样？
we leave? I love how they wanted to get back together so badly, and then Seele's like, can we stay twins forever? Can we actually physically be together? It's so cute.
为什么这么问？
Why would you ask that? You wish to separate from me. As she was about to say this, she forced herself to swallow her
没什么，
words.
你继续
Nothing.
说。
You were saying?
因
Oh,
为
because
我有时
sometimes
候
I
也会
think
想，相比别人，
you only
你
have
只
half
能
or
拥有
less
一
than
半，
half of
甚至是
time
一半不
compared to a
到的
normal
时间，
person.
会不会
Don't you
太不
think
公
that's
平
unfair
了？
to you?
你就是我，
You are
我
me,
就是
and I am
你，
you. We
我
are
们都
both
是
Seele.
夏。虽然的确
I
是
know
这
that's
样，
true, but if you have
但
the
如果有
chance,
机
wouldn't
会，
you wish to live
你
as an
会不会也
independent
想
person
作为
in this
独立的
world?
自己生活在世界上呢？
你觉得那样会更好吗？
Do you think that would be better?
其实我也不
I
知
don't
道，
know.
因为
Because you
你
always
总是
think
为
more
我
for
考虑的
me
更多一点。
instead of yourself.
就算出现类似
Even
的
if you
机
get a
会，
chance like this,
你
you
可
might
能
not
也
take
会
it
因为
because
放
you
心不
worry
下
about
我而
me.
故意放弃。但如果你真的也
If
想
you
变
really
得
want
更
to
独
become
立、更
independent
完
and
整，
complete, I
我
think
的
you
确
should
希望
consider
你能多为
yourself
自己
more.
考虑。而且，
Not to
我们之间
mention,
也不会有什么改
nothing
变
will
呀。
change between us.
没那种事。
No such thing.
再说了，谁知道
Also,
真正分
who
开之
knows what
后，
will
我
happen
们
to
究
us
竟会变
after
成
we
什么
really
样子？
separate?
万一是有个人非
What
得
if one
消
of
失
us
不
must
可？
disappear? Isn't that usually
那
what
些欺负
happens in
小
those
孩子
fairy
的童话
tales that
书
make
不就
children
喜欢这
cry?
种桥段吗？
可，就算
But
是那
even
样
if，that's true,
不，
oh,
一定不
no,
会
it
的。
definitely won't happen.
你说的对，
You're
现在
right.
考虑
It's
以
too
后
early
的
to consider
事，
the future
确实
right
还太
now.
早了一点。
这就对了。
Thing is fine like
这样。
this.
对了，
Ah, right.
可以让我先回去一
Can
会
I
儿
go
吗？
back inside for now?
你感觉到不
You
对
already
劲了吗？
feeling well?
还没有
No,
啦，
not yet.
只是
Just, I
忘记了一
forgot
点事。
something.
反正也不麻烦。
Not much trouble anyway. Come over. That's interesting.
所以你忘记了是？
So what did you... Words were cut off by the sensation of a gentle grasp. Does she just want to hug her? The girl in front of her had grasped her hand gently with a smile on her face.
就是这个。
This is what I forgot.
这需要特意换回
They
来
really
吗？
need to switch body to do this.
刚才不是就……
Didn't we just...
我也是刚刚才想到的
I， just thought of it.
因为这样
Because only
握着
this
的
way
才
am
是
I
你的
holding
手
your
呀。
hand. Aw, that's kind of cute that she thinks, oh, I'm holding my hand if you're in my body. Girl looked down on their collapsed palms involuntarily. Maybe she was mistaken, but it felt like warmth was being continuously transferred over from one palm of the other. She could feel her fingertips trembling slightly from time to time. Everything was perfect. And then Senti walks up. Nope. I was expecting them to get interrupted. Although the black-haired girl wanted to say something, she also felt that she had better remain silent at this time. At least this moment was real and perfect.
就算之后我们会变成
We'd
两
become
个
two
人，
people in the future,
那也没什么不
and it
好的。
wouldn't be a bad thing. Aww. She's just like, you know what? I could get used to this. Aw, that's cute. Indeed, she even started imagining what it would be like at that time to make her thoughts sound more convincing. While standing in front of other people, she'd be able to watch Seele introduce her as the most important person to her. She would be able to touch Seele just like how she touched her now. She had a hard time thinking of any downside to it, but whenever she thought that wonderful future, for some reason, the thoughts came back to her head. Although she couldn't tell what it is, there was no question that she was experiencing a strange feeling, an indescribable fear. I mean, it's scary to get separated from someone. God, that was only 2! The world is caught in endless tremors. Bubble Universe is a giant crystal ball. The girls are like butterflies trapped within. Will they be able to find a chance to escape when everything is about to collapse? We will find out. In any case, while the team is racking their brains for ideas, the spearhead has reached the place where she is most needed.
还真让他们说中了。
You're actually right.
看来这里急需清理呀。
There are a lot of them to wipe out here. This is literally just down the stairs.
你说够了！你说够了！尽是些散兵游勇，偏偏还源源不断的冒出来。
Stragglers keep coming out one after another. What a waste
五
of
转万
effort.
象。算了，就当热
Get
身。
it, I'll treat this as a warm-up.
说什么可以媲美中烟之剑？
Thing that's on par with Kuna finality.
如果这些家伙也算是那个什么苏
That
的，
Saw created these things, then it's been calling the shots around here for so long that its ego has become inflated.
正好，我就借这个机会让他好好瞧个清楚，什么才是律者。
Alright, shows what his her should do.
你说够了！嘿，啊，嘿，嘿，哎，呀，嘿，
Why are you so tanky? I don't want to waste. Oh,
是错觉吗？
I imagine that. That it was super tanky? I wonder if that was intentional. If that was intentional, that's kind of cool. My controller is fighting me, apparently. Trying to move it around, see if I can get it to calm down. But it's interesting. Thinking about the fact that the monsters here look like the ones that were in APHO, it kind of makes sense if the energy hunters or whatever. Oh fuck! Brain just turned on and remembered its authority is energy. The things that attacked in APHO were energy hunters. They collected energy. Huh. I wonder if there's any relation for that. But it definitely makes it seem like this thing could be connected to APHO. If not Saw itself, other emanators of the same type. Of Sentience had a strange feeling. A nameless fire flared up inside her, just like when she encountered someone she couldn't see through. Yeah, these ones are dying so much faster. What the hell? What's going on? Whoa, good question. The fuck is going on? The universe is restricting my strength. I mean, remember, we're not connected to the imaginary tree. Your singularity is probably not connected. Oh, and we have a debuff that is draining our SP. So it's probably almost impossible. No matter what restrictions you impose on me, small fry will always be small fry. Coward who hides and attacks me from the shadows, you dare to fight me. Slowly building up. Happened. Think of being restricted has disappeared. The events that just took place made the Hersher of Sentience hesitate. For this, she was certain that a special existence hidden in the shadows had suppressed her strength. However, the moment she thought this, the mysterious feeling of suppression disappeared without a trace. Restriction has been lifted. By just imagining that feeling. It's evident that the Hersher who is good at manipulating other people's thoughts is not a good thinker. So she forgot about this strange feeling after wondering about it for a while. Forget it. Everything feels the same. Just not used to the climate here. Oh god, she's being stupid. Warm-up is over. Time to finish this quickly. Oh, I still have a lot on my plate. Oh, what a busy day. He gives orders just like Dr. May, even though she didn't learn from any of Dr. May's strengths. Oh well, can't be helped. I'm the only one who can complete mission, as they say. What power comes? Is it gonna happen again? Yep. Use it before it goes away. What? Oh. Might not get to fight anymore anyway. Cool ending then. What did the Hersher of Sentience see? No one knows. Everything she experiences at this moment is like the footprints in the sand, vanishing in an instant without leaving a trace. The result isn't unexpected. After all, humans have never really been known for their insight. They are known for is their hope. So let's turn our attention to another group of people who are searching for hope in a world that is facing destruction. Will they find a chance for survival? Looks like my theory is essentially correct. The fusion of the two bubble universes is progressing slowly but surely, and no one can stop it. Energy fluctuations here feel the same as that from the fallen star. So is Saw really responsible for the two worlds becoming like this? They're fusing. Does that mean we can enter another bubble universe if we pass through that quantized area in front of us? Miss Town, you were seriously injured twice successively and look half dead. Yet you can make a joke like that. Your mentality is amazing. Exactly because I can't use my powers right now that I have time to joke around. Also, what if I wasn't joking? It's So infuriating when she deliberately acts mysterious like this, Shigure Kira couldn't help but thought. However, she didn't make a retort this time like she usually does. After spending some time with the sharp-tongued idea, she finally realized that no response was the best response to her. Whatever you say. Since we haven't been challenged by anything during this time, time for me to find a suitable place to use the sugar key. If we're lucky, it might open a safe passage for us to escape from the bubble universe. Dr. Schrödinger, Prometheus, I'll leave it to here. Yes, we'll do our best to find Saw's weakness before you return. Of course, I'll keep an eye on it. Hope Miss Shigure will be able to find a way to save us. Just you wait and see. And so, after confirming their respective tasks, they divide into two groups again and find a way to change the status quo. But will things go as well as they hope? Since our scout girl is left brimming with confidence, we should also prepare a gift to welcome her when she returns. Visibility is terrible here. Number 17. Let's move closer to the fused area. Let's go. Possible that this type of fusion can release a large amount of energy on the critical surface. Be cautious and don't rush. Am I not cautious enough? This is the wrong town. Seems like we'll need to redefine what cautious means. Puddle. Can I go the other way around? Other way? Aha! I got past it. I'm assuming it wants me to walk into it for some reason. Pressure is very strong here. It almost feels like we're up against the entire world. Strange. The energy. What is it? Need to collect more data. Let's take a look somewhere else. Seems that the density of Honkai energy increases with the proximity to the fused area. But, compared to something like the bubble universe fusion, don't you think the energy distribution is too even? It's like there, and of course I don't get to see what the rest of that is. Oh, wait a minute, something is off. Watch out. Like someone doesn't like our investigation. And another one. I know it. The data here is exactly the same. It's like everything has been measured carefully. Anyway, let's reorganize our thoughts based on our new findings. Seem to be very concerned with the energy distribution. Is there anything special about this? What's special isn't the energy itself, but the energy generation process or the cause. Matter will reach a relatively balanced state through the transfer of energy. In layman's terms, it is like how water flows downhill. Yeah. Imagine, the last few times, it's like, oh, you have characters of totally different elements that don't help each other at all. And then you have two physical characters. Boom, everything's dead. They just die instantly. Therefore, Prometheus and I initially assumed that the unbalanced potential energy of this bubble universe would naturally drive the bubble universe to fuse and release energy. This is similar to the principles of an avalanche or an earthquake. However, based on the data we just collected, this fusion doesn't seem to be naturally occurring. Instead of comparing it with an earthquake or an avalanche, It's more like a deliberate and planned arson attack.
经过精心规划的人为纵火。也就是说，
In other words,
所有很明
Saw
确地
clearly
想要让世
intends
界
to
炮被
destroy
毁
this
灭。
bubble universe.
的确，
Indeed, as we
之前
deduced
推断的那
before,
样，
this so-called Saw
所
should
谓
be
的
a rule
缩
that is
应
superior
该是
to the
凌驾
bubble
于世界炮之
universe.
上的一种规则。但究竟为什么
Why is
它
the
会让毁
destruction
灭
of the
世
world
界
part of the
成为规则的一
rules?
环呢？
或许答案就在眼
Perhaps
前。
the answer is right under our noses.
世界炮因为
The
自身不稳
instability or
定
fusion of bubble
或
universes
者彼
leads
此
to
融
their
合而毁
destruction and the
灭，
subsequent
由
release
此
of a
释放
large
出
amount
大
of
量能
energy.
量。
This
这
reminds me
让
of
我
a
想起
common
了
way
本
of
真世界
harvesting
一种
energy in the
常见的
proper
能量
world.
获取方式。
Fusion reactors.
没错，
That's
这
right.
简直就像
This
是
is just like a
核反应。
nuclear reaction.
凋零之星的结局
The outcome of the
类似于核
fallen
裂
star
变，
is similar to
而
nuclear
我们当下
fission,
面对的
and
情
our
况
current
类似
situation
于
is
核
also
聚变。
similar to nuclear fusion. Huh. So yes, 100%, this sounds like the same energy hunters. It's just that Saw is the being in charge of them, maybe. Maybe they beat him and then the minions of Saw continue exploring or something. Or her or it, whatever Saw is. But yeah, it sounds like it goes to a world, causes something that would create energy, harvests that energy, and then leaves that world, goes to another one. So well, I guess this one's first, technically. But I guess if we look at the, first... No, the other one happened before. I'm mixing up things. But yeah, the Fallen Star... They put in a tiny bit of energy, and then ripped that energy apart. They caused the energy to explode and multiply, create more energy than what it had. And that destroyed the world. In this one... They're fusing it, and the catastrophe is going to make energy for Saw to harvest. This kind of craziness makes me wonder, is this actually an emanator, or is this a being that's grown to be so powerful just by harvesting energy? And I mean, it still made it sound like it was quantum. I feel like an emanator wouldn't be quantum, but who knows. If any of the Aeons is quantum, I could see destruction being quantum. Maybe nihility too, but...
此时此刻，这两个逐渐
Like the
合
two
并的
bubble
世界炮，
universes that are
就像是
merging
身
right
处于
now
一个
are
巨
in
大
a
的反应
huge
炉，
reaction furnace.
而随着世界炮
And
融
the
合
speed
产
of
生
the
的能量越来
reaction
越
will
多，
increase as more
这个
energy
反应
is
的速度
generated by the
还将
fusion
逐
of
渐
bubble
加快。
universes.
直到世界炮彻底
This
毁
will
灭，
continue until the bubble universe is completely destroyed. It's very likely that Saw will absorb the energy released in this process. That's
若真
true.
如此，
It explains the
那么
motive
他
behind
人为
this
纵火
arson
的动
attack.
机也就得到了解释。
When you put it
这么
like
看
that,
来
the civilization
我
we
们所珍
cherish
视的文
seems like a
明
byproduct of
反
its
而更像是它
assembly
流水
line.
线上的副产品呢？那么，如果世界炮完全融合，
If the bubble universes merge
曾属于
completely,
这
what
个
will
世界
happen
炮
to
的一
everything
切
that once belonged
包
to
括
this
我
bubble
们，
universe,
会
including
变成
us?
什么
Will
样？
we survive or be wiped out right
会
away?
苟延残喘，还是直接消失？
不知道，
I don't know.
但
But judging from the current signs, the biggest risk we need to deal with is that we have no means to delay the fusion of the bubble
是自己没
universes
有任何手
unless...
段来延缓世界炮的融合，除非存在另一种凌驾
Another
于
rule that
世
is
界炮
superior
之
to this
上的
bubble
规则，
universe is able to fight
能够
against
和所
Saw.
互相抗
Otherwise,
衡。
it will be extremely difficult for us who are simply in
单
this
纯
world
置
to
身
fight
于
against
世
the
界之
destiny
中
of
的
this
我
world.
们，将极难对抗属于世界本身的命运。
如此看来，
In that case, it's more practical to place our hopes in Miss Shigure.
毕竟，
After
如
all,
果
our
能够
current
与真
problems
正的
won't
朱
be
颜之茧取得
problems
联系，
anymore if we can make
眼下
contact
的
with
这
the
些
real
问题
cocoon of
也就
finality.
不足为虑了吧？
的确，
Indeed, based on the time, she might have already had some results. Ah, there's a message.
石宇绮罗小姐，
Miss Shigure Kira, how did it go? Do you need any assistance
是
from
否
us?
需要我们提供协助？
抱歉，
Sorry,
我失败
I
了。
failed.
这个世界的
The
边界
border of this world seems to
好
have
像消失
disappeared.
了。
What? A while ago. That's interesting. Oh.
糖饮药的指示，
According to the guidance
穿过
of the
这段
sugar
闭锁的
key,
折叠
I'll
空
reach the
间，
real boundary
就是
between
世
the
界
bubble
泡与
universe
量
and the
子
sea
之
of
海间的
quanta
真
after
正
I
边界。
pass this spot, I guess, or something.
这里的
This is
氛
an
围还真是
interesting
压
choice
抑。
of reuse. Feels fairly depressing here.
别想太多，
Don't overthink.
尽快从
Just
这里
need to
通
get
过
through
吧。
here as quickly as possible. This is the bridge to Eponia. Yeah, this is 100% the bridge to Eponia. The
不过，
deep end.
作为通向世界泡边界的必经之路，
But for a
即使
path
跨
that
越了
must
诸
be
多维
taken to
度，
reach the border of the
这
bubble
条路
universe, isn't
也
this
未免
road
太
too
长了
long
吧？
even if it's necessary to cross many dimensions? In fact, the moment she had this thought, she suddenly realized that the darkness in front of her might never end. Suddenly she got the feeling that the darkness was a lurking beast that was watching her silently and waiting for an opportunity to devour her.
刚才发生了什么吗？
Something just happened.
算了，
Hey,
时间
I'm running
紧
out of
迫，
time. Now's not
现
the
在
time to
不
get
是
my
胡思乱想的时候，
thoughts to run
继续
wild.
向
I
前
need to
吧。
keep moving forward.
这里怎么这么空旷？
Why is it so vacant here?
什么标志物都没有。
Aren't any signs or markings
我应该没有
either.
迷路
I'm
吧？
not lost, am I?
还没有走到头吗？
I reached the
这
end
条
yet.
路
Just how long is
究
this
竟有多
road?
长？
Oh boy. It's this
这
trick
里
again.
真的是通往世
It's
界泡
really
边
the
界的
only
必经之
way
路
to
吗？
the border of the bubble universe.
没有能量波动，
Oh, there are no
连世
energy
界泡融合产生的
fluctuations,
怪
not
物也
even
没有。
monsters created by the fusion of the bubble universes.
哪怕是来一场恶战也好啊。
I'd even welcome a
至
tough
少
battle right
证
now.
明我
At
没有
least it
走
would
错路。
prove that I'm not lost. It looks like the hallway to Eponia, but it also looks like something else. Anyone who's read the mangas, specifically Second Eruption, Ziggy was put into an infinite maze that when you hit the edge of it, it looped. By the Hersher the Void. A maze that's meant to trap someone permanently. That's almost what this seems to be. We've already seen that when she got to the edge, when she got further in, she like blinked backwards. Darkness. The darkness of the void, boundless darkness. The feeling of emptiness overcame all of Shigura's senses. For an instant, she even had some strange thoughts. Is she really on a road leading to the boundary of the bubble universe? Did she faint for some reason? She could feel the darkness eroding her judgment.
世界泡的边界应该就
The
在
border of
前
the
面，
bubble universe should be right ahead.
但
But which
究竟
direction
哪一
is
个方
forward?
向？
Must find the road as
必须
soon
尽
as
快找到路
possible,
才
even
行。
if I have to turn back.
哪怕是返回的路。
I wonder if the fact that this thing is basically another emanator, if it can mess with the Hersher powers of previous Hershers. Because they're lower tier, right? So I wonder if that's why Senti was losing her power, because it was hijacking Senti's power. The key isn't working because the key is based on an alternate universe's Hersher of the Void. So anything connected with other Hershers has no power here, probably? Or very little? Turn
返
back.
回。
Right, she could only turn back now. Compared to getting lost in this boundless void, returning might be her only way out at this time. The idea of quitting took root deeply and spread in her heart as soon as it popped. Tsukura Kira suddenly realized that she had no choice but to
无
leave.
论如何，
In any
先
case,
和
I
其
should
他
get
人
in
取得
touch with
联
the
系吧。
others first.
说不定
Maybe they have
他们
already
已经找
found a
到了什么方
solution.
法。普罗米修斯交给我的通
Hope
讯
the
仪器，
communication device Prometheus gave
希
me
望在
works
这里也
normally
能正
here.
常使用。
Tsukura sighed in relief when she heard her companion's voice from the communication device. After that, she felt deeply apologetic.
抱歉，
Sorry,
我失
I
败了。
failed.
这个世界
The
的边
border of
界
this world seems to have
好像
disappeared.
消失了。
After hearing Shigura Kira's story, the people on the other side of the communication device were silent for a long time. For a while, she finally heard Prometheus's voice.
看来眼下的
Looks like the
情
current
形
situation is
远比
far
我
more
们预计的
complicated than
还
we
要复
expected.
杂。为了避免出现
Miss
意
Shigura
外，
Kira, you should return as quickly as you can in case something
请
goes
尽快
wrong.
返回吧。既然利用外支
It's
线
our plan
突
to
破
use the
世
key
界
of the
炮的计
beyond to
划已
break
经
through the
宣
bubble
告
universe
失
has
败。
failed. The most
现
important
阶
thing
段
at this
最重要
stage is to
的
preserve our
就是要
strength.
保存实力。
抱歉，
Sorry, I underestimated the complexity of the situation. The only thing I can think of what's happening is if it's dragging the bubble universe deeper into the Sea of Quanta. Because if it's dragging it deeper into the Sea of Quanta, then it'll be so far from everything else in the Sea of Quanta that they won't see anything.
不必自责，绮罗小姐。
Don't blame yourself, Miss Kira.
毕竟我
After
们
all,
面
we're
对
up
的是
against
一
an
个抽
abstract
象、
and powerful
强
enemy
大
who has a clear
而又具
will.
备明确意志的敌人，而且，
Also, I might have thought
也
of
许
another
我
way.
想到了另一种方法哦。另一种方法，
Another way?
还是等你与
Let's
我们会
discuss
合之
this
后
after you join up
再
with
从长
us.
计议吧。我知道
Got
了，
it.
稍后
See you
见。
later. Wonderful feeling of relief filled Shigura Kira the moment she put down the communication device. Even the darkness before her eyes became fainter when she decided to leave. Faced with the absolute unknown, one can only get so far with their courage, experience, intellect.
只要依照砂糖饮药记
I
录下
should
来
be able
的
to
路
return
径，
to the
绝不
starting
返
point if
回
I follow the path
就能回到
recorded by
出
the
发点
candy
吧。
key.
嗯，
Yes,
应该
it
没有
should
问
be
题。
fine. Yeah, looking at that, that's nuts. It's literally creating and destroying itself as she moves.
欢迎回来，绮罗小姐。
Welcome back, Miss
世
Kira.
界炮的性质
Inevitable,
因
the
为融
nature
合
of
而
this
产
bubble
生了
universe
变
would
化，
change due to the
只是
fusion
无可奈
process.
何
It's
的
not
事。
your fault. You
这
shouldn't
并
be
不是你的
depressed
错，
about it.
你无需垂头丧气。
Anyone notice the thing above the tower looks different?
米斯特林，你刚才说自己想到了新的办法，究竟是什么？
Town, you said you came up with a new idea. What is it?
这个嘛，
About that, I'll need
还
your
需要
help,
绮
Miss
罗小姐
Kira.
的协助哦。你之前说过，
You
一把
said
砂
that the
糖饮
candy key
药
can be used
可以
in
作用
higher
于高维
dimensional
空间，
spaces, which means it
也
should
就
be
是说，
effective in the areas that have
它对
already
眼前这
fused,
些已经融
right?
合的区域也能生效了。
可以是可以，
Well, that's true. It
但
might
具体
not
的形
function in
式
the way you
或许
imagine
与
it
你的
to.
想象有所出入。砂糖饮药曾
The
遭受
candy
过
key
严
has
重
been
破坏，
severely damaged, and the
在
sugar
修复它的
split
过
its
程
powers
中，
while
树
repairing
核
it.
碎对它的全能进行
My
了拆
candy
分。
key is merely one of the
我现
restored
在持
keys,
有
so its
的
full
只是
power
重新
can't
修
be
复后的其
unleashed.
中一把，因此并不能发挥出它的全部力量。具体来说，所谓的
Specifically,
生
even
效
when it takes
只不过
effect,
是对空间
it
的
just
展开方
provides
式
some
进行一
guidance
些
on
引
how
导，
space
并
unfolds.
不能阻
It
止世
can't
界炮
stop
继
the
续
bubble
融合，
universe from
更
fusing,
谈
let
不
alone
上复
restore
原它
them.
们了。
没有关系，
That's
这样
okay,
就
that'll
足
be
够了。
enough.
我希望你能做到的，就
I want
是
you
对
to
这些正
catalyze
在
the
融合
fusing
的部
parts
分
to
进
cause a
行催
phenomenon
化，
similar to an
引导出
explosion.
类似爆破的现象。而真正特殊的是，
The only really special thing
在
is
你进
that
行这一系
I'll be
列操作期
inside when you
间，
do this.
我会身处其中。
Miss Down sounds more and more crazy the more we do things with her.
什么意思？
What do you mean?
对于你们聪明的头脑来
Clever
说，
people like all of
这
you
应
should
该
be able
不
to
是什么
understand
难以
this
理解的事
easily,
情。
no?
如果真像你们推
Through
测的那样，
speculation that the bubble
整
universe
个
has
世界
become
炮
something like a
变成了
huge
一个巨
reactor
大
is
的反应
right,
堆。
then since everything seems to be
那么，
operating smoothly,
既然它的
the
运
huge
行
amounts of
看起来
energy
如此
generated
平
by the
稳，
reaction must be going
这些由
somewhere.
反应生成的巨额能量，就一定需要相应的去处。我想，
I believe it is most
多半
likely
就是做的
leading
核
to
心。
Saw's core.
因此，
Therefore, if
只要
someone
在能
moves
量
in the
产生
same
的瞬
direction
间，
as the
有
energy
人
when
能
it
跟
is
上能量流
generated,
动的方向，
this person will have a
他就有
chance to
机会
find the
顺
way
藤
to
摸瓜，
Saw's
找到
headquarters.
苏的大本营所在。而一旦抵达那里，
And once they
这个人
arrive,
就
this
有可
person
能
can
从底
interfere
层
with
机
the
制下
underlying
手，
mechanics to
为
create
大
a
家
chance
争
for
取到
everyone
改
to
变局
turn
面
the
的机会。
situation around.
很合理的方案
It's，a very reasonable
对吧？
plan, right? Except it costs us a person.
米斯特林，
Miss Down,
我
I
不
don't
知
know
道
what's
你说的
reasonable
合
about
理
this
究
plan.
竟指什么？或许你对于世界
You
炮
probably
融
don't
合
have
所
any
产
idea
生的
about the
能量
energy
还没有
generated
概
during the
念。
fusion of bubble
即
universes.
便你再
No matter
强
how
大，
powerful you
我
are,
也
I
不
don't
认
think
为
you'll be
你
able
有
to
办
survive
法
such a
在那
powerful
样的能
burst of
量爆
energy.
发中存活下来。
那么
And I
不需要
just
存
don't
活
need
就
to
好了吧？
survive it, right?
毕竟我的本质
After
并
all,
不是
I'm
人
not a
类，
human, but an
而
idea
是圣痕
condensed
所
from
凝结的
stigma.
理性。
We don't exist and live
我们
like
的生存
humans
状
do.
态原本就和人类不同。在失去形体之后，
After I lose my form,
我
I'll
无非
just
将
return
回
to the
归圣
stigma
痕空间，
space, just like what
就
I've
像曾经的
experienced
我
many
反
times
复
in the
经历的那
past.
样。这并不算什么损失，
I won't be harmed,
甚
and
至
it'll
反
be
而
even
更
more
方便我
convenient for
跻
me to
身于
join
能
the
量的
torrent of
洪流。
energy. Don't you
不是吗？
think?
我对此存疑。
Not so sure about this.
我也不建议这样做。
I don't recommend it either.
不，应该
No,
说，
I should
我
say
不
that I
可能
won't
参与这样的计
participate in
划。
such a plan.
米斯特林，
It's down,
你的存在
regardless of
方
how
式
you
姑且不论，
exist, even if everything
即便
goes
一切
well,
顺利，
can't be
你
sure
也
of
不
what
确
you
定
can
自己
do
在
over
那
there,
边能
right?
做到什么吧。为了虚无缥缈的机会，
Take this
就
risk
这
with
样铤
such a
而
low
走险，
chance of
根本就不
success
理
is
智。
irrational.
如果在
You
你
find
牺牲了
out
这
that
些之
things
后，
don't unfold
却发
according
现
to
事
your
态无
plan
法按
after
照
you
你所计划的
sacrifice
那样发
yourself.
展，
What will you
你又
do?
要如何是好？那样的话，也只
Then
能
I
自
can
认
only
倒霉了吧。
consider myself unlucky.
你，但在那之前，
But until
这一
then,
切
I
是
still
否
want
有
to
用，
verify whether my
我
idea
还是
will
希望
work
能
with
用
my
自
own
己的双眼
eyes.
验证，因为我很清楚，
Because I know very well
所谓
that
的知
knowing and
晓和理
understanding
解
are two very
是
different
两件
things.
截然不同的事。
Even if you know all the definitions of this world, you won't truly understand what it means to feel cold until you touch the snow. Even if she was branded as perfect from birth, she was still influenced by imperfect humans. She was able to escape from the stigma space and obtain the initial opportunity to live as an independent entity. That's all. Now she was only imitating humans' readiness to throw their lives into the torrent of fate for a possibility that wasn't guaranteed.
哪怕会付出很多代价，我也想亲眼看看。
Even if the price is
在走投
very
无路
high,
之际，
I want to see what kind of
我的选
future
择
my
会创造
choices
出
will
怎样
create
的
when
未
I'm
来。
backed into a corner.
当然，
Of course, it'll be
如
even
果这个
better
未
if
来
I'll be
能
able
帮
to
得
help
上你
you all
们，
of you at the same
那就更
time.
好啦。
Stone smiled like always while saying this. It's almost as if they were talking about someone else.
也许我的确在做
Maybe
出
I'm
糟糕
making
的
a
选
terrible
择，
decision, but
但那也要等到验证
we
后才
won't
能
know
确
until
定，
we try it out,
不是吗？
right?
而除此之外，
Other than
我也
that,
无法
I
想
can't
出
think
自
of
己
any
还
way
能
to
怎样
help
帮助
everyone
各
and
位
take
负担
responsibility
起
for
将
bringing
希尔
Seele
他
and
们
the
招来
others
死地
here.
的责任。
Kira was lost for words. She suddenly realized that her words of dissuasion were so powerless in front of Miss Dunn.
算了，
Never
反
mind.
正在信口开
I'd
河
win
这方
against you when
面，
it comes
我是
to
赢不了
talking
你。
nonsense.
既然如此，
In that
投票吧。
case, let's vote.
成功率未知的行
We
动
should all be
应
part
该
of
由
the
所有人共同
decision-making
决定。
process for a course of action with an unknown success rate.
好呀，
Okay,
时
we
间
don't
有
have
限，
much time, so let's
就
have
由
a
我们
vote
几人
amongst
共同表
us.
决吧。17号，
For 17,
至少
at
你
least
能
you
够
should
理
be
解
able
我的
to
想法，
understand me,
对吗？
right?
或许吧，
Perhaps.
至少作为
At
机
least
械
as a
生
mechanical
命，
life form, my
我的
lifespan
寿
is
命
long
足够
enough to
长，
wait for you to
足
reappear
以
from the
等到
stigma
你从
space.
圣痕空间再度现身。当然，前提是我们能
Of
够
course,
从这
that's
个
if we
世
can
界
escape
泡
from
全
this
身
bubble
而
universe
退。
unscathed. Don't
我
miss
不
me
在
too
的这
much
段
when
时
I'm
间，
gone, okay?
你可不要觉得寂寞哦。
你想多了，
You're thinking too much.
不是，你怎
Oh,
么？
how can you?
在很久以前，
Long time ago,
就有
someone
人
taught me
教
to
导
respect
过
every
我，
human's
要
decisions.
尊重每一个人类
Whether
的
it is
选
Miss
择。
Down or
那个人说
that，person's
人类的本质
said that the
就
nature
是
of
为了
humanity
本
is to
不为我的
sacrifice
某物
oneself
而
for
献上
something
生命。
else. Thinking of May. Dr. May.
那薛定谔博士呢？
About you, Dr.
你从刚才
Schrodinger,
开
you
始
haven't
就
been
一言
saying
不发，
anything for a
一
while
定是
now.
觉得这家伙
I
的
must
提
think
议
this
纯属
person's
异想天
proposal
开，
is too
对吧？
outrageous, right?
不，
No.
米斯特林小姐的
Although
提
Miss
议
Stone's proposal
虽然
requires a
牺牲
great
巨大，
sacrifice, it is the most
但无疑是
feasible
眼前
plan
最
we
为
have
可行
right
的方
now.
案。
You're talking to a person that only half exists because they experimented with Honkai energy on themselves. I think Schrodinger's the craziest one in the room right now.
并且只有他
And
能够
she's
做
the
到。
only one who can do this. Miss Stone,
米斯特林小姐，
I salute you for this.
我愿意为此向你致敬。不是，
Doctor, you...
不是
You're
不必客
welcome.
气。
I think most people would make a similar
我想，
decision in my
大多数
position,
人
just like you
在处
did
于
more
我
than
此刻的
60
立场
years
时，
ago.
都会
As
做
I
出类
said,
似的决定吧。
crazy.
比如60多年前的您，怎么样，绮罗小姐？
So, what will it
既
be,
然
Miss
投票的
Kira?
结果
The
是
vote's
3
a
比
3 to
1，
1. You'll accept
你
my
也只能接
proposal,
受我的提
right?
案了吧？在稍后引爆空
Remember
间
to
的
be
时
gentle
候，
when detonating the
你
space
可一定
later.
要温柔一点哦。
That was only 3! What the hell?
的确，
Indeed, I'm afraid this is the meaning of eternal
即使
calamity,
不考虑世界
and
泡
that's
的纷
without
繁特
considering the
性，
complicated characteristics of bubble universes.
在无法穷尽的时
In the
间中，
endless river of time,
我们
most
所经
things
历的
we've
一切，
experienced have probably
有多
happened
半早就
before
以一
in
种
some
形式
form
发
and
生
will
过，
probably happen again in
并
another
且终
form.
将以另一种形式重演。曾经见证过终焉的你，
As someone
应
who
该
has
能比
witnessed
其他人
finality,
更容易理
it'd
解
be
这
easier
种
for
情
you to
况吧。
understand this than others.
所以呢，
So,
我不认
I
为
don't
这
think
可
your
以
last
被称
words
作
have
有
much
价
value
值
to
的临
them.
终遗言。
是说我死到临头还在说
Are
废
you
话吗？
saying that I'm still talking
可严格
nonsense
意义
before I
上说，
die? But
我也
strictly
不会死
speaking,
啊。
I won't die. I am worried how long this will take. We'll see how long it goes. If it does take too long, I might see about maybe taking a break. Maybe I'll continue it tomorrow or Monday. We'll see. I do not want to do like a 6-hour story stream when I'm already yawning. But we'll see.
好吧，那就让我利
Fine
用好这
then.
段时间，
Then
最
I'll
后再
make
教
good
你一些
use of
东
this
西如何？
time. Why don't I teach you some more things?
来，
Here, try to
试着
copy
模
my
仿我的
tone.
语气，
When saying farewell,
在
you
送
need
别
to
的
say
时
it like
候
this.
要像这样。无论如何，
No matter
我
what,
还
I
是
still
很
love
喜
you.
欢你的。
Even if things don't work out between
即
us,
使
I'll
势
always
不可
remember the
为，
time I spent with
我
you.
也会永远记住
It's not
那
a
些和你
breakup,
相
Miss
处的
Stone.
时光。像这样试试看吧。
Try saying those
越
words
是这
like
种时
that. In
候，
times like
越要
this,
试着
you
表
should
明心
express your
迹，
feelings and
不
not
让
leave
自
any
己留下任何
regrets.
遗憾才对。
如果是另一个人
If
站
anyone
在
else
这
is
里，
standing here, they would
他
probably
一定
think
会
you
认
need
为
a
你病得不
psychologist.
轻。更何况，能够
What's
亲眼
more,
观
this is
测
a
一
rare
个理性的
opportunity for
消
me to
亡，
observe the demise
哪
of an
怕是
idea
难
with
得
my
的
own
机
eyes.
会，
Can't even
于
hope
我
for a
而
rare
言才
opportunity
值
like
不得。
this. Wow.
真的吗？
Really,
可别
you
太
don't
言
have
不
to
由
put
衷
up a
哦。
front.
不过，
But
这
in
样
that
说
case,
来，
doesn't that mean you're
你
more
的确
similar
更
to
加接近人类
humans?
了吧？那时我有很多
There
话
are too
还
many
没来得
things for
及
me to
说
tell you
出。
at the time. Experiencing this type of regret
这
once in a
种遗
while is
憾
good for
偶尔
growth and
体会一
development.
下，对于成长来说也是好事。哦，
Oh,
说起
speaking of
来，
it, the
准备工
preparation is
作比
taking
想
longer
象
than I
中用了更
expected.
多
Did
时
I
间
make
呢。
some difficult demands
我
again?
是不是又提出让人为难的要求了？
She proposed a risky plan involving her own destruction. The worlds continued to fuse, and time was still passing by. Although Miss Dawn was the most important part of this plan, the early stage preparations could only be completed by Shigeru Kira, which was why these two were able to chat aimlessly about anything except the matter at
不
hand.
过仔细想来，如果当前的准备工作出现
But
了
if I
意
think
外，
about it carefully,
又或者你离
if
开之
something goes
后，
wrong with the
我
current
们终究
preparation,
败
or
给
we
了
lose
索
to Saw after you leave,
在这些最坏的
in
可
these
能
worst
性
case
下，
scenarios, you might
我
be
们
the
所
only
有
one
人
amongst
当
us who
中，
can
可
survive.
能反而只有你能够生还。
我可不认为那是生
But I
还
don't
哦。
consider that surviving.
于我而言，
What
有
I
限的时
consider to be
间，
limited
于
time
普
might
通
not
人而
be
言，
might
可
not
未必如
limited
此。
to others.
以人类的标准来说，
By human
我即将
standards, what
面
I'm
对的
facing
虽
is
然并
not
非
death,
死亡，
but a veritable
却也
farewell.
是名副其实的告别。
也就是说，
Means you
并
don't
没有
think this
认为
price can be
这
easily
是可以被
accepted.
轻易接受的代价。
当然啦，
Of course.
你以为我
Do
已
you
经
think I'm
是
an old person who has experienced a
走完一
lifetime and
生
has no more regrets?
了无遗憾的老人？
An instant from the distant past flashed in her mind.
所以，
Anyway,
我们为什
why
么
are
聊
we
到了
talking
这个？
about this? She was most likely the incident that happened in the past. She's thinking about Alexandra. She's probably thinking about Bronya's mom.
我在想，
I think that although you're supposed to be the stigma crystal of relief, you're actually quite a self-centered existence.
你事实
By
上
human
是一个
standards,
相
it
当
can
自
even
我
be
的
said
存
that you're
在。
selfish.
以人类的标准而言，甚至可以被称得上自私。
嗯，
Alright,
好吧，这倒也没错。
I admit that you're right,
我承认。
but so what?
所以呢，
世界炮的存续，
To a selfish person, the destruction of a bubble universe and the death of its residents are nothing but the end of a group
不
of
过是在
irrelevant
目睹一
people,
群毫无关
even
系
less
之人的
impact than
末
the
路，
extinction of a rare
甚至
species.
达不到珍稀物种灭绝能对它造成的触动。所以，
So I'm curious about your motives for the upcoming operation.
究竟蕴含着怎样的动机？
所以我才说，恐怕这就是永劫的含义吧。
That's why I said, I'm afraid this is the meaning of eternal calamity.
在无法穷尽的时间
In
中
the，endless flow of time,
我们所
everything
经历
we've
的一切
experienced has
不
already
仅可
happened
能，
before in some
甚至
form,
可以
and
说
it will
必然已
probably
经发
happen
生过，
again.
并且或许在另一个宇宙
Perhaps we will
里，
have a
我
conversation
们也
like
将
this
会
in
有
another
眼前这样的
universe,
一
and all
番
the
交谈，
details could be the same.
并且每一个细节都完全相符。
你应该明白，这不过是哲学家
You
的
should
一厢
understand that
情
what you're
愿。
saying is the wishful thinking of a philosopher.
但毕竟不是毫无可能。
But it's not impossible, right? I must make an
如果一定要
excuse
为
for
我
my
的自私找一
selfishness.
个借口，一旦想到我的某些遗憾和
When I
恐
think
惧
that certain
将会
regrets
在
and
无尽的
fears of
时
mine
间
will
里
keep
反复上
repeating in
演，
an endless river of time,
我就感到难
I
以忍
find it
受。
unbearable.
在过去，
In the past, I usually played the role of supporting character of destiny.
虽然也能随性
Although
而
I could
为，
do whatever I
终
wanted,
究什
I
么也
couldn't
改变不
change
了。
anything. So I started to
所
plan
以
a different way of life.
我渐渐开始打算换一种生活方式，也就是当自己的主角，
I wanted to be the protagonist
尽
of
力
my
不
own
去
life,
做可能
and
让
try
自己
not to
后
do
悔的事
anything that
情。
I would regret later.
至于结果，虽然有好有
As for the
坏，
results,
但以
there are
永劫
ups
的
and
尺度而
downs, but
言，
at least in terms
至
of
少眼
eternal
下的我
calamity,
能够
I
问
have a
心无
clear
愧。
conscience right now.
我不理解，你
I
为
don't
什么要绕
understand
这
why you
么
need
大
to
一个
make such a
圈
big
子？
detour.
你只是想在主
You
观
just don't
上
want
不
to
觉得自己
subjectively
是
feel
个
like
坏
you're a bad
人。
person. The
其
reason
中
for
的
this
缘
might be
由
due to your
可
physical
能仍然
traits as
基
an
于你
idea.
身为理型的生理特质。算了，
Forget
就
it.
按照你的
Just
意
do what
愿，
you want.
不
I
在
don't
这
want to
种
make
时候
another
对你进
criticism
行其他
about
负
you
面
at
评
this
价
time.
了。
呀，
Ah, so
你
is
是从
this
这
your
个角度来
perspective of
看
the
问题的
problem?
吗？
But have you ever
可是
considered that
你是
non-humans
否
also
想
have a
过，
price to pay
对我
for
们这些非
eternity?
人之人而言，永恒也会有永恒的代价。某种意义上说，
In a sense,
能够生死
being
神
able to
灭，
die is ironically the
反
only
倒是
human
人类唯
quality
一
that
会
I'm
让我感到
envious
羡
of.
慕的特质。倒不是那种所谓永生
Nothing
之
to
苦
do
的
with the
陈词滥
eternal
调了，
suffering cliche.
只不过
It's just that being
能够
able to
彻底
die
死去，
completely may be a
或
form
许
of
反而是
kindness
世
that the
界对
world
人
has
类的一
given
种
to
仁慈。
humans.
在短短的一生中，
All the regrets, fears, and
所有的
pain in
遗
their
憾、
short lives
恐
will
惧
disappear without a
痛苦
trace with their
都
deaths.
随着死亡烟消云散，不留下任何痕迹。而如果事实并非
And
如
if that's
此，
not the case, in any
在任
world,
何一个
there's an
世界
extremely
都
high
将有极大
chance
的概率
that there will
出现
be a
人间的
heaven
天堂
and a
与
hell.
地狱。
The joy of a few
少数
people
人的欢
forms an
乐
extremely
将与大多
extreme
数人的痛苦
contrast against the
形成
pain
极
of the
致的对
majority.
比。
但这终究只是题
But
外
that's still
话，
beside the
密斯
point,
特
Miss
里。
Town.
算了，
Whatever.
你难道是想
Are
问？
you asking if...
啊，已经
Oh,
准备好了吗？
is everything ready? This may have been a coincidence, but the person who had been making honest reminders was being evasive this time.
一切就绪。虽然
Everything is ready except one last step.
确保我身处其中，
Making sure that I'm inside. Yes, except for an opening for you to enter. Shirakira has sealed the
已
rest
经
of
完
the
成了封存一
space.
处空间的工作。他正在尽可能的维持现状。
Now she's doing her best to maintain its current state to prevent the fusion reaction we're expecting from intensifying.
也就是说，
Means I
我
don't
要
have
尽
any
快
time
动
to
身才行
waste.
啊！
等等，
Wait,
密
Miss
斯特
Town.
林，
She was still hesitating and seemed to want an answer to a certain question, but she could not even explain why she felt that way. In her consciousness built on the foundation of codes, some incomprehensible past events quickly flashed by. May did a good job raising you, Prometheus.
哦，对了，17号，
Oh,
最后
that's
再帮
right,
我一个
number
忙吧。
17. Please do one last thing for me.
无论如何，
In any case,
你从来没有
you've
见过
never
我
seen me
表
look
现出
happy
大
or
喜大悲
sad.
的样子
Those
吧？
expressions would make me feel quite
对我
awkward.
来说，那还是很难为情的。我是说，
What I'm saying is,
尽
try
量
not
别
to
再说
say
些
things that are too
太伤
sad
感的
anymore.
话，
Okay?
吗？虽然大家不知何时
I
才
don't know
能
when
再
we'll
度
meet
相见，
again, but since I'm
但
not
反
really
正
going
又
to
不是真
die,
的要
please
死
let me
了，
be more
就让我
carefree.
悠哉悠哉一点吧。
我答应你。
I promise you. You should go now.
好呀，
Alright, by the way,
说来还真
quite a
是巧呢。
coincidence. The scene in front of me is so pure and white when I came, and as I'm leaving now, I like it quite a lot.
很合心意呢。
And of course, another one of those cases where it's like, you know something horrible's gonna happen, and you gotta do it. What? Camera, what are you doing?
那是。
Oh, that's...
总是
I always
自以
think
为
I
无
know
所不
everything,
知，
but I actually
但
neglect
其
a lot of
实
details
我也
too.
忽略了很多细节呢。
Light's very dim now.
说起来，17号，
By the way, number
你的机
17,
体
is your
应该
body
集成了
capable
相
of
机的功
taking
能，
photos?
能帮我拍张照片
Can you
吗？
take a photo for
这
me?
里真
The
有氛围
atmosphere
感
is
呀。
amazing here.
天堂里不会有人行善积
Nobody
德，
does good deeds in heaven
因为
because
他们
that's
本
what
就
they
如
all
此。
do there.
地狱里也不会有人为
Nobody
非
does
作
evil
歹，
in hell because that's what they all do
因为
there.
他们本就如此。 是啊，
Yes, only
只有人
humans are
间是
so.
这样一个。我们
Let's
走吧。
go. Oh, I was kind of hoping that Prometheus would actually be behind you.
你们，
Oh, Hugh.
抱歉，
Sorry, we were
路上耽误了
delayed
一
on
些
the
时
way
间。
here. How's the
情况怎么
situation?
样？很顺利。
It's going well,
虽
though
然
the
在人为
spatial
分割
fusion
之
is more
后，
intense after the
空间融合
artificial
的势头的
division.
确更猛，
Can still be
不过
maintained.
也还算维持得住。倒也不用急着现在就
You
进
don't
去。
need to rush in.
谢谢，
Thanks.
别担
Don't
心，
worry, though. There's
我也
nothing
没有
else I
其
need
他
to
必须
do.
要做的事情了。不过，
But I
之
never
前还
thought
真
about
没
it
想
before.
过
This
这
scene,
种景象，
instead of saying two
与其
worlds
说
are
是两个世
fusing,
界的融合，倒更像是天崩地
it's
坏
more
呢。
like an apocalypse.
即使从理论上来说，任何形式的融合
Theoretically speaking, all forms of fusion are rough.
是啊，
Yes,
世间万
all
物
things are
彼此都互为意志
heterogeneous
嘛。
in this world.
我早
It's
就
a long time ago.
哎呀，
Oh, I'm
又在
talking
说闲话
nonsense
了。
again. Let's
我
save
们还是
some
节约一
time.
点时间吧。
Next. As I walk
接下来，
inside, you'll all
只
need
要
to
我走到
thoroughly
里面去，
separate this area
大
from
家
the
再
bubble
将那片
universe,
区域
right?
彻底分离出这个世界泡就可以了吧？就已知部分来说，
Based on what we know,
的确如此。
yes.
已知部分，
Based on what we know. Yes.
融合
After
的
all,
具体
what
记
we
忆
know about the
毕
fusion
竟只存
process
在于我们的
based
推
on
测
our
当中。
speculations.
而一旦那片区域被彻底
We
隔
won't be
绝，
able to help you at all,
无论发
regardless
生
of
怎
what
样的异
happens
变，
once that area is
我
fully
们都无法
isolated.
再对你施以援手。这我倒是早
I
有
was
准备。
prepared for this. On the
不如
contrary,
说，
I think you
反
all
倒是
need
大
to
家
be
要
more
更坚决一
determined
些。
not to reopen this
无
space
论
for
看
me,
到了
no
什么
matter
意
what
料之外的
unexpected
情况，
changes take
都
place.
不要为了我而重新打开这片空间。虽然
Though,
这样
maybe I'm
说
flattering
或
myself
许
by
有些自
thinking
作
that
多
will
情，
happen.
哼，
The
在融
fusion
合加剧之
intensifies, we
后，
won't be able to do
即
that
使我
even
们
if
有
we
这个
wanted
意
to.
愿，也不可能做到吧？那就再
That's
好不
even
过了。
better. For a moment of contemplation, her gaze moved from person to person, studying each one carefully. Hard to imagine such a serious expression would ever appear in her face.
好了，也
Okay,
该出
I
发
should
了。
go now.
从外之剑承受的压
From
力
the
来
pressure
看，
of the key of beyond is
你
under,
的确
you
应该
should
立
leave
刻
now
动手。
indeed.
虽然
Though
即
you
使
should
封
still
锁
be
和
able
分
to
割彻底结
communicate
束， 你仍
through
然能
me
通
to
过
some
我
extent
和这
after
边
the
维持一定
isolation
程
and
度的
vision
联系。
process are completed.
很抱歉，
Afraid you'll have to face that
你必须独自
world-shattering
一人面对
destruction
天地
alone.
的机密。所以，
So,
无论
I'll be able
尝
to
试
leave
失
a
败与
message
否，
at the last
我至
minute
少还
whether
能
I
在最后一
succeeded or
刻
not.
留下讯息。当然，
Of course, your
你
last
最后留
message
下的
will be
信
of
息
utmost
将至关
importance,
重要。
and it will directly
应该会直
determine
接
the
决定我们
logic of
此
the
后的行
actions
动
we
逻
take
辑。
thereafter.
我明白了，
I understand.
那
Well
么
then, say
再见
goodbye.
了，各位。
I don't know if I'll be battered
也
later.
不知道会不会变得很狼狈呢。17号， 可以陪我
You
到那边
helped me
去吗？
there, number 17. Oh yes, she thought to herself. Thinking about it, the being who was supposed to be closest to Miss Down was unexpectedly silent at this time. Not long ago, when this idea took on a less risky adventure, she experienced psychological behaviors like wishing, so her current attitude felt particularly
我
strange.
拒绝你的请求，
I refuse your request, Miss Down,
而且
and I will not bid you
我也不
farewell.
会向你道别。你不过是暂时离
You're
开
only
而已。
departing temporarily, and
再怎么
regardless, you
样
should still be
应该
within
都
the
还
Sea
在
of
这片
Quanta.
量子之海。我们没必要
You
太
don't
过
need to
郑
make
重
a
其
fuss
事。
over this.
这还真是严格的逻
It
辑判
really
断
is
呢。
strict logical analysis. Or she's already learned self-deception from human beings, she thought deep down.
在我没发现的地方，
You've changed so much,
你还是
number
变了很
17,
多啊，
in ways
17
I
号。
didn't notice.
对了，
And would you like to make
要
other
不要再做
plans?
个
Next
其他
time
的
we
约定？
meet, I could give you a name.
下次见面的时候，能让我送你一个名字吗？普罗米修斯，
Prometheus sounds
更
more
像
like a
是一个姓
surname.
氏。
And now it seems that
现在
number
看来
17 no longer suits
17
you.
号也早就不适合你了。我不太相信你的审美，
Don't really trust your taste.
不过
But you can give
到
your
时候你
suggestions
可
when
以
we
发
meet
表意
again.
见。你还是相
You
信
can
我
count
吧，
on me then. After all, I have plenty of time
我
to
应该
think.
有很多时间可以进行思考呢。
I have a feeling I know the direction this is going. And if they do what I think they could do, 10 out of 10. But I don't know if they're gonna do it.
那就这样了。
That's that then. But just as she was about to turn
贝斯特
around,
林，
Miss Down,
我知道你在害
I
怕
know
什
what you
么。
are afraid of.
如果你需要
If
一
you
个
need an
答
answer,
案，
I'll give you one
我
now.
现在就可以给你。不，
No,
别
don't
说出
say it
来，
out loud.
那样太
It's
幼
too
稚了。
childish.
就让我自己
Just
去
let
试
me
试
try
看
it
吧。
out myself.
"虽然还有很多话想说，
Well, there's much more to say. We
不过
must hurry.
得抓紧时间才行。
Nope.
虽然有些不合时
A
宜，
little inappropriate, but
不过还真希望你之后
I
会
do
想
hope
念
you
我。
will think of me. I've not had
我
this
还
kind
从
of
来没有过类
experience
似的
before.
经历呢。
It is crazy to think that it was like two basically near immortals hanging out, and now one of them has to separate.
就是那边了吧？
It's there.
薛定谔博士，你还能听到我的声音
Schrodinger,
吗？
can you still hear my
我已
voice?
经到这
I'm
里了。
already here.
没问题。
No
时日起
problem.
落，
Shiguro
就
Kira
在
is
同步
thinking the
附近
closure
区
of
域
the
的空间
spatial
圈
gap
口
in that area. Shouldn't take
这个过
long.
程不会花太
Get
多时
ready.
间。做好准备吧。
准备吗？
Get ready.
的确很短暂啊。
Really didn't take long. Now
接
this
下来
mission belongs
就
to
是我
me.
自己的任务了。不过，虽
Well,
然这
there's
么
nothing
说，
much to do now.
现在倒也没什么事情可做呢。那是
That is... Ooh, this theme again. The, like, heroic theme. I like this one.
"原来如此，
See, everything is turning into
一
energy
切确
indeed.
实都在化为能量。
That's right, I might not hold
照
on
这样
until the
下去
fusion is completed.
我可未必能坚持到融合彻底完成的那一刻。
Honestly, I'm happy with my present form. If possible, I don't want to make it too solemn.
我对自己现在的形象还是挺满意的。如果可能，还是不想搞得太严肃啊。 不过，偶尔认
But
真一
it
次，
wouldn't be a bad thing to get serious
why?
once, right?
比起和某个意志为
Rather than
敌，
be an enemy of a certain will.
还是让我和湮灭本身来较
Let
量
me
一下吧。
compete with oblivion itself. The other side, once the key of the beyond had fully realized its effectiveness,
结束
it's
了，
over. To those staying on this side, the borders of the world that were previously partitioned had not completely erased Miss Dawn's body. But they had certainly entered a light-coned and time-delayed relationship. As for their target, prior to the execution of this plan, the crisis in the Salt Snow Holy City and the country of Iron Sand had been impacting people in a speculative manner. The unusual weather, insuppressible riots. When destiny shifted, it was only natural for individuals to feel a sense of unease. Till now, artificial forces came into play and accelerated the progress of a specific area. It finally manifested in a form visible to the naked eye.
速度
Oh,
比预想中
that
还要
was a
更
little
快些。
faster than expected.
也就是说，这也算得上是一种
Does that
预演。
mean this is the type of preview? After this, the spot that we're in will also
以世界炮的标准而
is
言，
enough for slow
这已经
annihilation
算是足
by
够
the
缓慢
standards
的
of a
毁
bubble
灭了。
universe.
和米斯特林的通讯
Is it still
还能
possible
正
to
常进行
communicate
吗
with Miss Down?
你
Yes.
需要和他直
You
接进
need to
行交流。
contact her directly.
不，
No, I
只
just
是
want to
确保
check
他
if she
能
can
顺
leave
利留下
messages.
信息而已。
普罗米修斯，
Prometheus,
虽
though
然
I
我对
don't
你和
really
米斯特林
understand
都
you
不
and
够
Miss
了解，
Down.
不过如果
If
他的
she's
确要离
going
开很长一
to
段
be
时
gone
间，
for a long time,
你还是
you'd best say a
对
few
他多说
words
些什
to
么
her.
吧。
有什么必要吗
Is？that really necessary? Oh,
你如果
I
这样
can't
问
answer you
我，
for
那
sure,
我也
even
说
if
不
you
上
ask
来。
me.
不过，
But
在
when
我
I
还
was
是
still a
女武神的时
Valkyrie,
候，
I knew
我
a
曾经认
special
识一位特别
senior.
的前辈。
Aw.
她虽然只是 B 级女武神，
Even though
心
she
性
was
的
a
坚
B
韧
rank
却远
Valkyrie,
超
her
常人。
resilience was
哪
extraordinary.
怕身处生死一
Even
线
when
的绝
facing
境，
death, she
那位
never
前辈也
wavered.
从来没有动摇过。在这方面，她就像我的偶像 Cecilia
She
大
was
人
as
一样可
reliable
靠。
as my hero, Cecilia.
但那一天，
But that day, unlike her
我看到一
usual
向
tough
雷厉
self,
风
she
行的
was
她，
alone and
竟
crying
然
in
躲
the
在训
corner
练
of
室
the
的角
training
落里
room,
埋头哭泣，
so uncontrollably that
哭
she
到控制
struggled
不
to
住自己
breathe.
的呼吸。
你想表达什么？我所认识的一个男人，他在心性坚
What are you
韧这
trying
方
to
面
say?
无
I
人
know
能
a
及，
man. He's better than anyone when it comes to inner strength.
但他也同样有
But
过
he
类
also
似
shedded
正常的
tears in
时候
battle.。
话是这样说啦，
Right, after all,
毕
there are
竟
some
人总
things
有
that
几
one
件自
just
己承
cannot
受不了
bear.
的事。
But what
当
really
我真正
surprised
感
me
到
was
奇
when I
怪的
asked
是，
her what
当我
happened.
问起她发生了什么的时候，她告诉我，
She told
自
me
己
she
回
was
想起
thinking
了
of a
一位在
teammate who
任务中
died in
牺
the
牲的
line
队
of
友。
duty. However,
只
she
是
wasn't crying
她
for
并非在
her,
为
but
对
for
方的离
something
去哭
else.
泣，而是为了
Oops.
因为
Because her
那位
teammate
队
did
友
not
虽然
die
在任务
instantly
中受了
despite
致命
suffering
伤，
a fatal
却并未
wound.
在一瞬间死去，而在他的弥留
In
之
her
际，
teammate's final
为了
moments
让
to
其他
give the
幸
other
存者有
survivors
机
a
会离
chance
开，
to escape,
那位前
Senpai
辈
tried to
始终
chase
在
the
尝试
nearby
驱离
Honkai
附近
beasts
区域的崩
away.
坏兽。
明智的选择。
A wise
他当
choice.
时也这样认
We
为，
thought so too.
但在
But
数
years
年之
later,
后，
alone in the training
他一
room,
个人在训
she
练
happened
室
to think
中
of it
偶
and
然
was
想起这
overcome
件
with
事时，
regret.
却突然整整几个小时，
For hours, I just
我就那样
watched her
看着他死
dying.
去。我多应该暂时放下
I
一
should have
切，
stopped
冲
everything
到
and
他的
rushed to
身
her
边，
and
把他
embraced
紧
her,
紧抱在怀里。那样，
so that in
他
her
弥
final
留之际的
moments
一
she
点
would
点
know
意
that
识，
it was
就
me
能知
taking
道
her to where she
是我
wanted to
真带他
go.
去往他将要去的地方。
The AI was not able to give an immediate response. But at that moment, she had an irrepressible flashback to a certain doctor's final moments and the single blessing she gave before leaving. She split open the shell of her absolute rationality and expressed unusual warmth. It was the first time the AI had shown something akin to an emotional impulse. And upon hearing such a story,
薛定谔博士，能帮我和米斯特林建立
Dr.
直接通
Schrödinger,
讯
could you
吗？
help me establish communication with Miss Down? This is getting emotional.
果然，
I knew it.
我需要再多叮嘱他
Need
一
to
些
tell her a
注意
few
事
words
项
of。caution. Hey, do you...
抱歉，
Apologies, I understand the situation you described, but I came to a different conclusion. She regretted the actions she did not take. Was it to fulfill the regrets of the deceased, or her own? Do not be mistaken, neither is superior or inferior from my understanding, but I can confirm that Miss Down is not the deceased of that past. Even if we don't consider the future, don't you think she would not feel some degree of pain? Of course, but granting her sufficient space, allowing her to bear the suffering she chose alone. This is the highest form of respect I can offer her. As her friend at this moment. Meanwhile... Even though the outside world could still sense her presence and even converse with her, in essence, the entity named Misteln had already stepped into a hell forged by the masses. Of course, as the sole person immersed in this, she ironically didn't think of it that way. Her memories were shaped by disastrous events. She always maintained the belief that hell is not a place you will go, but a piece of luggage you should carry with you. So I've always felt that the moment of death is a rather private time. Must you disturb me at a time like this, my friend? First her words made no sense. In this slowly fusing plane, a space on the verge of obliteration, only she stood within it. However, unlike a particular drifter, the origin of a grand plan, an idea with a talent for capturing dreams. In a certain way, she was not inferior to the Hersher of sentience on a psychological level. In fact, she might even be more remarkable. And thus, when enveloped by a force of mutuality, she could not be completely unaware. Aren't you going to respond? True, in this current state, simply manifesting one's existence can already be regarded as a kind of... Without warning, a voice sounded in her mind and deftly severed her words. The voice appeared so abruptly that before she could delve into its meaning, she was surprised by something else. This was an unprecedented experience for her. Of all the beings she had faced, there was one whose power was superior to hers and could even easily destroy her. She never thought that her own mind could unconsciously fall completely under the control of another entity. The entity had a way to deal with ideas, for its power was truly immeasurable, like an abyss. She had trouble judging at this moment. Seems like I celebrated too early. Ultimately, what I have to fight against is still a form of will. This sort of thing really tires me out. However, given your demonstrated abilities, I'm unfortunately not well suited for expressing the distinctive warmth of those superior, right? And since you chose to appear right now, seems like my hypothesis was accurate. Although remarkably short, she promptly received an affirmative response. No wonder you said that the purpose of your trip was to ensure my destruction in your hands. The energy derived from the fusion does have predetermined destination. As per your assessment, I do have the capability to trace its origins. Great, this is enough. Given my own selfishness, I actually feel very fortunate you appeared. It will make everything I am doing all the more challenging. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to regard my act of waiting for death as a heroic accomplishment. Hard to understand. I hate to admit this, but... Maybe it's just my nature. Number 17's assessment of me is very accurate. No matter how hard I try to convince myself, I just can't seem to sincerely care about others' destinies. Even though I know soon this will all disappear once and for all, I still can't take it
我也无法
seriously.
放下过去那种游戏般的态度。太过轻佻也好，
Be it
缺乏同理
frivolity
心
or a
也罢，
lack of empathy, maybe this
这或
counts as
许
a
算是
defect
我
of
作
an
为旅
idea.
行的某种缺陷。所以，
So
你
you
知
know
道
why
在
I
出发之
refused number
前，
17's
我
answer
为什么
before
要拒绝17号
leaving,
的回答
right?
了吧？他给出的那个答案，
I'd already anticipated the
我心中
answer
早有
she
定数。
gave. Now I feel a sense of doubt
直到
again.
此时此刻，
So compared to that answer, what are you truly afraid of?
这很容易就能猜
It's
到
easy to
吧？
guess, right? Why I
所以
said
我
it's
才说，
fortunate that you
你
appeared.
的出现或许是件好事呢，或许有些自夸的
Maybe
嫌疑
there's a
啦。
hint of ego to it.
但在大多情况下，
However, in the majority
我
of
都太过强
cases,
大了一
I
点，
tend to be excessively
很难让自
intense.
己处于某种没
Difficult
有
to
选
let
择的局
myself
面，
fall into a situation where I have no options.
也就无法通过这种
It's
方
also
式检视
impossible
自己的
to
内心。
examine myself in this way.
谢谢你及时出现，
Thanks to your appearance, I
能让
finally
我
have a
体
chance
会
to
到作为
experience
弱
the
者的感
sensation
受，
of weakness. Oh my gosh, Sarah.
而且
And if you are
在
unable
这
to
片
kill
区
me
域
before
彻
this
底融
area
合之
fuses
前，
completely, I will
如果你
still be
无
the
法将
winner.
我杀死，那么我仍然会是赢家。
Setting aside the question of whether you could succeed, even if you can, what will it mean to you?
或许是能够
Maybe
借
it
此
is a way
体
to
会人类的感
experience
受吧。
humanity.
生来便注定死，
Human beings are
但
destined
在
to
选择
die
如何
from
衰
birth,
老、如何
but
死
as
去
they
的时
choose how
候
to，age and how to die,
他们
they
往
can
往
also
也决
decide
定
how
了
they will live.
自己如何活过。而且，
Besides,
我
I do
可不
not
认
doubt
为
my
自己无
ability
法
to
胜利
win.
哦。虽说远远不如圣
While
寒
it's
计
far
划
from the
宣告
time
完
when
成的
Project
那时，
Stigma declared its completion,
但
a purple streaming light began to surround
这
her.
位朋友，
This friend, a
所谓
so-called
的理
idea,
性，
even though
即
one
使
of
是
the
其中
weakest
最为弱
beings,
小的存
has the
在，
natural
也同
potential
样
to
天
reach
然拥有抵
infinity.
达无限的潜能。更何况，
Not to mention,
此时此刻，
now, for
我
the
还是
first
第一
time,
次
I
对
feel
眼
some
前的战
interest in
斗
the
感
battle
到这
ahead.
种方面的兴趣。我不知道你有多么
I don't know
强
how
大，
strong you
又
are,
怀
or
抱
what
着怎
malicious
样的恶意，
intent you possess,
但
but
现
please now
在
let me borrow you
就请
for a
让我借
while.
你一用吧。在今天过后，
This day forth, I can finally
我也
know.
终于能够知晓，
Is it feasible for an individual lacking integrity, who could subjectively be described as selfish, to progress through the making the right choices, to be qualified to call herself Shariak? A splendid luminosity was reflected in the girl's eyes. This moment, the area they were splitting finally started to enter the last stage of fusion. By common sense, people think that destructive things are wicked and ugly. But anyone who has watched a nuclear explosion from a safe distance tends to reach another type of consensus. That which is destructive can have its own beauty as well, a magnificent purity that can dazzle any creature. Of course, this girl would definitely not think of it like this. Even facing such magnificence, at this very moment she could not conceal her fear.
你的心率似乎不
Her
太
heart
正
rate
常
is。irregular.
没错，
Indeed, whether it was an explosion or fusion, despite the differing forms,
虽然形
the
式
real
不同，
reason behind the destruction of the
但
fallen
凋零之心
star
毁灭
is
的
likely
真
due
正
to an
原因，
energy impact it
恐怕
experienced.
就是经受了这种程度的能量冲击。
Even though she didn't voice it, having witnessed past speculations, she could not help but admit deep within herself, if the supposed last judgment truly exists, it must be as pure as the view that presented itself before her eyes
米
now.
斯特里，
How is Miss Down?
通讯没有中断，
Connection hasn't been
但
cut,
他已经很久
but
没有
it's
及
been
时
a
回
long
应。
time since she responded.
准确来说，
To be precise, that area
那
has
片
fallen
区域
into
彻底
complete
陷入了死
silence.
寂。
Maybe this is what it means when they say no
或许就
news
是
is
所
good
谓的
news.
对他来说，
For her,
我
would the
们发
signals
送
we
的信
send
号
be
也
the
会一
same?
样吗？
很难确定。
Hard to say, but from
但从
current
目前观测到的情
observations,
况来看，即使我们能将讯息有效传递过
even
去，
if we can transmit
他
the
恐怕也
message
很难从心去理
successfully,
解了。
she might not be able to spare her attention to comprehend it. It's hard to imagine how she would maintain her shape under such circumstances. Even for ideas, it was not easy. In everyone's imaginations, being engulfed by an aggressive stream of needles might be more comfortable in comparison to the relentless onslaught of such energy. But now, in order to complete the plan she has devised, she could not lose consciousness. She heightened her sensitivity to the flow and aligned herself to it. For those on the other side, this was future they knew a long time before. But in reality, this was just misinterpretation. Even though she suffered a profound and unparalleled pain, its source was not the apocalypse, but a death match, even a punishment. For the girls, all that they could do was wait with conflicted emotions. They hoped this process would be quick and brief to spare the companion from too much pain. But they also worried about the moment when the results would be revealed. Ultimately, they remained uncertain about their current attempt. And so, as they held such conflicted feelings, the light faded. Once the flood generated from the fusion had engulfed everything, there was no space left for the idea. Yet the deathly silence continued.
就这样
And it just like that.
结束了吗？
Consciously, she tried to turn her sight to the main character of this moment, and even forgot that Miss Stone never existed corporeally. Even if it's futile, I can try my best to leave valuable clues before I go. She still remembered Miss Stone's previous statement. However, the professor, who was the only one who could listen, explained their current situation, was silent.
看来
Seems like it was
还
too
是太勉
much.
强了吗？
He stole a subtle glance at the silent AI and tried to adopt a positive tone.
不过
This doesn't prove
说
anything.
到也说
Maybe
明
she
不了
isn't
什么。
speaking because everything is
或许他
going
什么
well.
都不说，是因为一切都很顺利。接下来呢？
Now,
还
is
有
there
什么
anything we can
事
do?
是我们可以尽力去做的吗？
当然，
Sure.
但现在就
But
决定
maybe it's
下一
too
步
early to decide our
或
next
许
step.
还太早了一点。
太
Too
早。
early?
嗯，
Yes.
就
From
我
what
所
I
了解的
understand
那
about
个米
Miss
斯
Stone,
克林来说，刚才我们见到
what
的
we just saw
不可
cannot
能
be
是
her
他的
final
最后一
goodbye.
面。我们先到他最
Let's
终
take a
消
look
失
at the
的那
last
片
area
区
she
域
was
看
in
看
before
吧。
her disappearance. This is Miss Stone.
米斯特
She's...
林他
Everything's
难道没事？
okay?
你太过乐观了，
You're being too optimistic.
这只是他
There's
留
only
下
the
的梦
dreamland
境。
she left behind for us.
梦境，
Oh, a dreamland.
所以
So she
他
did
还是
leave
为我
something
们
for
留下了些什
us.
么？
嗯，
Yes.
有些时候
Sometimes she
他会
deliberately
刻意
makes
把
simple
简单的
things
事
much
情
more
往复杂去
complicated.
做。单纯从表演欲来看，
Really based on her
他恐怕也
desire
有
to
成为偶
perform,
像的
she has the
潜质。
potential to become an idol. It's funny.
虽然这一次
Though maybe it really
或
was
许
out of
的确是
desperation
出
this
于无
time.
奈。
所以
So,
嗯，
now we're gonna see the dream?
17号，你的猜测没错。
Number 17, your guess is correct. A distant voice flowed out from the dreamland.
它的确存在，
It really does exist, and
而且
it's...
就是。
But just then... The idea's words were distorted instantly into indistinguishable echoes.
怎么回事？
What's going on? It was like waking from a dream. Even though it should have been critically important, Miss Stone's mutterings were the same as in most dreams. People could recall its existence, but found it hard to ascertain its content.
普罗米修斯，刚才那
Yes,
是
was that normal?
正
Would
常
the
的
same
吗？
thing happen in the dreamland
过
she
去
left
他留
behind
下的梦
before?
境也会出现这种情况吗？
准确来说，
Strictly speaking, I
我也不
cannot be
能确
sure.
定。
Up until today,
直
I
到
find it
今
hard to
天，
understand her
我也
logic.
很难揣度他的行事逻辑。但
But
虽然不知道原
even
因，
though we don't know the reason,
既
she
然
could
他
still
在最后
confirm
一
that
刻
my guess was
还
right
是
at
得
her
出了
last
我的猜
moments.
测没错这种判断，
所以呢，到底是什么？
So what does that exactly does that mean?
恐怕要等一
I'm
下
afraid
才
you'll
能
have to wait a
向你
while
详
before I
细
can
解释
explain in
了。
detail. Before
在
that,
此，薛定谔博士，
Dr. Schrodinger, please help me
请以最
confirm
快
the
的
Herscher
速
of
度帮我
Sentience's
确认
location
死
as
之律者
quickly
的
as
位置。
possible.
无论他正在
Whatever
尝
she
试
is
些什
trying
么，
right now, she
都
needs to
要
be
立刻
stopped
阻止他。
immediately.
时之律者，
Herscher of Sentience?
我
Yes.
曾对他
I
提
once
出过
asked
一
her
个
for a
请求，
favor, although it seemed
虽然在
unnecessary at
那
that
时看来
time.
很有必
Now,
要，
I cannot let her die for nothing at the hands of our enemy, for a piece of information we already have. Oh boy. Mm. 4 missions.
喂，可别把我和他相提并论。
Hey, don't compare me to her.
不对，应该
No,
是他。
we should say it.
算了，都一样。
Never mind, it makes no
不过
difference.
是个半吊子
Just
吧。
mediocre
管
at
他多
best.
擅长这方面，
No matter how
也
good
不
she
可能
may
比
be
得
at
上
this,
意
she
志的
cannot
那种。
surpass a
明白
Hersher of
吗？
Sentience. Understood?
好吧，
Okay,
我
I'll
可以
repeat
再
once
复述
more.
一次。为了避免
To
表
avoid
述混
confusion,
乱，
I previously
我之
addressed
前
her
称呼
as
他
the
为
8th
第八
Hersher.
者。但事实上，
But she was actually
她同样
equal
是
to a
意识
Hersher
的
of
力者。
Sentience.
准确来说，
In precise terms, you have the authority of sentience because she tried to lower the difficulty of that power when she once
你
appeared
现
in
在
the
拥有的
previous
才
era.
会是意识的全能。
什么难度不难度的，半吊子
Yes,
就
about
是
the
半吊子。
difficulty. In the end, she's still mediocre.
对于你实质
You're
上
actually
贬低自
demeaning
身的
yourself
行
right
为，
now, but
我
I'm
无
not
意
going to
阻
try to
止。
stop you.
总之，
Anyway,
那
that's
不
not
是
the
重
point.
点。
The point
重
is,
点
you
在于
surely can do the
他所
things
能
that
做
she's
到的
able
事。
to. After some thinking, she considered the Hersher's temperament. To move the conversation forward, she departed from her usual approach and added,
毕竟，
After
就
all,
精神
in
能
terms
力
of
的
what you have
造诣
achieved
而
by your
言，
cognitive
现
abilities, the
在的
present
你
you is truly
的确
unmatched.
可以称得上无人能及。
She's learning! Then again, you know what? This is how she dealt with Kevin. She's literally just treating Senti like Kevin. Just encourage him. He'll do what you want. Well, it's not actually... Though that's true. No need to
虽然
flatter
这是
me.
事实，不过你也不用这么肉麻吧？
你说得对，
You're right. After all, it said you've already used similar tactics when
据
you
说
fought
你已
Kevin.
经使用了类似的手法。
凯文，
Kevin?
等等，你
Wait,
说的
you're
难不成
talking
是？
about...
嗯，
Yes.
之前
When
闲聊
chatting
时
before, Seele
希尔
mentioned
曾
that back
提
then
起
you countered Kevin
那
using
是
the
你
common
借助圣魂
sentience in
计划
Project
中的普
Stigma,
通意
thus
识
making
与凯
yourself
文抗
invincible.
衡，从而对于前文明的第八
And
意
for
志
the
而
8th Hersher of
言，
the previous era,
那也是
that
他
is
最
her
主
main
要的
tactic
手
too.
段。
所以呢？
So... Oh,
我明白
I
了，
get it.
嗯，
Yes, it's simple
Logic
enough. Maybe
非常
even you
简单。
can guess.
你想让我吃掉整个世界再跑路？
You can help me confirm whether it exists. You think you'll make me devour the whole world and then making a run for it? Senti, you're a little dumb. Hey, it seems like I need to explain more.
看来在此之前，
For this, we've already
我们已
confirmed the
经确
existence
定
of
这里
something
有
resembling
祭
the
祀与
base
庄严之
mechanism
间
of
的
the
底
cocoon
层
of
机制
finality
存在。
nearby.
而为了能够
In order to
准确
operate
无
it
误
with
地运
precision and
作，
accuracy, the base
底层
mechanism
机
must
制
be
必然无
unalterable.
法轻易变更。举例来说，
For example,
如果我现
if
在
I
才
only
发现
discovered
构
that the
成自己
structure's
的
base
底层
code
代
had
码
additional
会
hardware
额外损
degradation
害
now,
硬件的
I'm
使
afraid
用
I have
寿
to
命，
ignore it.
恐怕否则，
Otherwise,
现
the
在
ripple
变动
effect
所
brought
带
by
来的连
impudent changes would be worse than the
会比魔法
problems I discovered in the first
更加
place.
严重。
虽然我不是
You
不能
understand
理
what
解
you
你的意思
mean.
啊，但你就不能说点
Can't you
人容易
speak
听
in
懂的？
simpler terms?
你就当作我
Literally
没
the
听过
Kevin
那个例子
approach.
吧
Just dumb it down. Just ignore that example then.
总之，既然
Anyway,
存
since
在
the
地
base
层机制
mechanism
那
exists,
它就
it
不单
wouldn't
单
just
会制
constrain
约
us,
我们，
it would
也
constrain
会
the other
制约
party
对方
too.
自己。
This means
也
we
就
can
是
make
说，
use of it just
只
by
要找
finding
到
a
合适
suitable
的
entry
切入
point.
点，我们多少能加以利用。但与此同时，
But at the same time,
也
there's an
存在
even
一种
riskier
更加危险
possibility.
的可能性。始终存在一
There's
个
a will
意
that
志
is applying micro and
在对
macro
这种底
adjustments
层
to the
机
base
制进行
mechanism.
宏观或微观的调控。
那又怎么了？你
What's
不
the
是说底层
problem?
机制不能
Didn't you
轻
say
易
the
变动
base
吗？
mechanism is
有人
difficult
看
to
着也好，
alter?
没人看着也
Whether
好，
someone is
不都一
watching
回
over
事
it or
吗？
not makes no difference, no?
变动的确会带
Changing
来
it will
很
come
大
at
的
a
代
huge
价，
cost.
但如果有某
But
人
if
一
there's
直
a will
参与
involved,
其中，
it,
并认
and
为
it
某
deems
时
making
某刻的
changes
变
at a
动值
certain
得付
point
出
as
相
worth
当
the
的代价
cost?
呢？到了那时候，
At that point,
我
there's
们
a
对
chance
既
they
定
can
规则的利
they can
用，
counter our
就
plan that
存
takes
在被
advantage
进
of the
展开战的
established
可
rules.
能。所以，
So that's why I made a personal request to you before you set off.
单独请求你做这件事。在相对安全的前提下，
Assuming it's safe, you utilize your authority to contaminate all of the sentience in this bubble universe to take control of our current situation, just like the 8th Tertia of the previous era.
有这种必要吗？
Unnecessary.
能做到那种事的人，
Isn't someone who
难道
can
不
do
是实打实的神明？
things a true
对
god?
方又不是
The
擅长，
opponent could just snap
打
its
个响
fingers,
指
put
什
an
么
end
的，
to
把我
us.
们直接杀光
Much
不
less
就完
work
了？
after
多
all.
省事儿啊！既然这一切没有
Since
发
this
生
does，not happen,
那
that
么
will
你
you
说的那
spoke
种
of,
意志，
even if it does
即使存
exist,
在，
doesn't
恐
pose
怕
a
也威
large
胁不大
threat.
吧？
这也是我
This is something I do not fully understand yet, that will may not be as powerful as the mechanism it
可能
created.
并没有自己创造出的机制强大。
Huh. That's interesting to think about. That the authority works in a certain way, and they can't control it, they can only influence it, which we know is true, right? Even the Aeons themselves must follow the rules of their path. They can't deviate from the path. They can only influence it. With that said, the previous 8th Tertia and the Hersher of Corruption, they relied on a small investment for a big payoff, and that almost brought humanity to total destruction. So I feel very fortunate that the Hersher of Sentience is on our side. Moreover, the bubble universe we are in is much smaller than the real world.
我们所处的世界泡相比本真世界要小上很多。
Pausing at precisely the right moment, her intention was to provoke the Hersher of Sentience became apparent. This was because she understood.
你就瞧好
Just you
了，
wait.
你说的那种意识，它
The
最
will
好
you
根本不
mentioned,
存
I
在。
hope it doesn't even exist.
不然
Otherwise, if
被
it
我
ever
揪
gets
出来
into
的
my
话
sight... Oh, Senti.
那可就
It would
太
be
好
so
玩
much
了。
fun. Among all the people that the AI had ever seen, this lady was definitely enjoying this type of communication the most.
那么
Well,
我就
I
不
won't
破坏
spoil
你
your
的
fun.
兴致了。不过，
The thing you
你
just
刚
mentioned
才
about
说到
devouring the
吃
whole
掉整
world.
个世界，虽然听
Although
上
it may
去会
sound
让人
dubious
产
and
生
lead to
不够可靠的
misunderstandings,
误解，
I want to hear your
但
thoughts.
我很想
Maybe
听
this
听
could
你的
provide
想
some new
法，
perspectives for
或许
everyone.
能为大家提供一些新的思路。
Huh?
啊？
For that, the hypothesis provided by the Hersher of Sentience was easily overruled by Prometheus, owing to its absurdity. Didn't even need much complex explanation. Senti was being a child. And the content of this hypothesis was not important anymore. Whatever the meaning of devour she had in mind. Right now, she was the only one. She was the one who had been fully devoured. This moment, what they faced was an absurd circumstance they could not believe. Oh,
世
the
之
Hersher
立
of
场，
Sentience! She
它消失了。
disappeared.
前面就是世
Last
之立者
location
最
the
后
Hersher
出
of
现的
Sentience
位
appeared
置。
in is just ahead.
至少我们是这样认为的。
Yes, that's what we think. Is it really safe for them to be out of the tower? I Senti Ghost. Oh, Senti Ghost Con.
这些能量的残
Residual
留，
energy. It's really like the Hersher of Sentience's signature.
看来这里曾经
Seems
发
like
生
a
了一场
fierce
恶
battle
战，
took place here.
不过现在
Now there are
什
no
么怪物都没有
monsters.
了。
Looked around, it was all silent, as if giving a wordless goodbye to the only Hersher in this world.
乐观推测，
An optimistic speculation is that maybe the Hersher of Sentience wiped out all the enemies before she disappeared.
但如果不那么乐
But if
观，
we're not so
或许
optimistic, the
怪物
monsters
之所以
disappeared
消
because
失，
their enemy
正是
disappeared.
因为他们的敌人消失了。
Well, she beat this one up.
These
These are the enemies the Hersher of Sentience faced. Regardless of their numbers, for a Hersher to struggle with enemies of this caliber is too... ridiculous, right? Seele and I think so too. Though the Hersher of Sentience talks a lot, she's not just bragging. It was someone she deemed a worthy rival, who she had to be ready for. It couldn't have been a regular enemy. We can guess that the enemy she faced was someone else. Could it be there are other enemies aside from Saw? An enemy that is not even a Hersher could handle. Whoa. Wait, look, what is that? Well, we saw her weapons earlier, they kind of spoiled that. This is... without a question, what had appeared before them was a residue belonging to the Hersher of Sentience. However, this just made everything all the more bizarre. You couldn't have conjured up this up just to give us a scare, right? That'll be too much. It's not her style at all. Aware, but from what I know, the Hersher of Sentience before us doesn't have a human body. More like a hollow projection from the cocoon of finality. A being that is hard to distinguish between physical matter or energy. And now, a fragment of her hollow projection remains, while the whereabouts of the owner appears to be unknown. Maybe something went wrong with the cocoon of finality. That's impossible with Kiana there, unless... it's just a cruel joke, courtesy of someone who's had enough of the world. No, there's a third scenario as well. Mother Seele, you're right. Originally there were only two possibilities, providing she is still the Hersher of Sentience, or rather, the real world in Cocoon of Finality's Hersher of Sentience. What are you trying to say? Before the Hersher of Sentience left, I gave her a task. Prometheus relayed the events that had occurred prior. At the time, we thought this would be a chance to look for Saw's essence. Though dangerous, once successful, we can carry out a more targeted response plan. To avoid fighting Saw directly, I made an agreement with her. If it came down to life and death, she should immediately change form, temporarily becoming pure energy to conserve her strength. Told her not to fight. May as well ask a dolphin to ride a unicycle. You mean the Hersher of Sentience left her weapon here because she was made to? Don't tell me she's recovered her Hersher authority. No, otherwise it'd be even less likely that the Hersher of Sentience weapon would just be lying here. Seele just described the Hersher of Sentience, a being that is hard to distinguish as substance or energy. Her Hersher authority is everything. Her everything is her Hersher authority, including weaponry. I mean, if she had disappeared, her weapon would be gone too. Makes the strangest aspect of this whole thing is that her weapon is right here in physical form. But she's nowhere to be found. What if this isn't a recovery, but a subjugation? You remember what happened? You remember what we concluded before? Saw seems to be similar to the Cocoon of Finality. If Prometheus is a to counter the Cocoon of Finality, then it could be effective against Saw. Following this line of argument, I'd venture a guess that perhaps, via Saw's system, a Hersher could be born. You serious? Can't rule out that possibility. So the subjugation you mentioned is a theory due to Saw's involvement, which would transform form the Hersher of sentience from the cocoon of finality to Saw's Hersher. So, when the Hersher of sentience is trapped by Saw, she's unable to freely switch between the two states like before. Indeed, this hypothesis is valid. It would explain everything. This would also mean... Yes. The Hersher of sentience perhaps didn't disappear by choice, but was subjugated by Saw and killed. And considering that Saw hasn't used this authority to attack us, we have to admit that the most likely conclusion is the Hersher of sentience is dead. See, they're throwing the word dead around a lot. I feel like this chapter and last chapter, it's just like, they're just throwing this around like candy so much that it doesn't feel believable. Right? Like, they're not gonna just brush away character after character like this, and if they do, it's the shittiest writing Honkai has ever seen, right? So, in my mind, they're going over the top because it's a lie. And it makes you wonder why. Since Saw isn't an ex-world serpent officer, it doesn't need to show mercy by merely capturing the Hersher. Everyone was silent for a moment. Coming to terms with the possibility of her death, they were filled with a feeling absurdity beyond grief. What they all found hard to believe was that the word death could even be associated with such an unruly, untouchable Hersher. A while had passed, then the mechanical girl was first to speak. Well, most likely still doesn't mean the same thing as definitely. And before the Hersher of sentience disappeared, she left a critical clue for us. Didn't Schrödinger just posit that Hershers could be created via Saw's system? So, if we could think about this another way... Correct, Doctor. The key to breaking the deadlock lies perhaps in this world. Starting from the very beginning, we create a new Hersher. Then, once again, the Hersher can overcome the finality. Do you think it could just be another cocoon of finality? Maybe that's finality's thing. If finality creates these cocoons, sends them back in time to various worlds, and waits for someone to obtain control of it to help push the world forward. But maybe sometimes that doesn't go so right. So Saw is a being that's selfish and greedy and wants more power and doesn't care about the future, and is just trying to abuse the power to move forward. Starting from the very beginning, we'll create a new Hersher. If anyone had heard this sentence just a year ago, such a crude and irrational situation would never have been taken seriously. Nevertheless, confronted with the present state of affairs, these words were incredibly persuasive. After all, in desperate circumstances, even the most illusory hopes could seem unbelievably real. If only someone could posit such hope, it would be even more realistic. Line of thinking is worth pursuing. Are you serious, Professor Rock? Prometheus might have short-circuited, but you're not talking nonsense, are you? Of course not. Enough Honkai energy, it might be possible to create a Hersher out of thin air. I've seen a Hersher that was born that way, although his appearance wasn't man-made. And Kiana's own experience, which you all are all more familiar with, is proof as well. Hersher that was born this way. Do you mean... The Harsher of Reason, Welt Joyce, the sole survivor of the first Honkai eruption.
当然，
Of course, this is just a theoretical possibility.
正
As
如第
the
一次崩坏这个名
name
称
the
所暗示
first
的那样，
Honkai suggests, creating an artificial Harsher was an experiment that no one could afford to undertake.
天命的前主教除外。
Except the former Shixel overseer. Schrodinger's just like, let's take some jabs. Hate that guy.
你清楚这一点，还打算赌着
But
我
knowing
放弃
this,
我
you're
的
still
待遇
willing to bet on such slim odds.
我可以提供大幅提升可能性的
I
支
can
持。
I could provide support to significantly increase those odds. After all,
这世界上
there's no one in this
应
world
该没有
as
人
close
比
to
我
the
更
will of
接近
Honkai as
崩坏
me.
意志了。
你们可真是疯了！
You're all out of your
不
minds.
过，
But
眼下我
seeing
们
as
迫
that
于
we
乏
have no
术，
other option,
确实也没
this
什
we'll
么
have
选
to
择。
do. Yeah,
希尔，你
Seele, you.
毕竟，如果真
And
的
if we
能
can
够顺
truly
利产
birth a
生出译
Harsher,
者，
we
我
could
们就
follow
能
the
像最
original
初计划
plan
的
and
那样，
utilize our
利
imaginary
用它的叙述
singularities
起
to
点，
establish
直
direct
接连通
connection
外
with the
面的世
outside
界吧。
world, right? Yeah. It's interesting that you can tell who's in the body and who's a ghost. So Light Seele is a ghost right now, Dark Seele is in the body.
这样一来，不管是回到本真
The
世
approach
界，
would break the
还是直接
stalemate
找
by
到
either
索，
returning to the
都能
proper
打破
world or
僵局。
directly locating Saw.
而且新生律者的全能，
Power of the newborn
有机会
Harsher would
变成我们
serve
的
as a
制胜武
formidable
器。
weapon.
你们就没想过实验失
You
败或者
considered the
律者失
potential
控的可
failure
能
of
性？
such an experiment, or the risk of losing control over the Harsher.
我说过了，
I told
我
you,
是
no
这
one in the
个
world
世
is
界
closer
上
to the
最
will of
接近
Honkai
崩
than
坏意志
I
的
am.
存在。
As long as
只
Saw's
要
size
所有的规
remains
模不超过
within
中
1/10
间之
of
间
the
的10
cocoon
分
of
之
the
一，
finality,
你们就
there
不
is
需
no
担
need
心
to be
财生
concerned
的
about
律
the
者会
created
失去
Harsher
控
going
制。
rogue.
那超过1/10了会怎
What
么
will
样？
happen if even 1/10 is exceeded?
那样的世界将有
In a
先
world
例
governed
之
by a
在，
master of fate,
一切都
every
会被
aspect
命
is
运的
controlled
死
by
线
the
控
threat of
制。
destiny.
在
In
那种
such a
情况
scenario,
下，
everything within
世
the bubble
界盘
universe
中的
becomes a
所
mere
有事
puppet
物
to
都
Saw,
将是缩
including
的
us.
提线木偶。
行吧，
Whatever.
那你们
But
说
who's
说，
gonna want to be
这个
this
新
new
律
Harsher?
者谁
Can't
来
be
当？
Seele, so does that mean
肯
it's
定
up
不
to
是希
me?
尔，所以是我吗？
Why can't it be Seele? I'm curious about that.
不，你们已经承担
No,
着高塔
you've already
使者
borne
的
the
职责。
responsibilities of the
贸
Tower
然承
Sage.
受新的
Taking
权能
additional
可能
authority
有
could
额
pose a
外的风
risk.
险。更重要的是，
We still
我们
require
接
the
下
power
来
of the
或许还
Sage,
需要
as
贤
it
者
will
的
buy
力
us more
量，
time for
为
ourselves
我
and
们
this
和这个
world.
世界争取更多的时间。而另一方
On
面，
the other hand, my body
我
and
和
Dr.
薛定谔
Schrodinger's
博士的
obviously
身
cannot
体
bear the
显然
imaginary
不适合
singularity.
承受虚数起点。
I mean, technically it could.
所以，真
So
正
the
合
most
适的人其
appropriate
实是
choice would be... Wait, hey,
你们的意思
you
是
mean me?
我吗？当然，你多少算是
Certainly,
天
you
然
possess
适
the
合的
inherent
实验
ability
者
to wield stigmata,
愿崩
which
坏
grants
能
you
抗性
unrivaled
不会输
resistance
给
against
任何
Honkai
人。
energy. What's more,
更
you
重
even
要的
possess the
是，
power, the key of
你
beyond
还
and
有修格
sugars.
斯和外之间的力量。
没错，
I
你就是
agree, you're
最
the
合
most
适的人
suitable
选，
candidate,
奇
Kira.
罗。
你们
You're making me
说
feel
的
a
我
bit
都有点不
embarrassed.
好意思了呢。也对啊，
Well,
毕竟
I'm
都
Seele
可
and
是
the other
希尔他们的
senpai.
前
Would
辈，
be right
这种时候
to
怎么好
hide
躲在
behind
大家后面
everyone.
呢？虽然不管是当上
Whether
女
it's
武
becoming
神
a
也好，
Valkyrie or how
现
things
在
are
也
now,
好，
here's things
好
always
像事
start
情
off on the
总
wrong
是从阴
foot.
差阳错开始的。不过
Responding
回应
to
大家
everyone's
的期望
expectations
也
is
是偶
also
像
part
的
of
职责
being an
吧。
idol, isn't it?
你能这么快接受状况，真是太好了。
Great you're willing to take on this responsibility so quickly.
那么，
Let
就
me
由我
outline
来
the
总结一
plan.
下计划
Dr.
吧。
Schrodinger and I will
接下来，
utilize
我
various
和薛
methods
定
to
谔博
guide
士
and gather the
会用各
overflowing
自的
Honkai
方
energy
法
resulting
引
from
导、
merging of
汇
worlds.
聚并世
We will
界融合
concentrate it
而
to a
拉
level
提的
beyond
崩坏
theoretical
能，
limits,
在局部
creating an
将其浓
imaginary
度提升
singularity
到
in the
1/10 以
process.
上，以催生虚数起点。
这原本会很困难，
This may initially
但在
pose
希尔的
great
支持下，
challenges, but with
我
Sele's
们在这个
support,
世
we
界
can
中
accomplish
的确能
things
做
in
到一
this
些平
world
常费时
that
费
would
力才能
typically
完成的
demand
事情。
significant time and effort.
而且我们也打算像冲浪一样，
We will plan to
利用一下
harvest,
缩对世界规
harness
则
the
的扰乱。
disturbances of the world's norms caused by Saw, just like riding a wave.
所以，奇洛，我不建议你再保留任何实力。
So,
你应该明白
Kira,
我的意思。
I advise against holding back at all. I think you know what I mean. Right, I will fully unleash my sugar's power and give it my all.
而两位希尔，我希
And
望
the
你
two
们能
Seles,
够
I
最
expect you
大
to
限
amp
度
the
地放
authority
大
of the
高层
Tower
贤者的
Sage to the
潜
max
能，
level to
充
stabilize the
当计划
plan.
的稳定器。
I will provide you with specific
具
instructions
体的
later.
做法之后会单独告诉你们。在这期间，
This time, you
你
can
们也
try
可
to
以尝试
revisiting
返
the
回
country
沙
of
质
Iron
国
Sand
度，
to harness the
以
Honkai
便将那
energy
里
from
的
that
欧外
location
能
as
界
well,
向这里引导，
accelerating the process of
加快
generating the
催生
imaginary
虚数起点的
singularity.
速度。
回到沙铁国度，
Turn to the country of Iron Sand. What about the Black Mist?
既然苏对那个世界炮的
When
掌控
Saw's
已经
complete
完成，
control over the bubble universe
我
and
想
due to its frugal
以他那抠门
tendencies,
的习惯
I think it's unlikely you'll be
必然
seeing
不会
any
一直
Black
驱动那
Mist.
种黑雾。
确实有可能。我觉
Maybe.
得
We might as
我
well
们至少可
try.
以试一试。
如果我
We
们
can
能
get
轻松
back
回
easily.
去，
It really is
那他大概
frugal.
还真是抠门到家了。
看来当前的
Well,
任务
everyone
已
knows
经
what
分
they're
配好
doing
了。
then.
那
Let's
事
get
不
a
宜
move
迟。
on. Now imagine how much more impactful this would have been if we didn't know who the new character was yet. Just imagine. Everyone's gonna be freaking out. Oh my god, are we gonna get a Hersher Kira? Ah.
等等，你别急，
Wait, not so fast.
有一个很
I have
重
an
要
important
的猜
hypothesis
测，
I have to
我
share.
还没有告诉大家。事实上，
In fact, I
从
sensed
米斯
something
特
was
人
off
消
from the
散的
moment
那
Miss
一刻
Stone's
起，
disappearance.
我就有所察觉了。
All of a sudden, Prometheus' voice took on a delicate tone.
他
When she left, it sounded like she had something important to
本
tell
可以
me,
说出
but
某
she
个
held
异
back.
常关键的讯息，但
苏，
About
是
Saw,
吗？
right?
这件事的可怕之
It's
处
not just Saw's
并
ability
不
to
在于
hinder
梭如
her
何
that
出
is
手妨碍
frightening,
他，
but also the uncanny
而在
precision
于
with which Saw chose
梭
that
为何
exact
能够
moment,
精准地
preventing
挑
her
选
from
那个
uttering
瞬
her
间，
final words.
异常精确地妨碍他说出最后的几句话。更进一步说，
Moreover,
比塔
during the
遇
attack
袭
on
的时
Vita,
候
when Seele crossed the
希尔
bridge,
过桥
and
的
when
时
the
候
Hersher of
使
Sentience
之力
vanished,
者消失
for
的时
some
候，
reason, despite Saw's
梭
apparent
虽然看似
stinginess,
抠门，
was able to
却不
precisely
知为何。
strike at our
每一次
vulnerabilities
出
at
手
each
都
moment.
能精准地打在我们的痛点上。
你的意思是，
You mean
梭的全
Saw's
能，
authority
或
is
许是
perhaps
全
omniscience?
知。
全知。
Omniscience?
我们的一举一
Perhaps it
动，
is aware of
说
every
出
action
口
we
的
take,
话
every
语，
word we
对
utter.
他而言，或许都如在耳畔。如果事情真是这样，那么
This
我
is
们越
true.
是
The
想
more
直
we
击
try to
对方的
directly
要
hit it, the
害，
riskier things
就
get.
越要冒更大的风险。
It's interesting.
这
That's... The three of them couldn't help but gasp on hearing Prometheus's words. Then there was a deafening
我
silence.
希望
We best to
从
stop
接
putting
下
our
来
plans
开
into
始，
words from now on.
大家不要再将我们的计划诉诸语言。之前的沟通是
Previous
必要的说
conversation was
明，
necessary,
而从现在
but
起，
from now on I suggest
我
we
建
only
议大
engage
家
in
互相
necessary
只进
brief
行最必要、
communication
简短的
to
交
prevent the
流，
enemy from
以
obtaining
避
any
免
more
敌人获
information.
取更多的信息。除非
Unless
我
we
们
can
能证
prove
明对方
Saw
并不
isn't
全知。
omniscient. As if being placed under some kind of spell, everyone present fell into a bizarre state. Nodding, shrugging, and making eye contact, the most primitive forms of communication dating before the invention of language. An omniscient enemy. It's shocking to think, but justified. True or not, everyone began to feel hesitant. The smarter among them realized a more curious problem. Why did Prometheus reveal the entire plan just now? Was it really necessary? Okay, okay. I see you, Prometheus. I see you. That's clever. It's obvious, right? If you think about it enough. She misled Saw. She made it sound like the Hersher was going to be Kira. But I mean, someone who already has an authority, and we don't know what happened to the whole authority of death thing. But I would argue Seele makes a better fit. But if they're saying that, if they're saying that, oh, maybe they're omniscient and can understand everything we say, then you mislead not only the enemy but ourselves. Clearly, yeah, if you tell a plan and say, oh, our foe knows everything we just said, clearly there's got to be something wrong with that plan. That plan was a lie. Right? So it's entirely possible that they're going to do everything they said they were going to do. Kira's going to be in position, and all that Honkai energy is going to go sweeping into Seele. That's going to be my guess. Performers were in position. The curtains to a never-before-seen pantomime were about to rise. Although they no longer verbalized their thoughts, it was clear that everyone had been tacitly assigned their scripts. In the face of a practically invincible enemy, they undoubtedly displayed all the virtues they possessed: trust, courage, and wisdom. People always want to believe that possessing such virtues would give them the strength to change the world, but would their wishes become reality? Would their secret plan really be a secret? Alright, let's split up now that we know what we're doing. Saying that shouldn't be a problem, right?
无妨。
It's fine.
虽然还不知道我
Although
们
we
有没
don't
有正
know
确领
if
悟
we
普
have truly
罗米修
understood
斯的意
Prometheus's
图。
intentions.
没关系，这样就
Alright,
好。
this is fine.
不论你们的
Besides,
猜
it
测
doesn't
是
matter
否
if your
正确，
conjecture is right or
只
wrong.
要有所行动，
The plan will
这
progress
个
smoothly
计
as
划
long
就
as
能
we
顺
take
利的推
action.
进下去。
果然，
I knew it.
我明白了，我们
Got
会
it.
努力的。
We'll give it our all.
而另一边，
On the other
则需
hand,
要薛定
Dr.
谔博士
Schrodinger's
的助
assistance
力。
is required.
真是抱歉。
Me, I'm limited to using my brain in situations like this.
对于现
No,
在的
your
我们
mind is
而
the
言，
greatest weapon we
你
have in
的
this
头脑
situation.
才是最强的武器。
Thank you. I haven't put my mind to
我
work
也
under
很久没有
pressure
在这
like
种
this
压
in a
力下
long
思考问
time.
题了，
Really takes me
真
back.
是令人怀念。
那不是很好
Isn't
吗？
that great? Everyone fell silent again. Prometheus slowly and solemnly glanced at everyone's faces. It was as if she was telling them that all that she was counting on them.
至于我，
As for me,
也要去做
I
一
also
些
need
只
to
有
do
我能
something
够做
that
到
only
的
I
事
can
了。
do. So after a short discussion, the two Seles once again returned to where all stories began, top of the tower. Here the sages would once again comfort the spirits and keep this world alive. After experiencing many challenges, the girls had grown very familiar with this responsibility, but this time the situation was slightly different. After all, only by fully fusing their strength could the true power of a sage be unleashed to stabilize the two worlds. In other words, they intended to try to recover their original appearances while silently comforting the spirits. Seele, are you ready? Shall we begin? It's fine for me, but Seele, are you alright? It's been a very long time since we switched bodies. It's difficult to even maintain stability in your current state, right? Switch possession for safety's sake. You take the lead instead, alright? Don't worry, Seele, I can handle it. It's safer like this. If this attempt goes smoothly, I may be able to restore stability and get us back to our original appearances. Clock is ticking. Saw might be hiding in the dark corner watching us right now. We have to act before she notices. I'm assuming they're supposed to be talking in their heads, but like, I don't understand why they didn't voice this. I feel like this is laziness. So just concentrate on comforting the spirits you always do. You don't have to worry about me. It's not that she couldn't understand her other self. After all, they were born as two sides of the same coin. However, she hoped her other self would live her own carefree life. The vast ocean, blooming flowers, radiant sunlight. She hoped her other self could fully enjoy this beautiful world. However, compared to freedom, her other self was clearly more used to their existing relationship. This moment she was looking at her with concern, and a worried expression was visible on her slightly faded face. Seele? I'm alright, I didn't mean to worry you.
这明明是个重要的关头，
An important
我究
moment,
竟
so
在
what
想
am I
些什么
thinking
呀？
about?
没关系的，
Fine, someday we'll be
我们会
released
从
from our
习惯之
habits,
中释
discover
放，
our true
发
selves,
现
and
真正的
realize
自
our
己，
true
找到真
desires.
正的愿望。现在，
For now,
先
let's
集中注
focus
意
and
力，
complete the
完
special
成好这
rite.
次特殊的慰灵吧，不是为了其他
For
人，
no one else
而
but
是为了希尔。
Seele. Tower of the new sage, the white tower shined brightly once more, just like a divine revelation. Seele felt warmth spread throughout her body, as if it was cleansing her soul. Her body was embraced by a warm, gentle energy, and the discomfort from being expelled from her body vanished at that very moment. Even if she could not rescue the collapsing world, Seele still lit the brightest light for her. So, underneath that light, the girls were finally able to return to their inner world.
总算回到了
We're
这里。
finally back.
可是，
But where's
希尔呢？
Seele? Don't tell me.
难道说，
No, she's
她一定就
definitely
在
here,
这
I
里。
know it.
我知道，
Because
因为我就是她的另一面。
I'm her other side. You are individuals.
希尔，是你吗？
It's you, Seele.
果然，无论什
No,
么时
no,
候，
Seele knows
希
just
尔
where
都
I
能
am
第
at
一
at
时
all
间注意到
times.
我呢。
This is
某
suspicious.
人就未必了。
Like you, if no one said
若不是有
anything,
人
you
提
wouldn't have
醒，
realized that your other
肯定想
self
不到
can
另
also
一
be
个
the
自己
spirit
也
comforting
能
the
成为慰
target,
灵的对
huh?
象吧？
可是，之前我们还
We
要
still
尽
have to
全
do
力
our
履行
best to
贤者
fulfill
的
our
职
duties
责，
as
保护
sage
大
and
家。
protect everyone.
我开玩笑
I
的
was，just joking.
你别
Don't
认
take
真
it so
啊。
seriously.
啊，是这样吗？
Oh!
那
Really?
让我们一
Well
起完
then,
成
let's
慰灵的
complete the
最后
last
一
step
步，
and make you
尽
whole
快将
as
你
soon
的
as
存在补足
possible.
吧。
Aw, it doesn't
真
copy
拿
left
你
and
没办
right.
法。
But it walks forward if I walk forward. Does it walk back if I walk back? No. That's interesting. I'm very suspicious of this. She made it before me because I've messed around.
就是这里了，慰
Yeah,
灵
the
的
end
终
of the
点。
rite.
让我们再度
Become a
成为完
whole
整
Seele
的
once
希尔
more.
吧。哎呀，
Oh,
还
the
是这
state
样
is
的
the
状态最
best.
让人省心。等等，
Wait,
我
I
还没
haven't... Took her hand gently and gave her other self a soft
Yeah.
smile. Seele,
我回来了，
I'm back,
以
and
及欢迎回来。
welcome back. Yeah. For a short yet warm moment, Seele let go of her other self's
走吧
hand.
希尔。
Come on,
让我们
Seele,
回
let's
归现
return to
实吧。
reality.
等一下。
Wait,
可是我
we
们
have
还
to
要
go
去帮
help
助企鹅
Chiguru.
前辈呀。
话虽如此，
Maybe, but this is
但
the
只有
only
在这
place we
里
can have a nice
我们才可以好好
conversation,
的对话
right?
吧，
We won't be disturbed
不
by
会
any
被碍眼
annoying
的旁听者
eavesdroppers.
打扰。
On realizing what her other self was implying, Seele became serious.
希尔，
Did you
你有
notice
什么发
something?
现吗？
我只是在想，
I was just thinking.
最大限度的放
I
大
have the
高塔贤
authority
者的
of the
权
Tower
能，
Sage
充
to the
当计
max
划的
level to
兵器。
stabilize the plan.
似乎我们的
Sounds
任
like our
务仅仅
mission
只
is
是争
just
取
to buy
时间。
time.
"但在世界
Alright,
炮的融合
now
已
that
经
the
无
bubble
法扭转的
universe
现
fusion
在，
is irreversible,
我
what
们要
kind
争
of
取
time are
的
we buying?
究竟是什么时间？最大限度的放大，又在暗
What
示
does
什
she
么？
mean by amping to the max level?
的确，
The
普罗米
mission
修斯分
Prometheus
配给
gave
我
us
们的
isn't
任
any
务，
different from
对
putting
我
us
们
on
而言
standby.
几乎等同于原地待命。
这显然和现在的情势相
But
当
how
脱
does that
节，
make sense
对吧
given？what's going on? And if
再
we
加
think
上那
about
个
this
全
whole
知的推
omniscience
测，
thing, she must have
他
assigned this
分配
mission
给
to
我
us
的
for
任
some other
务一定另
reason.
有所指。
但
And
那又
what are
是
the
什么呢？
reasons? Come on, piece together, it's not that hard.
等等，
Wait,
如果
what if
将
we
他的话
consider
反
it in
过来听呢？
reverse?
在这样紧急的形势
With
下，
how urgent the
即便是为了
situation
迷
is,
惑敌
Prometheus
人，
wouldn't just make
普
up
罗
a
米修斯也
strategy,
一定不会
even
信
if
口
it's to
胡说，
confuse the
编造
enemy.
战术。那么，假
We
定他
assume
的
our
计划都
plans
是
are
真实
real,
的，
then from the previous
按之
analysis,
前的分
everyone's
析，
mission includes
大家
becoming
需要完
Hershers
成的
and
任
buying
务
time.
就包含着成为绿者和争取时间。所以，在世界的崩溃
So
似
now
乎
that
无
the
法避
collapse
免
of the
的情
world
况
looks
下，
guaranteed, the only
需要
reason
由我
we'd
们
need
争
to
取
buy
时间
time
的就只
is
剩下了。
说，
because of Saw.
你是说
Are you
普
saying
罗
what
米修斯
Prometheus
的真
actually
正指
wants
示
is for
是
Shigura and us to
让我们和启罗
simultaneously
前
attempt
辈
to become
在同一时
Hershers?
间尝试成为
And
绿
it's
者，
Shigura's job to
而启
confuse
罗
Saw
前辈
to
才
buy
是
us
负责迷
time.
惑梭，为我们争取时间的人。
不然，我实
Why
在
else
想
would
象不出普
Prometheus
罗米
assign
修斯这样
missions
分
like
配任务的
this?
理由。
Mm-hmm. Called it.
如果扭转眼前局
If
面的唯
becoming
一
a
方式
Hersher is
是
the
成
only
为
way
绿
to
者，
turn this situation around, then everyone who
所
has
有
a
可能
chance
成
to
为
do
绿者
that
的
should
成
give it a
员
shot.
就都应该进行尝试才对。
绿者
Being a
是我
Hersher
们也
is
可
that
以
a
驾驭 的
power we
力
can
量吗？
control? The longest time, the girls considered Hershers to be powerful beings beyond their reach. Rania, Kiana, Mei, Mr. Yang, Hersher of Sentience. She had always been looked after by the Hershers, but never imagined that she too would one day become one.
况且，如果我们真的
Besides,
成
if
为
we
了
really
梭体
become
许下的
Hershers
绿
under
者，
Saw, even if
就算普罗
Prometheus
米
thinks
修
it's
斯认
worth
为
the
这值
risk,
得冒
will you
险，
and I be able to coexist
希尔和
peacefully in
我
the
还能
same
像
body
现
as we
在
do
这样
now?
相安无事的共享同一个身体吗？
别怕，希
Don't
尔，
be afraid, Seele.
无论变成什么样子
We'll，be the same no
我们
matter
都是
what
一样的。
happens. Their hearts had always been one. So long as they remained together, they possessed the strength to face any danger. The girls always believed that. Yeah,
你说的没错，
you're right.
比
Instead
起
of
手
staying
足
here
无措的留在
helplessly,
这
so long
里，
as it can
只
increase
要
our
能增
chances
加我们
against
面对
Saw,
梭
we
的
should
胜
try
算，
whatever we
无论
can.
什么样的方法，我们都应该尝试一下。
Mm-hmm. Yeah. To me, that was obvious. The sad thing is I could see Kira being confused by it, but, you know.
只不过，如果是这样，
However,
奇
if
罗
that's
前
the
辈的
case,
处境
Shigure is
就
going to
变得
find
相当
herself
危
in
险
serious
了。
trouble.
即使梭的力量
Even if
真
Saw's
的不
power
及中
really
原之
can't
间的
compare
10分
to a
之
tenth
一，
of Cocoon of Finalities.
奇罗
I
前
hope
辈
you're，safe,
请一定
Kira
要平安
senpai.
无事啊！
Meanwhile, Shigure Kira had begun attempting to transform into a Hersher. However, in her current state, it wasn't safe for her at all. She was staring into the void as if something existed there. There was a rare expression of fear on her face.
开
It's
什
a
么玩笑？
joke.
怎么会有两
Why
个
are
我？
there two of me? What happened to Shigure Kira? No one knew. She just fell into abnormal mental state without even suffering any external influence. Needless to say, her mind was very easily influenced by the outside world, delicate and weak, quite like an idol. Perhaps it was a challenge that must be overcome to become a Hersher. Or perhaps it was always part of their plan. But it mattered not, as time was the best touchstone. It would restore the truth for us. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to take a look at something more interesting. While their companions went off on their own missions, Prometheus had taken action too. She hadn't told anyone about her plans, so what choice would she be making?
就选在这里吧。
This place will do. Oh. Prometheus activated the module which had slumbered for 50,000 real-world years. The space secluded from the fusion was immediately torn open before her. Is she planning to become the Will of Honkai again? Well, Will of this Honkai? Endless white filled the world. A moment later, Prometheus entered the place that perhaps only she could enter. World Origin. Who would have thought? She's doing it. Problem is, there's already a will in here as far as we know.
成功了。
Done. Although it's her first time in this space, she was able to immediately recognize what was before her. They were Saw's roots, rooted in the bubble universe. They could also be considered as this world's cocoon. In the near future, she would create the imaginary renormalization group and transform it to one of thousands of Saw's consciousness. If those really existed. That was her third plan, which she had yet to reveal. Just like number 17 in the proper world, I shall intervene in this system in the form of the will of Honkai and give birth to Herschers. So far, its size really cannot compare to a tenth of the cocoon of finality. I should be able to obtain a higher level of access to directly designate the Hersher's authority and ownership, give the new Hersher absolute freedom. Start off, the most suitable Hersher authority for the current situation should be: one could not step into the same river twice, but the river flowed eternally. This time, as a drifter through the bubble universe, she imitated her former self and stepped into a similar torrent of destiny. Prometheus closed her eyes, while her soulium brain raced, simulating every upcoming part of the plan. After all, her last opportunity to notify her friends of any flaws in the plan. After that, the concept known as Prometheus, including her body and consciousness, would be completely obliterated under Saw's roots. Although that would be the worst-case scenario, she had always judged things by taking the worst into account. A short while later, Prometheus opened her eyes. All factors that affect the plan have been considered. Now let's begin, before the enemy realizes. To play against Saw's abilities, she told no one about this secret plan, and in doing so she avoided many meaningless arguments and farewells. And in her final moments, her face remained expressionless as ever. Now she understood how May and Miss Dillon felt when they parted ways. However, when fate called for her, she remained calm, indifferent, unaffected, for farewell, everyone. Goodbye, Prometheus. I realized there's already a will. Hopefully she's fine. All along, the real enemy was you. Oh? It did seem like...
对我来说，
It did seem like both Miss Stone and Prometheus recognized it. Yeah. You're right. To me,
天上的每一颗
all the
星星
stars in the
都是
sky
敌
are
人。
enemies.
你没有什么想说的
You have
吗？
anything to say,
17号。
number 17?
好的，
Knowledge, analyzing the probability of victory. By stars you mean actual stars themselves, then objectively speaking, you are too tiny compared to their lifespans, which last for billions of years.
您显得太过渺小了一点，和它们本身的巨大相比，
Same can be
情
said for
况
the
也完
difference in
全一
size.
致。因此，
If you're planning to
倘
go
若
on
尝试与
going
群
against
星
the
为
stars,
敌，
you stand no
您
chance.
毫无胜算。当然，
Of course, if
从
you
自
seek
我
comfort,
安慰的
you
角
can
度，
deceive yourself by
您
believing
可
your
以自
merits
欺
in life
欺人的
will
认
allow
为
you to live forever in
凭
the
借
hearts
生
of
前的
others,
功绩，
and will not be
自己
forgotten
能够
even
永
after
远
the
活
stars
在他人
perish.
心中，直至星辰陨灭，依然不会为人遗忘。这倒是也
That
能
can
被
be
称为
considered a
一种
victory,
胜
a
利，
victory in
精
spirit.
神的胜利。
所以，你是认为我做不到
Oh,
了？
you don't think I'll succeed, huh?
与恒星的寿命相比，
Civilization is nothing
文明
compared
不
to the
值一
lifespan of
提。
stars.
的确，
Based on the
以
average
这颗星
intelligence
球
of all
所
living
有生
beings
物
on
的
this
平均
planet,
智力而
and even
言，
considering the
哪
possibility of
怕
future
考虑到今
evolution,
后可能存在的进化，您的智力
your
水
level of
平
intelligence may
或
be
许也足
sufficient
以
as
作
a
为点
culmination
点
and
与象
symbol,
征，
allowing you to
使自
obtain the
己获
lifespan
得
of a
与文明等
civilization.
同的寿命。但只要人
But
类
while the
自
weakness
身
of
的劣
humanity
根性
remains
未能根
unsolved,
除，
civilizations
叫
built
他
by
们
them
构
are
建的
bound to
文
perish
明
before the
就
stars
不
ever
可能
fade.
有机会见证群星陨灭的那一刻。 更何况
Not to mention that when compared to going against the stars, perhaps overcoming finality is something you should be preoccupying yourself with.
果然，我们考虑
Sure
问题的
enough,
出
we
发
still
点
look
还
at
是很
matters
不一
so
样的。
differently.
准确来说，
To be
我
precise,
当然
of
也
course
愿
I'm
意不
willing to
朽，
live on eternally.
但我不希望是通过
But
自
not
己
by
的
my
功绩
own
来达
merit.
到，
I prefer
而
to
是
be
更希
truly
望
immortal.
用不死来达到。听上去很像梅比乌斯会说的话，
Sounds like
对吧？
something Mobius would say, right? But
不
there's a
过
big
还是很不一
difference.
样的。比起活在人们的心里，
I
我
would
更
rather
希
live on in
望
my own
活在自己的
apartment
公寓
than in
里。
the memory of others.
这是
Oh,
后话了。
but that's a story for another day.
事实上，17号，
In fact, seeing the stars
认为
as
每
my
一颗
enemies
星星
doesn't
都
mean
是
I want
敌
to
人，
declare war on
并
them.
不代
Number
表
17.
要向他们宣战，
The most important thing,
反而是我确立这一目标
I'm
的资格。
qualified to have this as a goal.
很抱歉，我无
Sorry,
法
I
理
don't
解。
get it.
这也是当然了，
Of course you
不过
don't.
没
But
关
it
系
doesn't。matter. You
慢
can
慢
think
来。
about it slowly.
总之，
Anyway,
当我
once
决
I
定把
decided
群
to
星
treat
当
the
做敌人的
stars
时
as
候，
my enemy,
当
of
然
course
也
I
要
had
先
to
去思
consider on
索
what basis I was
自己
doing
凭什么
so.
能够这样去做。
凭什么？
What basis?
没错，我固然不会真的
Exactly.
与群星展开较量，
Of course, it won't
但当我
fight.
确
I
信
won't
自己
fight them
拥有这种
literally,
资
but
格
when
的
I'm
时
certain
候，
I'm capable of doing
它
so,
反而能给予
that
我
will
一
give me
些额外
additional
的动力，
motivation to smash through
更
all
好的
other
去粉碎其他
obstacles.
阻碍。
可是您的确没有
But
资格
you
才
really
对
aren't。qualified.
我平时直来直去
Was
的
I
时
also
候，
so
也是
hurtful
这么
when I
伤
was
人吗？
being candid?
那好
Well,
吧，
alright.
就当
Consider
做
this
是
a
助手
gift
的
from
入
my
职礼物。
assistant, number 17. What gives us
17
the right
号
to stand against the
为何我们
stars?
有资格将群星当作敌人？因为在浩瀚的
Because
苍
under the
穹
vast
下，
dome of sky, the past was in the past. With unexpected feelings, the artificial intelligence couldn't recall the doctor's words no matter how hard she searched her memory modules. All she could recall was that she was astonished, then as she was now. The attack damaged the corresponding memory module. She wasn't sure. However, it seemed my judgment is correct. Even if she can be considered omniscient, she cannot read the thoughts of a machine.
可惜你猜错
Unfortunately,
了。
you're wrong.
事实上，那没有什么难度，
Ah.
就像你和人类也没有多少区别一样。
In fact, it's not difficult at all, just like how there isn't much difference between you and humans. See, this is more in line with what I expected early on. I mean, it's obvious who that is, looks-wise.
譬如说，我
For
觉得比
example, I
起现
think you were
在，
more sensible in the
你当
past.
初或许更识时务，何必非要与群星
Why
为敌
insist
呢？
on going against the stars? Make it happen. Yes. She can even talk to you directly like this. It's quite convenient, isn't it?
不过，
But I
我的确
seldom do
很少像
this.
现在这么做。在与自己的冲突中，
Our inner
我们创
conflicts,
造
we
了诗歌
created；poetry.
从与他人的冲突中，
And in our conflicts
我们创
against
造了
others,
修
we
辞。
created rhetoric.
我总觉得彼此留一点距离
I've
要
always
更
felt
好。
that keeping some space between each other is for the best.
所以，从来这都是你
Oh,
的，
has it always been you?
根本没有什么
There
危
is no
害。
Vita. What I see before me is the legend that covers the Sea of Quanta
就
beneath
是
its
那个在
shadow.
大片量子之海覆盖在阴影之下的传说。说
Ah,
倒也不必如此刻薄吧。你自己不也同样拥有两个名字吗？
F them, by the way. Oh no. But, yeah. And you know what's interesting about this, too? This confirms our very early thought that of all the people she looked like, she looked a lot like a female Sue. Could this be the evil female Sue we've heard about? It's only one letter off. I mean, the name's only 2 letters, but, you know. It's interesting. I didn't think they'd touch on that soon, but I guess rewarding people who paid attention. Don't you have 2 names too?
你还是可以把
And
我
still
称
call
为
me
丽塔。
Vita. The V is pronounced
牙齿
by
要轻
biting
轻咬一
lightly
下
on
嘴
your
唇
lower
的
lip,
V，
while the
以
ta
及舌
requires
尖
flicking
要
your
轻轻
tongue
弹一
against
下
your
牙
teeth.
齿的。
If
如果有
possible,
可
I hope
能，
I never have to get
我
on
当然也
stage
希
when
望
all
在
of
一
this
切
is
被了结
over.
的时候，自己从未走到过台前。毁灭向来只是我的天职，
Destruction has always been my
而不是我的
duty,
兴
not
趣。
my interest. Cause yeah, not only does it look like Sue and what, like they made it look more like Sue now that her hair's down like that and whatnot. But yes, destruction has always been my duty, not my interest. That sounds like an emanator. The emanators and the aeons are forced to follow their path. They have no choice.
当然了，
Of course, the
事实
truth
上确
is,
实，
I've never left the
我
stage.
从未离开过台前。真可惜啊！
A shame, really.
看
Seems
起
like
来，
you're really
你反倒
feeling
感到更加
even more
困惑了。
confused.
普罗米修斯，
Prometheus, you've thought for
思考得
long
已经够
enough.
多
Are
了。
you sure about using your final
你确
moments
定要
on
把生命的
calculating
最
and
后一点时
planning?
间也用来盘算和布局吗？看来那位博士的
Seems
最
like
后
you
一
didn't learn
刻，
anything from
倒也
the
没让你学
doctor's
到什
final
么。
moment.
不，
No,
此时
there's
此
nothing
刻
I can do right now.
我
The
的
thing
确
that
做不到
confuses
什
me is
么
very
了。
simple.
让我感到困惑的事很简单，
Yeah. Like, I already thought it looked like Sue the first time we met her, and we talked about that on stream, right? But seeing her with her hair down like this, it's like, damn.
你为什么弱小到这种程度？
Why are you so weak?
你确定在这种场合下，
Funny how you can
自己
say
也能
that
坦然
calmly
说
in
出
a
这句话吗？
situation like this.
我只是在
Only
描述
stating the
客观
fact
事实，
objectively.
除非你
Unless
有
you've
所
been
保
holding
留，
back. Otherwise, the
不然
strength
你
you
在刚
displayed
才表
earlier
现出
is
的
only
力
on
量，
par with Miss
甚
Stone.
至与米斯特林相比，也只在伯仲之间。
那只是暂时，
It is only temporary.
而且
Moreover,
这
it's
又有什
nothing
么
to be
值得奇
surprised
怪的？
about. Haven't you reached your
你
own
不是早
judgment
就得知过
already?
自己的判断了吗？我未必会
I
强
may
于
not
自
be
己的造
stronger
物。
than my own creation. Even when your creation is providing you with a massive amount of Honkai energy right now, that's impossible. Even if it's just 1% of the Kakuna finality, that's definitely not all you've got right now.
好吧，
Fine, I
我
admit that
承
was
认
a
刚才的
lie.
说法只
But
是
I'm
一个
sorry to
谎
say
言，
I'm not obligated to
但我恐怕没
explain.
有向你解释的义务。无论如何，
Anyway,
即使
even
我
if I
娓娓
revealed
道
everything
来，
about
将
myself,
自
you
己
still
的一
wouldn't
切
be
全
able to
盘
stop
托
me.
出，
这很奇怪，
This is very strange.
使用刚才
The
的技
tactic just
巧，
now, you
你
took
确
the
实有
ability
能
to
力
kill
将
us
我
one
们
by
逐一
one,
杀死，
but
但如果你的
your
目
goal
的
is only
仅
to
仅是
trap
把
us
我
here
们
and
困在
perish
这
with the
里，
bubble
和
universe.
世界炮一同烧完，我看不出
I
解眼
failed
下
to
这
see the
个事情
necessity
的
of
必
this
要性。
timing.
说不定我已经这么做了呢。
Maybe I've already done that.
别忘了，
Don't forget that all
你现
you
在孤身
that
一
you're all
人呢，
alone right now.
就这么确
Are
信
you
自己
so
的同
sure
伴们
that
还
your
活着
friends
吗？
are still alive?
你也别当
Don't
真
take
啊，
things so seriously.
开个玩笑而已。
It's a joke.
由我
When it
亲自
comes
杀死，
to being killed
你
by
的确
me
独享了这
personally,
份
the
殊
honor
荣。
will be all yours.
我非要这么做不
It
可，
has to be done. Only then will the
只有
sense of
这样，
punishment be clear.
惩戒的意味才足够明显。
单独对我进行
Punishment
的
just
惩
for
戒
me.
吗？也就是
In
说，
other words, what I'm
我
doing
正
right
在
now
做
is
的事
fundamentally different from
性
the
质的
others.
确和其他人有所不同。 或者说，
Rather, unlike other attempts, this one will pose a real threat to you.
这的确能对你造成威胁。
或许吧，
Perhaps, but for
不过
me,
对我
that's
来
hardly the
说，
biggest
那倒
reason.
不是最重要的原因。任何具有灵
Any
智的生
intelligent
物
being has the
多多少
capacity
少
for
都会具有自我
self-loathing.
厌恶的秉性，所以
So my
我
disgust
对
for
于窃贼的
thievery
厌
always
恶
makes me act
总
too
是会让我在
impulsively.
行事时变得太过冲动呢。
Then their attempts are actually... No.
好，
Oh.
确认过自己能够被读取思
You're
维之
deliberately
后，
controlling your
开始
thoughts
刻
now
意
that
控
you're
制自
certain
己
your
不去
mind can
想
be
了吗？
read.
还真是只有人工智
Really
能才可以
something
做
that
到的
only
事
an
情啊！
AI is
对
capable
普
of.
通人来
As for
说，
normal people,
就像那个出
be
名的
like that
把戏
famous
一样。
trick.
如果我要求
If I ask you
你
not
不
to
要在
imagine
脑
the
海里想
stars,
象群
then they'll
星，
actually be the first thing
那
to
么它
spring
反
to your
倒一定
mind.
会成为你立刻想到的事物。不过，
However,
你
doesn't
这
that
不就
equal
等于
giving
是
up
彻底放弃
completely?
了吗？这样一来，
Now, how
你
will
还
you
怎么
convey
把
that the
自己
rest
接
of
下
your
来的计
plans to the
划
doctor
传
who's
达
been
给一
waiting
直
in
在
the
暗
dark
中等
until
待的那
now?
位博士呢？好了，现身
Alright,
吧！
show yourself.
你真
Really
认
think
为
you
自己
can
能够
hide
瞒
from
过
me?
我吗？
薛定谔，
Oh,
看来你自己倒是没意识
so
到
you。haven't realized. Although she cannot
虽
be
然不能
everywhere
无
at
处不
once,
在，
she
但
has
他倒
been
是尽职
dutifully
尽责
hanging
的，不
around
停在每个
everyone.
人附近打转。是啊，
Indeed, her
从性质
existence is
上而
very
言，
troublesome in
这位
nature.
的
She
确是很
doesn't
麻烦的
exist
存
here,
在，
so she can't die here.
根本不存在于这里，也就不可能死在这里。若非他能够做到的
If
是
she
微不
wasn't
足道，
limited to doing
恐怕事情
insignificant
会变得很
things,
麻烦呢。
things would probably become much trickier.
微不足道，
Insignificant, I
恐怕
must
我并不这
disagree.
么认为。走上台前，
Taking the
这或
stage
许
may
是
be
你
your
最为
biggest
错误的决定。
mistake.
对他们来说，
Knowing who their enemy
知晓
is,
自己的
this
敌
is
人
all
是
they
谁。
need.
即使那个敌人根本
And
无
if the
从
enemy
镇
is
守，
impossible to defeat,
他们的确面对过类似的敌
they
人
have，faced a similar
但却
enemy,
并非
but
是你。
not you.
我知道，就是你们回忆中的那位
I
凯
know.
文。
That
对吧？
Kevin in your memories, right?
只是，薛定
But
谔博
Dr.
士，
Schrodinger, what do you
你接
plan
下
to
来
do
的打算
now?
呢？是去向他们通
Will
知
you
这个
inform
噩
them of the
耗，
tragedy,
还
or
是先
watch
在
your
这里看
mechanical
着自
friend
己的机
perish
械朋友
first?
撒手人寰？
True, she doesn't care at all. However, the power gap between her and us isn't wide enough to cause despair. The home advantage doesn't seem to exist either. Oh, can't help me thinking at last.
唉，
Based on
就
my
我
own
自己的经验来
experience,
说，
individual
个体
thinking
的思
usually
考通
leads
常
to
只
a
会导
single
向一个
outcome.
终点：绝望。
Fair.
他说的没错，薛定谔博士。
He's not wrong, Dr. Schrodinger.
他刚才说
Now I
自己
finally
从未
understand
离开
what
过
she
台
meant
前
when she said
现
she
在
has
我
never
终
left
于
the
知道那
stage.
究竟在指什么了。虽然我不知
Although
道
I'm
当中
unaware
是否存在
if
其
there's
他
any
限
other
制，
restrictions involved,
但这
this
种
authority
绝
that
不
goes
仅
far
是
beyond
偷听和
eavesdropping
读
and
心
my
的
mind
全能
reading
的
has
确
really
能
made
让
her
他和群星一
as
样无
invincible
从
as
战
the
胜。
stars.
群星，
The stars. No,
不，
Prometheus.
普罗米修斯
No.，
不。至此，
The moment the
这
doctor
位
has
博士
finally
终于后知
realized.
后觉地意识到了一件事：从一开始，
Everything that's
眼前
happened
发
in
生的
front
一
of her
切
since the
就
very
不能被
beginning
称
has
作
never
重逢。
been a reunion.
怎样才能向他们形
How
容
can
我
I
的无处
describe
不
my
在？
omnipresence to them?
怎样才能
How
让他
can I
们理
make
解
them understand how
现实在
malleable
我手
reality
中
is in my
呈现
hands?
出了怎样的艺术性？这似乎无从
It
传
seems
达。
ineffable, but is actually
其实非常
surprisingly
简单。
simple.
如果这是一个存
If
在
this is
旁
a
白和解
story that
说的
has
故事，
narration and commentary,
那么无
then no
论它们
matter
看
how
上去多么
objective
客
they
观，
seem,
那都不过是我
they're still
的
only
观
my
察，
observation and
我的
monologue,
絮语。
nothing more.
而我们的两位
As
智
for our
者
wise
朋友，
friends, they can
也终
finally
于能
connect
在
all the
此时
dots
此
they
刻
neglected together.
将自已经准备好了吗？
Oh, is everything ready? May have been a coincidence, but the person who had been making honest reminders was being evasive
一
this
切就
time.
绪，
Thing is ready except one
虽然
last step,
还有最后一步。
确保我身处
making
其
sure that
中。
I'm inside.
所以，你知
You
道在
know
出
why I
发之
refused
前，
number
我为什么要
17's
去
answer
解释
before
7号的回
leaving,
答了吧？
right?
他给出的那个答
I'd already
案，
anticipated the
我
answer
心
she
中早有
gave.
定数。
Now I feel a sense of doubt again.
直到此时此刻，才重。那么，
So
与
compared
那
to
个
that
答案相
answer,
对的，
what are you truly afraid
你
of?
真正在恐惧的又是什么呢？这很容易就能
Easy
猜
to
到吧？
guess, right? Why I said
所以我
it's
才说，
fortunate you appeared.
你的出现或许是件好事呢。它的确存在，而
It
且
really
就
does
是。
exist, and is.
然而就在下一
But
刻，
just then,
理性的语言却
Idea's
在
words
刹
were
那
distorted
间
instantly
被扭
into
曲为难以分
distinguishable
辨的回
echoes.
响。
这也是我还没能彻
There's
底想
something I
通
do
的
not
一
fully
件事。
understand yet. That
那
will
个
may
意
not be
志
as
可
powerful
能
as the
并没有
mechanism
自
it
己创造
created.
出的机制强大，但曾经的第八
That
力
said,
者
the
也
previous
包
Eighth
括七十
Hersher
之
and the
力者，
Hersher of Corruption,
他
they
们正
relied
是
on
依
small
靠一些
investment
四
for
两拨
big
千斤的
payoff.
能力，
That almost
几
brought
乎将
humanity
人
to
类彻
total
底摧毁。
destruction.
所以，
So,
我
I
非
feel
常
very
庆幸
fortunate that the Hersher of
曾经
Sentience
有
is on
意
our
识的力
side.
者站在我们
Moreover,
这边。
Bubble universe we are in is much
更何况
smaller than the real
我们
world.
所处的世界炮，相
在一个最恰当的时机，
In brief,
他停了
at the
下来，
precisely right moment, her
激将的
intention
意
to
图显
provoke the
而易
Hersher of
见，
Sentience became
因
apparent.
为他明白，
Because she understood. This is kind of suggesting that she has a power similar to what Honkai had in the real world before Alicia severed it. That she has the power to manipulate fate.
你
Because
就
she
瞧好
is
吧
the narrator in this world. Just you
你
wait.
说的那种意识，
The will you
它最
just
好根
mentioned,
本
I
不
hope
存
it
在。
doesn't even exist.
不
Otherwise,
然
if it ever gets
被
into my
揪
sight.
出来的话，那可就太好
Be
玩
some
了。
fun.
在人工智能
And
所
all the
接触过
people,
的所有人
the
当
AI I'd
中，
ever seen, this
这
lady
位
was
女士
definitely
显然
enjoying
最
this
享受
type of
此类的沟通
communication the
方式。
most.
现在，你们应该
Oh,
明白，
all of you should understand, right?
它的确周而
It
复
is
始，
certainly perpetual and
状若
most
永恒。
eternal, but
与那位自认为能够
unlike the
挑战
doctor
永
who
恒的
assumed
博
she
士
could，challenge the eternity,
与那位自认
unlike
为
the
生
idea
来
who
即是永
assumed
恒的
that
理
being
性不
birth
同。
was eternity.
以梭这个名
In the
字
name of Sa,
我凌
I
驾
have
于
rised
永
above
恒，
eternity and became
成为了
reality.
现实。那么，何为
What
现
is
实？
reality then?
即使你不愿意接
It is
受，
something that can't be denied
它
even
也
if you
同样
tried.
存在。
一个具有缺陷的神吗？
A flawed god, that's quite...
虽然不知道你说的缺
No
陷
idea
是
what
什
you
么
mean
意
by
思，
flawed.
不
This
过
seems
看
to
来
be
也
the
该结
end.
束了。人之将死，
Words on the
其言
deathbed
已
come from the
善。
heart. Prometheus, at
那么，
your final moment, do you have
普罗米修斯，
anything incredible to say as an
在最
AI?
后的时刻，作为人工智能的你，
抱歉，
None at
完
all.
全没有。
Sorry.
我并非人类，
I'm not a human. My source code doesn't identify this as a special moment for me.
这并不是我值得特殊对待的时刻，并且
And I don't
我
think
也
this is
不
the
认为
end.
这就是结局。梅博士说
Dr.
的没
May was
错，
right.
即使你已经
Even
成了
as
永
eternity,
恒，
it isn't
也
impossible
未必
for
不
you
能
to
被
become
当
our
作敌
enemy.
人。
哦，
薛定谔博士，
As you can
既
adjust the
然你其
projection
实可以
point to
在
some
一定程
extent,
度上
Dr.
变更
Schrödinger,
自己的投射
please
对
set
象
off right now to complete my
那就
last
请立
setup.
刻出发，去完成我最后的布置吧。你不需要继
You
续
don't
在
have
这
to
里
waste any
浪
more
费
time
时
here,
间，
or even attempt to
也不
maintain
需
my
要尝试
existence.
保留我的存
All I
在。
need you to do is to tell
我只需
everyone
要你告诉所有人，维持原计划，
the plan and
不
do
要
not
针对
adapt to the
现状做出
situation.
任何改变。
结果
In
你
the
选择
end,
了
you
放弃。
decided to quit.
普罗米修斯，
Prometheus,
请相信
please
我，
trust me,
也
and
请
them as
相
well.
信他们。这是大家
This
唯
is our
一
only
的上
chance
限
to。win. Now I understand. Underneath all that cover, this is your real last resort, the doctor thought to herself.
我明白了，
I see. Goodbye,
再见。
Prometheus.
普罗米修斯，你所做的一切
All you have done, I'm honored to have
能够
witnessed
成为
them.
他们的见证者，我深感荣幸。
还真的离开
You
了。
actually left. Are all
你的
your
朋友
friends
都
that
这么无情？
heartless? I'm sorry. Rational.
都这么理性吗？无论情形多么紧
I
迫，
know it's urgent,
他至少
but
也该
she
给
should
你
at
留一
least
刻的
take a
悼
minute
念
to
时间
mourn.
吧。
感性的生存空间，
The room for sentiment and survival is one with rationality.
对于你来说，
That should be no
这句
secret
话
for
恐
you.
怕不算秘密。但
But
现在我却
I
不
don't
再
need
需
to
要
do
那
that
种
anymore.
了，
So,
所以可以问你一个
can I
问
ask
题
you
吗？
a question?
当然，
Sure, but you'll have to answer mine in
也需要
return.
用一个我的问题来交换。
米斯特林呢？
What was Miss
他的
Dawn's
最
ending
后一
like?
刻是什么样子的？
没什么特别啊，
Nothing special. That's
死
what
亡
death
总是这
is.
样，
Pathetic and
可怜而又
meaningless.
无味。
我不是在询问你
Not
的
asking
评
for your
价，
opinion.
我是想
I want to
知
know
道
how she felt.
他自
That
己的
shouldn't be
感
a
觉
secret
如
for
何。
you, either.
对你来说，这应该同样不是秘密。
该怎么形容呢？
How do I describe it? It
虽然那不
wasn't
够
very
优雅，
elegant,
但足够高
but
贵
it。was noble enough.
这就足够了。
That will do. Thank you.
你不想知道
You're curious
他
about
有没
whether
有
she
得到
got
自
the
己的答
answer
案
she
吗？
wanted.
我不需要
I
让
don't
你
need you
来
to
告
tell
诉
me
我
that.。
作为人
That's
工智能，
interesting for an
你还真
AI.
有意思。不过，
Do agree
倒
with
是
you
很赞
though,
成这
and
个
now
意
it's
见。
my turn.
想知道什么，你可以
Search
自
anything
己
you
的
want to
说。
know in my storage.
我
I'm
没有
unable
阻
to
止你
stop
的
you.
能力。
如果可以，我
If I
早就
could,
那
I
么
would
做
have
了。
done it so much sooner.
为何我们有资格将群星当作敌人？
Why gives us the
我确认
right
过
to stand against the
之后的话
stars?
语
I've confirmed
你
that
已
you
无法
can't
回
recall
忆
the words that came after
但
it. Or what gives us? Noticing.
遗忘会催
I
生你
forget.
自己的
From
回答。
forgetting, you can draw your own answer. Prometheus, you are the one that refused to stand against the stars. What changed your mind?
那好吧，就当做是助手的入职礼物。
Alright, consider this a gift for my assistant, number
17
17. What gives us the
为
right
何
to
我们有
stand
资
against
格
the
将群
stars?
星当作敌人？因为在浩瀚的
Because
苍
under the
穹
vast
下，
dome of sky, the mechanical eyes of the AI see a bright light burning with feverish
因
passion.
为在浩瀚的苍穹下，
Because under the vast sky, I've never considered myself unworthy.
星星们的确巨大无比，
Yes,
但
the
他们不
stars
懂
are
得如何
colossal,
思考，
but they have no
也
thoughts
没
or
有感情
emotions.
可言。
Therefore, if you were mortal at this moment, we might have failed. After you have stepped into eternity, however, and this is the moment when stars fall. Honestly brilliant.
好好休息吧，
Rest in peace,
普罗米修
Prometheus.
斯。之后的结果
I'm afraid
恐
the
怕会
result
让
would
你失望，
disappoint you, so don't stay around to witness
所
that.
以你还是不要见证那一刻了。
But is an AI saying that? Still different from humans. Jeez, there's still 5 left. I once heard stories like this. A long, long time ago, people had 4 hands and 4 legs. That is to say, 2 people today, combined, made a complete person back then. But one day, humans angered the creator, who found a giant axe and split all people in the world in half simultaneously. How humans came to look like this. Why do most people so desperately seek their other half in their life? This is why. For that heavenly cleave, they were one entity. Did I go off on a tangent? No, I didn't. Let us go on then.
Vita，
Nita! Lily's voice restored her senses.
刚才的声音，
Voice just now. What was that?
可是
But
Vita
Vita
她明明是为
did
了我
all,
们
all
才
for us.
不，
No,
只是为了
it's
隐
just to
藏
hide
自己吗？
herself.
需要我先暂停一下吗？
I pause here. You don't look so well.
继续吧，
Go
和这
on,
没
it
关
has
系。
nothing to do with this. Of course she'd say that. Being
莫
on our
名其妙
tail
跟
for
着我
no
们不
reason.
放，
I
我
knew
早
she
知
was
道
up
他
to
没是
no
好
good.
心思。
好吧，
Alright.
但我还是要
I'll
再
stress
强调
this
一遍，
again. I didn't want to tell you this,
原本
as
我
it
并不
might
准备让
interfere
你们
with
知情。
Prometheus's
只
arrangements.
不过，
But,
既然他也能知
as
晓
she
我
can
全
read
部的
my
心
every
中所想，
thought, all our
我
cards
们
are
不论
face
怎么
up.
做，如果我努力让你
If
们
I
无法
tried to
知
keep
晓，
it from you,
他
she'll
也一定
make
会
the
做成相
opposite
反的结
happen.
果。留给我们的时间并不多。
Don't have much time left.
在此之
For
前，
this, you've guessed Prometheus's
你们
real
已经猜
arrangements,
到了普
haven't
罗
you?
米修斯的真正布置了吧？
让我们来成为绿者。
For us to become Hershers?
可是现在来
But
看，
looking at it
这应
now,
该也只
it's
是他的
probably a
障眼法
diversion,
吧。
right?
或许吧。
Maybe. However, I don't
但
think
我
her
不认
last
为
resort would depend
他
on
会
our
将最
full
后手
failing
段
to
的
see
成功与
through
否
it,
而是看破后也无
but
法
being
阻
unable
止。
to stop it even after seeing it through.
敌人借助某种方式，
Somehow, our foe
的确
managed to
在我们
become
所属的世界
omniscient
炮
and
中
potent
达
in
到了
this
全
bubble
知全能，
universe. She can even
甚
read
至
our
能够知
minds.
晓我们的思想。但对这种能力加以
However,
操
the
纵的
will
意
that
志，
commands such
并没有
power
超出
isn't
常人。
better than average. For
比方
example,
说，假如你坐在一间
imagine
庞大
yourself
的监
sitting
控
in a
室当
giant
中，
monitor room equipped with
有无
countless
数屏幕
screens
供
to
你观
observe
察世
anything
界
in
上
the
的一切，
world,
有无
and
数按
countless
钮可以
buttons
修
to
改世
adjust
界上
any
的任何参
parameter in
数
the。world.
但我们还是要一个一个屏幕
But
的
we
去
still have to
看。
check the screens
想
one
要
by
修
one
改
and
什
push the
么，
buttons
也
all by
得自己去按
ourselves.
下那些键。
就是这样。
Right.
可是他真的需要把事情搞
But
得
does
这
she
么麻
have to
烦吗？
make things so
按照
difficult?
你的说法，
According to your theory, it should
他
be a
如果想要
cakewalk
把
for
我
her
们
to
全都
destroy
杀
Saw.
光，
如果采取最绝望的看法，
Pessimistically speaking, she probably just
他或许
enjoys
只是
seeing
想
us
欣赏
suffer
我们
till the
挣扎到
last
最后一
minute.
刻的样子，但也许
But perhaps making
希
sure
望
that
我
we
们和世界
perish
炮一
along
同
with
消
the
亡，
bubble universe
本
is
身
her
就是他
ultimate
最重要
goal.
的目的。
等等，我们，
Wait.
你不是应该？
Us? Shouldn't
只
you...
是做最坏的打算。
Was planning for the worst. Let's say if I only
如果我
cared
只
for
缘
my
自
own
保，
safety,
那么
I'd
就只
live
能
as an
永远是一
immobile
块
moon
自
rock
己无法移
forever.
动的月岩而已。总之，
Anyway,
普罗米修斯的最
Prometheus's
后手
ultimate
段，
move is
恐怕就是在
probably
最短的时间
executing
里，
every method that
让
could
所有能
threaten
够对
Saw
索造成威胁的手
simultaneously.
段同时推进。不寄希望于他无法阻止，
So even if she could stop one, she couldn't stop them all.
可就算是这样，最
Even
后
so,
能
the
活下
number
来
of
的人也
survivors,
也许一个，
maybe one or two, still better than
但
none.
总好过完全没有。当然，
Of course, certain authorities might save the others. That's another story. They can't revive
也
Miss
不可能
Delm
挽
and
救此刻已
Prometheus
经
who have
牺牲的
already
米斯特林
sacrificed
和普罗米修
themselves.
斯。总之，
Anyway,
时间不等人。
time is running out.
也就是说，我们不仅要挑
That
战
is to
未
say,
知，
we
还
not
要
only
像普
fight
罗
the
米修斯
unknown,
一
but also
样，
take the risk of
承
being
担可
killed
能
like
被狙杀的额外
Prometheus.
风险。
I mean, it makes you wonder, right? She came from one world to another, and the same thing has happened in both worlds. Now, the question is, how much influence does she really have? Like, she could literally just be very weak. She just has the ability to manipulate things. So it might not be that she has fun watching, but that she's forced to watch. That she doesn't really have a choice.
对，
Yes, so, to do this or not,
是否真
it
的
is
要
up
这
to
样
you
做？
guys.
必须。而且，你们也可以
And
认
it
为，
could be said that
或
Prometheus
许普罗
might
米修
not
斯
have
根本
real
没有什么计
plans.
划，
Her belief is just
他的
acquired
相信
blindness.
只是他学到的一种盲目。
盲目。
他
Blindness?
曾向我提到过一位
He once mentioned to me someone she knew.
那个人的知识
That person was
远远凌
above
驾
her
于所有
kind
同
in
类之上。
wisdom. But when she had to
但在不得不
choose,
进行
she
选
chose
择
to
的时候，
believe in future generations
他选择
instead
了
of
相信后
herself.
人，而非自身。这似乎扯得太远了。
But I digress.
无
Anyhow,
论如何，
won't be able to assist you in
这
any
次
way
通讯
after
之
this
后，
communication.
我也无法再给你们提供任何帮助。依从自己的意愿，
Follow your heart and do what you can.
做自己力所能及的
Goodbye.
事情吧。
薛定谔博士
Schrödinger,
，Vita，
Peter, Sir.
苏，我们是不是早就该想到的？
I should have seen this coming.
可现实又不是什么常
We
年
don't
连载的
live
悬
in
疑小
serial
说，
suspense
半
novels.
途才登
Characters
场
that show
的
up
不是超
halfway are
能力
either
者就是
psychics or
坏人。
villains. Seem to have totally forgotten what she just said.
我们应该还有机会
You'll
吧
have a？ chance, right?
普罗米修斯，
Prometheus, well, it's a bit harsh to
虽
say.
然这么说不太好，但等我们解决
It
一
can be
切，
fixed after
他
we
应该
settle
还可以被
everything,
修好
right?
吧？
聚集崩坏能的事
As for
就交给我
focusing
吧。
Honkai energy, leave it to me.
你还记得吗？
Do you still
你斯特
remember?
林那
Miss
家
Dawn
伙
once said
还
that
说
I'm
过
an,
我也算
also
那
an
个什么
idea
旅
or
行呢。
something. In terms of
用崩
Honkai
坏能的试
adaptability,
一
I'm
试，
definitely much
我
better
肯定
than
比
you.
你强多了吧？
可是
But
别可是
no
了，
buts.
你知
You
道
know this is the most likely
这
to
就是成功
succeed.
率最大的解法。
对
I'm
不
sorry.
起，我只
I
是
was just a bit
只是有
scared that
点
you'd
担
do
心你会
something
做傻
silly.
事，
傻事？我
Me?
因为这件事的
This
确
is
非
very
常危
dangerous, and
险，
you've always cared
而
for
你一
me.
直以来都特别关心我，所以我总
I'm
担
always
心
worried
你
that
会在
you'd
什么
one
时
day
候把
leave
我
me
抛
behind
下，
and face the
独自面
dangers
对那些
alone.
危险。我不想让事
I
情
don't
变成
want
那
things to
样。
turn out that way.
你可别自作多
Stop
情
being
了。
so egocentric.
再说了，
Besides,
我
we're
们现
clearly
在
one
明明就
right
是一
now.
体，
Even if I
就
wanted
算
to,
我
I
真那
can't
么
do
强
it.，
也做不到。真要说的话，
Speaking of which, I
我大
actually
概
hope
希
that
望那
Vita
个
is
妮
brave
塔有
enough
胆
to
子自
come.
己找上门来，直接撕了他，才叫一了
Just
百
tear her
了。
apart, problem solved.
好了，赶快出发
Alright,
吧。
let's go.
时间或许真不
Time
多
is
了。
really running out.
奇怪，
Weird.
怎么了？
Wrong.
这个世界炮里的崩坏能，怎么现在就
What's
这
with the
么
high
密集？
density Honkai energy in this bubble universe right now? Flowers. Oh, the authorities.
这是
This is...
奇怪，
That's weird.
所有的
Seems
崩
like
坏
all the
能
Honkai
好像
energy
都
is
天然
naturally
聚集在了这附
concentrated
近，
around here.
而且
It
就像
seems
是
to
被
be
刻意
sealed
封
on
存起来的一
purpose.
样。
那么这些石碑，
These tablets...
普罗米修斯
You
说，
said
世
once
界
the
泡
bubble
在融
universe
合
is
之后
fused, it becomes
会成
pure
为能
energy
量
and is
被传输到
transmitted
某
to
个地
somewhere
方
else.。
会不会
Could it be
丽
that
塔是故意这
Vita
样
did
做
that
的
on？purpose,
让这
so
个
that
世
this
界在
universe
融
would
合
be
之
free
前
from
不
Honkai's
会先受到崩坏
disruptions
的侵
before it
扰？
fuses?
倒的确有这种可
A
能。
possibility.
那他还真
That's
是个
oh
大
so
善
kind
人
of
呢。
her.
不过这
But
到底是
trap or
圈套还是
opportunity?
机
We'll
遇，
find out after
试试看就
trying.
知道了。
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's another ledge up there. 6, 7? Possibly 8? I can't remember exactly how many authorities there were. So she sealed away the actual Honkai authorities of this world so they wouldn't get in the way of her doing what she's doing. And if they've found them, then they can take the actual authority, the actual rules of this world.
这是要散开了吗？
Going to scatter.
别想逃，
Not getting out of this. And it,
该死！
he doesn't
丽塔还真
he's
比你
more
想象中
powerful
要
than I
强不少。
imagined. Oh,
你
so
的
you're
意思
saying
是，如果一个人能掰弯
a
一块
person
铁，
can bend
不
metal
代表
doesn't
另一
mean
个人
another
的力
person is
气
strong enough
足
to
够把
bend
它
it
掰
back?
回去。
嗯，我们控制不了
Beyond
他。
our control.
看来还是得
Like we
分
have to
工合
split
作
up。and work again.
分工合作，
Up. Like the
像
time
当
we
初我
controlled
们
the
一起
Abyss
操控黑暗
Flower.
白花那样吗？
You're using all your
你
power
要
to
用自
control
己的
Honkai
全部力
energy.
量来控制崩坏能。
没错，
Correct.
虽然还是
Not
未必能成
guaranteed to
功，
succeed, but we're
但
getting
可能
closer
性
for
总归
sure.
要大一些。
你
Not
应该
pushing
没有
yourself,
逞强
right?
吧？
那不至于。
Don't need to. Come on,
再
I'm
怎么说，
definitely
现
more
在的我
experienced
也比
now.
那时要更有经验，而且
Oh,
这
but
些
these
石碑
tablets
也
aren't
没有像
corrosive
黑
like
暗
the
白
Abyss
花那种
Flower.
额外的
Don't
侵蚀
worry.
性，你就放心吧。
我明白了，
See,
我会自己
I'll
想
try
办
to
法
destroy
破
the
坏石碑，
tablets and do my
尽力
best
配
to
合你。
assist.
"接下来就先交给你了。
Hang on you.
Yeah.
Seele.
来了。
I mean,
果然还是希尔更厉害一
new
点。
Seele is better.
没有的事，
You'd
如
have
果
done the
分工
same
交
if
换
we
一下，
switched hats.
你也能做到。
I see. So we're just gonna get them all. We lost one of the authorities, it looked like. Yeah, it must have been a while, right? Because she was originally... part of... in another world. So she did all this stuff to another world, left, came to this one. Based on this down here, she was probably down here first. And as far as we know, the people down here died, right? For the most part, they were gone. So she did her manipulation down here, then she went up to the living world. Nick's walking is so weird. Eh. Indeed, if they can't even achieve this, there's no need to observe them. But the end that can be easily reached is usually just a start. Okay, it's not going to make us do all of them. And of course, we have to remember that Vita is the narrator. Alright, done.
怎么样？
How's
去了
it?
最
Will
开
there
始
be any
失控的那个
problems?
石
Because the
碑
first tablet that
会有
went
什
out
么
of
问
control
题
is
吗？
missing.
不会，
No, these
即
are
使
more
是
than
这
enough
些，
according to our
也已经
plan.
超过计划里需要的量级了。接下来
Next, the
就
final
是最
step.
后一步，让我回去吧，希尔。
Let me go back, Seele.
怎么了？
What?
是有什么值得
That's
纪念的？
surprising.
没有啦，
Not really.
说起来可能
Might
有点
sound
傻。
silly, but I didn't dare
不
loosen
过
my
我
control
刚才
over
的
the
确一刻
body
都不
for a
敢放松对
second.
身体的控制呢。总觉得，
Well, if
如
you had
果
the
是你，
chance, you'd go
说
face
不
the
定就
danger
会找机会
alone.
自己去面对危险。
有那种必要吗？
Why did you think I would?
不用担心了，
Don't worry.
最
At
起码
least
这
this
次
time I'll walk into the
我
future
会
with
和
you.
你一起面对未来。
谢
Thank
谢
you,
你，
Seele.
希尔。
不过，
What?
希尔，
Seele, tell me.
在你
Anything
看
bad
来，
happens.
万一发生什么意外，
30 to 60 minutes left? Really? Oh my god, this really is going to be a fucking 6-hour stream.
难道两个人一起
You
去
really
死，
prefer dying
要比
together
仍然
than
有一
having
个
a
人进城更
survivor?
好吗？
你
Do I
一定要
have
我
to
说
answer
吗？
that?
为什么？
Why?
活
Isn't
下去难
staying
道不重
alive
要吗？
important?
当然也重要，
It is.
而且
Not
不只
only
是
for
对
us,
我
but
们，
for Bronya and
对
everyone
Bronya
else.
姐姐，对大家都很重要。但
But
只是，
if you're just
只
talking
是指
about
我们
us,
两个人的话，无论是谁
no
先
matter
离
who
开，
parts first,
另
we
一个
can
人的
both
感受，
imagine how the
我
other
们
would
都能
feel.
想象。如果这是很久以
If you
前，
asked me a long
我
time
一定不
ago, I
会那么
wouldn't be
自
so
信。
sure.
我会觉得，
I
也许
think
自
I'm
己
not
根
that
本没有那么
important,
重
so
要。
even if I did
即使我
disappeared
真的
and
消
left
失
you
了，
alone,
只留下
you
你
could
一
move
个人，
on.
你也能慢慢的走出去。
你在说什么傻话？
No idea what you're talking about.
如果这是很久以
You asked
前，
me a long time ago.
现在我不
I've
这么
changed
想
my
了，
mind.
我再也不会否
I
定
won't
自
deny
己，
myself
因为
anymore.
我
So
发
I
现
finally see
你比我自己
that
都
you
要更
love
喜
me
欢
more
我，
than I do.
希尔。
Really.
如果我否定
If I
自己，
deny myself
伤
and
害
hurt
自己，
myself, then I'm
那
actually
就等
denying
于是
you
在
and
否
hurting
定
you.
你，伤害你。
This is something people need to learn so badly. So many people think, oh, I'm just hurting myself. No, you're hurting everyone that gives a fuck about you. Right? Like, you are not independent. No one is independent. And it's impossible to be independent unless you are literally independent from birth. Right? Like, there's no way. It's something that annoys me with some people who make decisions saying that they're being selfish, but really they're basically hurting other people. And just doing stupid things, and they probably know they're doing stupid things. They don't admit it.
我可不会那么做，
I'd never do that,
所
so
以你也要一样
please。do the same for me,
好吗？
will you?
如果你不在了，
Without you, the
我
pain
感
I
受到的
feel
痛苦
will definitely outweigh
肯定
my
会
fear
超
of
过我
death.
对死亡的恐惧。
希儿，
Seele. Oh, it's cute seeing Veli do that. Has Veli ever done that pose? Putting her hands over her heart? I don't know if she's done that before.
好了，别说这种丧气话了。
Enough, no more sad talking
反
like
正现在
that.
我们不
Listen,
是要
we're
一
not
起去
dying
死，
together, but surviving
而是要
together.
一起活下去。
Yes,
去解决一
settle
切，
everything and
救
save
回所有
everyone,
人，
just like we did
就
before.
像
Yeah.
希儿，
Seele, you're still the
你果然
same
还像以
person,
前那
someone who
样，
hates harming
是不喜
others.
欢伤害别人的类型啊。
啊，怎么突
Why
然
are you
说这
bringing that
个？
up?
我
We...
们
Huh?
我可是很喜欢
I
伤
love
害别
harming
人的，
others.
你应该知
You
道
should
才
have known that.
怎么回事？我
Rohan,
不能
lost
控制
control
身
of
体
the
了。
body?
等等，希儿，
Wait, I remember now. In the story of axes and limbs, I was wrong about one thing. Creator did sever all humans, but not out of anger. It was at request of humans. The reason? I have no idea. You do, right?
你果然坐不住了。怎么？只有
Nation
胆量
finally
这么
ran
和我
thin.
说
What?
话？
Are you too scared to talk face to face? Come and face
别
me.
难为我了，这样
Don't
会轻
push
松
me.
些。
It's easier this way. The two
你
of
们
you
刚才
just
论证过，
proved it.
我
I
的
don't have
时
much
间也
time
很
to
有限。
spare.
如果不是因为你
You
现在
didn't
超越了
surpass
完
the
整的高
complete
塔贤者，
sage. You become
在
a
这个世
second
界中
only
的
to
特
me
殊
in
性仅次
uniqueness
于
in
我，
this world.
或许连这
Perhaps
些
we
交
wouldn't
流都
even
毫无
need to
必
have
要。
this conversation.
所以
So, what gives
那个话题
the
的答
answer to the
案究竟
question?
是什么呢？
Be able to tell me, given what you just
你
went
刚刚
through.
经历了这一切，或许能
那些被拼合在一起的
Those
人，
woven
有
together
的更
some
看重对
value,
方，
the
有的更
others
看重
more,
自己，
whilst the others value themselves more.
而看重自己的那一
The
边，
latter, separating
当然会觉得
naturally
分
makes
开
more
更合理。
sense.
所以
Do you consider
你觉
yourself
得
the
自己是更自私
which
的那一
one?
个？
Well, your actions say
你正在
otherwise.
做的事情看起来可不是这样啊！
那是你眼光有问题。
Judgment is failing
我
then.
就是这么一
Yes,
个
I'm a
自私的
selfish
人，
person, and I
以
always
后
will
也一
be.
样。但这一点都不
Despite
妨碍
that,
我
I'd still
找到你、
find you,
打败
beat
你
you, and，tear
然
your
后
awful
撕
lips
开你这
apart.
张讨厌的嘴。
那
Well, I
祝你
wish you
好运，
luck. I mean it
我是真
sincerely.
心的。不过
But she really
他
didn't
的确
notice,
没注意
right?
到，对吗？在控制那些
When
崩坏能的
controlling
时候，
Honkai energy, you
你
secretly
每次都
sniffed
偷
a
偷
little
截留
every
下一部
time,
分，
so you could
就
take
是
over
为
the
了在
body
这
more
种时
easily
候
at a moment like
能更
this.
顺利的夺走身体。
不然呢？你
Point?
以为就连
Really
那一
think I
点崩
couldn't
坏
handle
能
such a
我都
tiny
把握不
amount?
住吗？
当然不会
Of，course not. You're much
不过
smarter
你比
than I
我想象
imagined.
中要
You
聪明
couldn't
不
have
少。
done this originally.
原本这是你绝对不可能做到的事。利用沙铁
By
国度和自
exploiting the
身的特
properties
性，
of the country of iron
你将
sand
身
and
体原
yourself,
本的主人
you
驱
drove
逐而
away
出
the，original owner of the body,
将其制造
and
成了
turned her
类
into
似
something
一
like an
种圣
abnormal
痕的存
stigma.
在。
既然你都知道，
You
还
already
有什么
know.
好啰嗦的？
Why do you keep on
难不成
yapping?
拖延
Will
时间
stalling
还
for
对你
time
有
do you
利？
any good?
你就洗干净脖子
Enjoy
等
the
着
time
吧。
before your death.
等我
After
找
I
到
get
你
you
和
and
你
have
好
a
好
good
谈谈
talk,
之
I'll
后，
come back and take her
我自
away.
然会回来带她离开。
而就算你
If
失
you
败
fail, the
了，
abnormal stigma
一
certainly
种
won't
圣
be
痕想
affected
必
by
也不
this
会受
duel.
到这场决战的影响。不错，
Not bad. You're not
你未必
smart,
聪明，
but you're selfish enough.
但的确足够自私。是
You
那
have a
种
personality I love and hate at the same
我既
time.
喜欢又讨厌的性格呢。好吧，
Alright. I'll wait
会
for you in
在
the
那里
land
等
of
你。
destruction, or should I say,
毁灭
land
之
of
地，
rebirth.
又或者新生之地。不过在那之
But before that, I
前，
kindly remind you,
我还
Miss
是
Not
想
That
好心提
Smart.
醒一下不够聪明的你，你正在面对
You
的
aren't facing a
不是
single
一个
enemy,
敌人，
but a
而是一
high-stakes
场豪
gamble.
赌。而我
And I
其实
actually
非
wish
常
that
希望能和大
we
家
can
达成
find a
双
win-win
赢。
solution. There's 11. Now, I'm gonna be right back quick. I'm gonna go to the washroom. I'm gonna see if I can find some food, because technically I should have had dinner 2 hours ago. But I've been kind of invested in that. I'm gonna be right back really quick. I'll give you guys some music to listen to. And when I'm back within 5 minutes, we'll finish this. Enjoy. Ah. Ah. I am back. Unfortunately, not much to eat, but I grabbed some snacks and stuff. I got some stuff to eat. I got a coffee. Munch on a tiny bit of it when we can continue. Okay. Indescribable emotions echo deep within her heart. Unlike the others, she received more than one piece of bad news.
所，竟然
I was actually remembered the withering she once saw, remembered the legends she once heard.
不，我就是
No,
为
that's
此而来
exactly why I'm
的，
here. I
可
mustn't
不
be
能被吓
scared.
到。是这样
Is
的，
that so?
我知道了。
See,
谢
thank
谢
you,
你，
Dr.
薛
Schrödinger.
定谔博士。
I'm aware of the latest changes in the country of Iron Sand, telling the news of Prometheus being attacked to her first and last friend.
接下来，你打算怎么办？
What do you intend to do? Stick to the plan. That's the final message from Prometheus before crashing into her death. As an instruction, it seemed too simple or even vague. However, that might exactly be the AI's intent. Just like how the same coded text could be read differently if decrypted differently, an instruction so vague could confuse an omniscient enemy.
你问
What
我
do I
打
intend to
算怎么
do?
办？那还用说吗？
Not obvious enough,
既
since
然普罗米
Prometheus
修
carried
斯
out
直
her
到最
duties to
后
the very
都没
end.
有放弃自己的职责，那我这个被大家
How
指
can
定
I
的起
give
点
up
载
as the
体，
nominated
就怎么能
singularity
半途而
bearer?
废呢？继续把崩坏能向我这里引导
Channeling
吧，
Honkai
博
energy
士。
toward me, Doctor.
我会按照原计划
I'll stick to the plan,
成为这
be
个
the
世
new
界的
Hersher
新
for
生
this
力者。
universe.
我明白了，
Understand.
希尔也会以自己的方
Seele
式
will
继续
fight
努
in
力。
her own way. In terms of
从
results,
结果
this
上
could
来
at least
说，
impede our enemies a
这
bit.
至少能够给我们的敌人多制造。
Seemed to imply more than she said. The innocent teammate, the omniscient foe. For the wise at the moment, which side was she actually lying to? Maybe both, or neither. Either way, the action that would produce an imaginary singularity, or its movement, couldn't be hidden from
我
anyone.
会如你所说，
Do
将
as
自
you
己能够
said,
引导的崩坏
direct as much
能
Honkai
继续向你
energy
转移。
towards you as I
但
can.
是
But without
少了普罗米
Prometheus'
修
help,
斯的协助，
I'll have to work 3 to 5
我必须
times
付出
harder to achieve
300%
30 or
500% 的努
50%
力。
of the original output.
你明白这意味着什么
You know
吗？
what that means?
我当然明白了，
Of course I do.
就算拼尽
If I
全力，
must devote
也只
myself
能
to
达到目
achieving
标的
10% of our
10%，
target, I'll do it
我也
without
会义无反顾的
hesitation.
做下去。毕竟，
After all,
这或许是一名偶像
this
的毕
might
业
be
演
the
出呢。
farewell concert for an idol. How could she
又怎么
spare
能不
any
全力以赴？
efforts? Hey, I see that. Her sugar form slightly showing through. Her little mutations. Lively movements, Shigure planted her sniper rifle half-note to the ground as if greeting her audience. That last frame of her human form.
来上
Make a
演一
grand
出华丽的
entrance.
登场吧！
And she's
这
gonna
让我
start
们那位拥有
changing.
全知力量的狂
So
热
we
粉
can even
丝
astound
也
that
大吃一
fanatic
惊才行
omniscient
啊！
fan. After that, she activated the key of Beyond and surrendered herself to the integrating process. Like the end of giant planets in the universe. Like how these stars collapsed and reached the most romantic gravitational singularity. Like the birth of a black hole.
博士，你不说点
You
什么
going
吗
to？say anything, Doctor?
嗯，
Oh,
比起6年前
compared
的
to
那
yourself 6 years ago,
你
you
现
look
在的
much
模
cuter
样
now.
还是要可爱不少。
谢
Thanks.
谢。
But don't say
不过，
that in front of
下
Nigurath
次可
next
别当着
time.
尼古拉斯的面这么讲。老实说，我也是第一次将
Be
下堂
honest,
一药
it's
的
the
力
first
量
time for me
解
to
放到这个
unleash the
程度。
sugar key to this extent.
据说，上次他被超限
Said
解
that
放
it
后
broke
不久
soon
就
after
直接
being
损坏了。
pre-unleashed. Ugh, I'd definitely get
要是
scolded
这
by
次
Elder
被我弄
Conpedo
坏
if I
了，
break it
回
again.
去以后肯定要被金平堂长老狠狠说一顿了。不过应该也还好，
Couldn't be that bad, right?
毕
Oh,
竟
the
经过
sugar
上次
key
的
was
修理
split
之
into multiple
后，
copies.
砂
This is
糖
just
饮
one of
药
them.
被拆分成了许多把，
The girl kept talking, trying to conceal the fear inside. She knew that Saw would hear everything.
这么看来，
In that case,
他
it's
倒是和
similar
轩
to the
辕剑
Shanyan
颇有
sword.
类似之处。
That makes sense, considering the authority of domination is
毕竟
somewhat
支配的权能
dimensional.
倒还真拥有一定的维度特性。
That's totally beyond me. Starting now, I'll use the key of beyond to accelerate the generation of
从现在
imaginary
开始，
singularity
我会利用这
and
百万
strive
之
to
剑的力
achieve our
量，
plan
加速
without
催
help
生虚
from
数起点，
Prometheus.
尽力。接下来
The
就
rest
都
to
交
me,
给我吧，
Doctor.
博
You
士
go。help Seele.
你怎么啦，博士？
Do it, Doctor.
还有什么问
You
题
have
吗
other？ questions?
齐洛，
Yeah. Are you sure
的
you
确
know
清
what
楚
you're
自己正在
doing?
做什么吗？
Of
那当然
course.
了。
我知道了。
I see.
祝你好运，
Wish
我们的星语者。
you luck, our star whisperer. Just an instant after Schrödinger left, massive amounts of Honkai energy flooded in from all directions and swallowed Shigure Kira. How boring. Might be inappropriate for me to say this, but I don't actually find this mean. After all, I've seen too many universes wither. Fragmented world, gooey world, smooth world, skyless world, earthless world, godless world, worlds that are the most peculiar. However, at the moment of destruction, the reactions of intelligent life were almost identical. A bit of despair, a bit of relief, a bit of useless struggling. Is exactly what is going on here now. Sure enough, the way she used the key of beyond was surprising. Such technology, no wonder the sugars survived. Her judgments are quite right. After the loss of Prometheus, this dimensional weapon could save her part of the plan. But also, because of the loss of Prometheus, saving the plan is only theoretically possible. Shigure Kira, without someone cheating for you, you will never be qualified. Yes, just like your fake idol identity. Key of the Beyond has just gathered enough Honkai energy to cross the threshold of Herrscher creation. In other words, in the world ruled by Saw, this is an unprecedented change in billions of years. It even comes in pairs. However, an artificial imaginary singularity will never form as silently as a supernova. In the process, they'll surely realize that, without that AI, Shigure Kira is the host of singularity without the Honkai adaptability to match. In other words, forcibly focusing Honkai energy on her like this will turn her into a Honkai beast or zombie before turning her into a Herrscher. Of course, she and the doctor are aware of this. The train comes off its rails. Its passengers are the first to notice this. Moreover, I can read all the stories buried in her memory. A past battle merely transporting a somewhat special divine key has cost her dearly. She knows her capacity inside out, but still chose to quench her thirst with hemlock. From the perspective of death, this is actually beautiful.
是
Yeah. Oh
没
my.
错，
You're right,
我无
I
法
can
和
never
那些被
compete
命
with the
运见过的
geniuses
天才
blessed
相
by
提并
fate,
论。
and
继续
holding
死
out
撑
is
下
just
去，
digging my own
谁
grave.
只是在为自己掘墓而已。这些局限，
All these
这些弱
limitations and
点，
weaknesses, every
其
single
实我只
silent
是在
thought
自己的
about
心
them
里
would
悄
be
悄地
read by
想一
you.
想，
Am I right,
也都
Vita?
会被你读得干干净净。
I love how she's fucking with her. She isn't talking with me, but just talking to me.
我再清楚不过了。
I know this better
论
than
天
anyone.
赋，
In
论
terms
资
of
质，
talent or capacity,
我
I've
向
never
来
been
都不
one
是
of the
最顶尖的
best.
那一类人。身为偶像，没法尽情歌唱
As。an idol, I can't
身为
sing
魔
well.
武神，
As a Valkyrie, I
没能
failed
拯
to
救
save
队
my
友，
teammates. It's one of the
身为
sugars.
休格斯
I
的
can't
族
stop
人，
you.
也阻止不了你。不久之前，我还
Tried
试
to
着去安
comfort
慰苏珊
Susanna
娜，
not long ago. At the end
但
of the
当时
day,
说的那
I
些
was also
话，
comforting myself.
不也是说给我自己听的吗？虽然因为天赋，因为经历，
We
因
may
为各
never
种各样
become
的
who we
理由，
dream to be
我
because
们
of
无
our
法成为自
talents,
己
our
所向往的
experience,
那
and
个
many
样
other
子。
factors.
但
But we
我们也
can
可以
also
无
get
限接近
infinitely
自己向
closer
往
to
的
who
模
we
样
dream
啊，
to be and
并
do
且
great things
做
that
到一
even they
些即
can't
使是
do.
他们也做不到的事。
Maybe
大
this is
概
the
这才
truth
是
to
所谓
dreaming.
梦
As
想
long
的
as
真
we
相
look
吧。
ahead to do our
只要坚
best,
定
our
地看着
dream
前
might come
方，
true in
一
an
直努力，
unexpected way.
说不定梦想就会以一种谁也想不到的方式实现了呢。像这样纯
I
粹的
want to
思考
believe in
方
this
式，
kind of pure and ideal
我自己
thinking
又何尝不
myself.
想去相信呢？可是，
We wouldn't have come to
如果现
this
实这么
if it
容
was
易
that
就
easy
能被
for us
改
to
变，
change reality.
事情就不会发展到这一步了吧？同伴逐个离
My
去，
friends parting one by one,
敌人步
my
步
enemy
逼近，
approaching. It's almost like I'm back in
简
the
直就
battle.
像是回到了当年的那场战斗里一样。那时我没能战斗到最后，
And I couldn't fight to the end, even though it was against my will. It made me a deserter in the second eruption.
我成为了第二次崩坏的逃兵。但是，
But what does it matter if I fought until the end? If I gave it my all and challenged my limits once more,
再挑
would
战
the
一次
outcome
自己
be
的
any
极限，
different?
结果就会有什么不同吗？肯定不
Of
会。
course not.
我什么都做不到，
There's nothing I could do. Cecilia still had to
Cecilia
sacrifice
大人
herself.
还是
End
只
of
能牺
story.
牲自己。所以，
That's why after becoming a
在成为
deserter,
逃兵
and
之后，
prior to Bianca
在
telling
比安
me
卡告诉我故事的
the
结
end
局
of the
之前，
story, probably had
我大
accepted
概已经在
Cecilia's
内
death
心深
deep
处
down
与之一起死
and
去。
died along with her.
还有我
Was
再
the
也无
youth
法找
that
回
could
的
never
青
be
春。
regained.
你可以说，
You can say I've been a
我一直
liar
都是
all
一个
along,
骗子。
no matter how dazzling or jovial
不
I
管表
look.
面上多么
It's a
光鲜，
mask for a
表
scarred
现得多
soul.
么开朗，归根结底，
After all, I'm afraid of
我害怕着
myself,
我自己。
afraid this stupid girl might one day find the
害怕
guilt
这个
and
笨笨的女
confusion
孩
deep inside herself.
有一天也会发现自己内心深处的负疚和迷惘。尽管她
So
早
she
就
had
发
come to
现，
realize that as long as she could
但只
lie
要
to
能自欺
herself,
欺人，
everything was
一切就
alright.
没有问题。
Might explain why I'm so obsessed with being an idol.
这可能也是我那么执着于成为偶像的原因之一吧。但是
But it's okay.
还好这一次的
It's
对
okay
手
that this
是
time
拥
I'm
有
against
全
the
知能力的
omniscient
你。
you. Thought of you being
一
able
想
to
到这
see
世界里
through
的
all
一切伪
disguises in
装
this
都
world
会被
makes
你
me
看
feel
穿，
relieved.
我反倒轻松了不少。如你所见，
The heroic
我
music
就是这
again.
样一个胆小鬼，
So you can
一个
see,
逃兵，
I'm this
一个不
coward,
称职
this
的冒牌偶
deserter,
像。
this fake idol.
哪怕打肿脸充
Still,
胖
I'd rather
子，
keep faking it,
哪怕会自作
even
自
it'll
受，
come back to bite me,
我也不想停下，
than to stop playing the
依然
reliable
要扮演
senpai
可靠
role
的
till
前
the
辈，直到
end.
最后。
I've always
既
been a
然我一直
liar.
都是个
This is
骗子，
natural, right?
这也是顺理成章的吧。
Up on yourself, huh?
不过，
No,
这
that's
可
not
不是
giving
什么
up
自
on
暴自弃
myself.
哦。就算我只能踏入末路，
Even if
但
it
只要崩
destroys
坏能
me,
再
as
持
long
续
as
聚
Honkai
集，
energy continues
就
to
仍然会
gather,
催生
it'll
历
still
程。
create a Hersher.
当然，
Of course,
那
what
个
comes
时
out
候
at that point
诞
will
生出
be
来
out
的
of
会
my
是什么东
control.
西，就不在我的控制范围内了。不过，
Would it
想
be
必
the
也
same
不
for
在你
you,
的控制
I
范围内
assume.。
所以，如果错过了
So
演
if
出，
you miss the show,
到
don't
时
regret
候
it.
你可不要后悔哦。
Heading towards death while pinning all your hopes on a negligible probability like a desperate gambler. This is really so
的确如
boring.
此。
Indeed.
虽然这样附和你有些不近人情，
Might sound a bit unkind to second you on that, but Shigure-Kira's words cannot intimidate the enemies in the least, no matter how you look at it.
薛定谔博士，
Talking to me
你是
now,
在主动
Dr.
找我说话
Schrodinger.
吗？
当然
I am, but even with your omniscience, you don't seem to understand immediately.
也不能立即理解。至于绮罗的计划，
Shigure-Kira's plan is a long shot, that's for sure.
作为最终载体的她，
As the ultimate vessel, she lacks Honkai adaptability. Means before the imaginary singularity is born, Honkai energy she toiled to gather will go out of control first.
打个比方来说，
Like the
就像压力
pressure
锅在
cooker,
没有煮好食物之前，
cooker
便
losing
失
its
去了
lid
锅盖。
before the food inside is cooked.
在没有外力帮助的情况
Without
下，
help, she'll never have the
即
chance
使
to
她
turn into a
想先变成
zombie,
死士，再变成绿者，
and then a
现实也
Hersher,
不会给她
even
那
if
样
she
的机
wanted
会。
to.
你倒是比我还不留情
You're
面啊。
harsher than me.
所以，
So I
我决定加
decided
入
to
她的
join
计
her
划。
plan.
你之前没有疑惑吗？
Haven't you wondered as to why I,
为什
someone
么附身
possessing
在
a
一块
moon
月岩
rock,
上的我，
can freely
可以
travel
像
the
高大
world
贤
like
者
the
一样，
sage?
在世界中自由穿梭？
你不过是在频繁
Just
变更自己的
frequently
附身对
changing your
象。
host. Unlike
与平
those
常
who
幸
risk
运的
their
他们不
lives,
同，
you only risk being
你做这
rejected
些
by
的
the
风
world.
险，不过是可能被世界排斥而已。
那么，
And how exactly
我
did I
究竟
help
是怎么
Shigure
帮助
Akira
十一
channel
起落，
Honkai
引
energy?
导崩坏能的呢？
那只是月岩的基
By the
本
nature
性
of the
质。
moon rock, but
杯
it's
水车薪。
insignificant.
可是，
If I'm truly so
如果
weak,
我真
why
的如此
bother
弱小，
talking to me?
你又何？
That's
所以我
why
才
I
这样
said,
说，你即使全
even
知，
with your
也
omniscience,
不
you
能立
don't
即理
seem
解。
to understand immediately.
世界复杂而混沌，为了预防蝴
The
蝶效
world
应，
is
你
complicated
必须
and
定时
chaotic.
检索每个人的思想，
To
逐
prevent
一
the
判断他
butterfly
们对你的威
effect,
胁。
you must regularly search people's minds to determine if they're a threat to you.
而这一点，
And this
正
is
是
the
我为
trap I
你
set for you.
量身定制的罗网。
The next moment, Schrödinger began her deduction. Might I add, it is nice. It is nice to see Schrödinger again instead of seeing a rock. It has been a while since we have seen this image. Next moment, Schrödinger began her deduction. Since being quantized in that world-changing war, she had traveled long and far in this quantized form. The change in her existence had brought forth a new perspective, allowing the innate researcher to adjust her ways of thinking and calculation, intentionally or otherwise. As a result, she could think and calculate with the efficiency of a quantum mind. Doesn't usually need to overuse such ability, as it could bring unknown risks that weren't worth the hassle. Yet at this point, unknown risks were the least of her worries. Rather, she now freed her brain to exploit these unknown risks. Help Shigure Akira help Seele contact the outside world, escape the two bubble universes, try to interfere with Saw's authority. Each and every plan was deduced in her mind. Even a brief message seemed to have been sent out to the proper world. I haven't been calling her Professor Rock at all. I've been using Schrödinger. The omniscient one was like a poor detective inundated with countless false alarm calls, who needed to determine the criminal's true intent from a sea of spam.
不然，
Indeed,
现
for
在
now
我
I
所
can
能推演的，
deduce no more
最
than
多只能算
seemingly
是似是而非，好像具有可行性的方
feasible
案。
plans.
他们不可能每一
They
个都被
cannot
付诸实
each be
现，
implemented,
也不可能
nor all
每
be
一
as
个都
complete
像
and
看上去
reliable
那
as
样
they
完整
appear
可
to
靠。
be.
但是，
But are you giving
你能
up
够
on
因此就
probing
放
into
弃对
me
我的
just
探知
because of
吗？
that?
每一个方案，
For every
你都需要
plan, you
观
need to
测、
observe,
推算、
calculate,
验
and
证。
verify.
即使
Even
拥
you,
有
who
干
has
涉仪的
the
你，处理信息的效率比我
interferometer
更高
and，can process
也多
information
少会受到
faster
拖
than
累。
me, will be weighed down by them. It's actually interesting that they bring up the interferometer again, because it makes you wonder if that technology is part of what makes her who she is and how she got so powerful.
对我的同伴们来说，这就已
That
经
might
足
be
够。
enough for my friends, but for me,
Or
you're
对我来
simply
说。
risking your life, just like them.
这也不过是和他们一样去燃烧自己，赌上性命。说实话，
To be honest, I feel
我有
lucky,
些庆幸，
for it's the omniscient you that I
还
fight
好这一
against
次
this
的对手
time.
是拥有全知能力的你。
Her friends said similar things a few minutes earlier. Perhaps her plans were empty talk, and a winning strategy didn't exist. Still, when those new ideas were born, so did their potential threats. Something else about her makes her even more irksome for her opponents. Her existence was unique, as she came from outside this world and was only using the moon rock as a terminal. In other words, she was the true quantum ghost in the world, one unable to be killed physically, yet able to interfere with this world subtly. Thanks to the previous crisis, she had risked switching the terminal and had gotten better at it. To stop her from impacting the world, the choices were to wait until her energy ran out, or destroy the world directly.
对现在的维塔来说，
For the present,
我
Vita,
确实不容忽
I
视。
am not to be ignored, right? Pretty much, Neko. Despite her words, one could tell that she was putting up a front. In fact, she was more like a puppet who kept cutting off her body parts for firewood. Small amount of consumption could be replenished from the outside, but to compete with the omniscient one like this was futile. This was indeed a battle of deduction, and also a gamble with everything on the line.
说到底，
After all, for science, there's been only one way to
所谓催生
induce
奇迹，
miracles.
从来都只有一种方式。如果概率低
The
微，
probability
那就
is
加
too
大技
small,
术，
increase the cardinal
一次试验
number.
没有希望。
If one experiment
那就试验
fails,
千百万次。
experiment another million times.
现在
Now let's see if
就让我们
her
看看
miracle will creep up
属
from
于
where
他的
you were
奇
too
迹，
busy to check.
会不会从你无暇顾及的角落里悄然诞生？对，
Yes,
我说的
not
其实
talking
不是
about
一直被你防
Seele
看着的
that
希
you've
尔，
kept an eye on,
而是此刻就在
but
你眼
Shigura
皮底下
Kira,
的
who's right under your nose.
石鱼绮罗。
让我们的演出开始吧。
Let our show begin. I was thinking this earlier, but now that they're confirming she was planning something, is all that Honkai energy really going to Kira, or is she just gathering it and gonna send it all to Seele?
这不可能。
Impossible.
石玉绮罗的计
Your
划
Kira
只是有
has
勇
is a
无谋，
foolhardy plan.
哪怕成
She
功布置
manages to
崩坏
focus
了，
Honkai energy.
她
She
也无
has
法
no way
逃
to
避死
escape
侍化的命运。
zombification.
而
The
死侍
awakening
化
is a
后的觉
Hersher
醒
after
为
being
预兆，
zombified.
本就
The
是天
fairy
方夜
tale.
谭。薛定谔的行动
Finger's
也不
move
过
is
隔靴
distraction
搔
at
痒。
best.
即
And
使
with all
穷
her
尽全部的
wisdom,
知
she
识，
can only disturb
他们做
minds,
到的，
which would be a
充其
breeze
量
to
也就是扰人心
neutralize.
神。他们无法制造出劣
They are
质，
unable to create a Hersher. My
我不可能
estimation
估计
can't be
错误。
wrong. But why?
即使如此，
Even so, why can they
为
come
什
so
么他们还能
far?
走到这一步？崩坏能汇聚完毕，开始构建虚数起点。
High energy gathered, generating an imaginary singularity.
来吧，索，
Come, Sa.
让我们的演出开始吧。
Let our show begin.
果然还是来了吗
You
，Vita？
came, Vita.
你也想参加我的
Here
演
for
唱
my
会吗？
concert too. Huh. Somewhat awkward.
热情的观众可真多呀。不过，演出结束之前，
You can't come
可不
out
能
on
随
the
意展
stage
台呢。
until the show is over.
别忘了，你还有我。
But you have me.
谢谢你，博士。
不
Oh,
过，
one shots.
多少能让这场对决
Bit of a distraction,
Go, go,
still it
go.
would ensure a fair fight. Oh, missed one.
撑住，绮罗。虚数起点就快
Akira,
稳定下
imaginary
来。
singularity is almost stable.
你就放心吧。
Oh. You go off. Oh, there we go. Anything else? No. Ah, I
ア
did
イ
it.
ドルはパフォーマンスを途中でやめたりしない
No,
わ。
stop performing midway. That moment all was silent. It was nothing philosophical like the greatest music has the faintest notes. It was the sound of the end. To an idol this was very important, an extremely familiar moment. While the last note still lingered in the air, the audience would remain silent. But is it because the performance had seized their hearts, or because they were bored out of their souls? Nobody could tell in that moment. No matter how dazzling the idol may be, you must experience this anxiety, waiting for applause or booing. The silence of this stage had lasted too long. After all, for the performance of creation, nobody who can utter a sound in the audience unless light can appear amidst this darkness. I
做
Did
到
it.
了。没办法，
We helped.
到
Let's
此为
stop
止吧。
here.
就差一点了
We're
呢。
so close.
说来讽刺，
Ironically, I thought your plan
不久
wasn't
前我
even
还认为
feasible
你
a
们的
while
计划
ago.
毫无可行
Now I have to
性，
attack you before
此
anything
刻
goes wrong.
却要为了避免节外生枝，不得不出手攻击。你真的很出色
You're
呢，
really outstanding,
冒牌偶像。
bootleg idol. Your max HP was 1 when you finished that? Oh no.
你唯一的不幸，
The only
只是拥有
misfortune is
全知
that
能力
me,
的我，
who's omniscient, is
终究
always
有
one
快
step
人。
ahead.
不管你会变成绿
You
者，
can turn into a Hersher,
死士
zombie, or
还是
something
别的
else
什
for all
么
I
东西，
care. But the imaginary
虚数起点的
singularity will
雏
be
形
nipped in the bud.
都会被扼杀在摇篮里。成功了，
Done.
欢迎来到
Welcome to what we prepared for you, the real stage.
真正舞台。
What's going on? There was no surprise of being ambushed in her voice, only joy that didn't exist just now. Wait, I assumed a wrong fact. Is it really an idol's job to meet everyone's expectations? Or to surpass them? It's more like letting everyone see what they've imagined, no matter true or false. That's it. But even so... Wait, you... The idol exited the stage, a familiar voice called out without warning.
算，抓到你了。
Finally got you. A while
开什
ago.
么玩笑？
Yeah, they didn't cover this. It's a joke.
怎么会有两个我？
Why are there 2 of me?
别思考，别发问，
Stop
大
thinking.
脑停止
Stop
运转。
questioning. Let your mind go blank. Chill ran up the back of Shigerakira's neck. The very moment she realized her thoughts had begun to stagnate, as the voice said. She was rooted in the spot and could only watch the figure resembling her approach her. Is this the true face of Saw? Can read and even manipulate minds?
什么乱七八糟的？
What is this nonsense?
现在的年轻
Our
人
people
真
these
是
days
沉
are
不
so
住气。
impatient. Just
Don't
wait. Shigerakira's thoughts came to a halt. She suddenly realized that this person talked in a strangely familiar way. Roll the die. Oh, the dice. Kira willingly let her mind slip. The next instant, she was hit by a sudden dizziness. Before her, the phantom, with a face identical to her own, diffused like ink, and then morphed into another familiar-looking face.
有了我铸造的意识的铜墙
The
铁壁，
impenetrable wall of
那家伙应该
consciousness
探
that I
知不到什
formed,
么
she
了。
can't perceive anything.
石之律者，果
It's
然是
you,
你！
Hersher of Sentience.
伟大的
Great
石之
Hersher of
律者
Sentience
辉
has
歌百
turned
日
the，table.
惊不惊喜，意不意外？所以你没死
But you didn't die.
哈？
What? Kira told the Hersher their earlier findings. Hersher stood there with crossed arms, listening and nodding occasionally, seemingly unconcerned.
仅凭我留在那里的
He
痕
used to
迹，
do so
就能
much
推
just
测
from
出
the
这么多
traces I
信息
left。there.
普罗米修斯
That
倒
was
是的
quite
确有办法
impressive.
刷子。没错，
Yeah,
和你
it's
们
as
的
you
猜测差不多。
speculated. I was
我被那家
tricked
伙
by
阴
it.
了一
My
次，
authority was
不但
restricted,
全
and
能
I
受
didn't
到了
even
约
have
束，
control over my
形态也无
form.
法受自己控制。那么，
So,
你见到苏的
did
真
you
面
see
目
the
了
true
吗？
face of Saw?
他
How
究竟是
exactly
怎么
did it
做
do
到这
all
些的？
this?
谁知道？
Who knows?
自始至终，
Saw's never
苏都
showed
没有
up.
露
My
面，
guess it didn't even
甚
do
至
it
我怀疑
personally.
那根本不是由他亲自动的手。
She prepared herself for this, but it was only till hearing it from the Hersher that she felt how powerful their enemy was.
那么，你又为什么
Why did you...
一个冒牌货，
Imposter
就想要接管
wanted
绿
to
者
take
的
over
全
the
部权
authority
能？
of a Hersher
他以为绿
entirely.
者是纸糊的
Really
老虎
think
吗？
Hershers were paper tigers?
我可没有换东家
I've
的
no
打算，
plan of changing
当然不会
hosts.
乖乖的任
I
他
will
摆
not
布，
be at its
找准
mercy.
机会
The
就
right
脱离了他
timing,
的
I
牵
shook it
制。
off.
哼，
Dealt
我连
the
正
real
牌的中烟都
finality.
对付过，
Why should I
怕
be
他做
afraid
什
of
么？
it? Even
他
if
就
it
算是这
holds
个
the
世界
whole
炮的
bubble
天，
universe, I
我
won't
也不要给
hesitate to
天
give
定
it
个窟
hell.
窿才行。
It's kind of funny to think about that, but that's true. She has technically dealt with finality.
是，是啊。
This tough fight was inevitable. It was useless to be afraid or wary of it.
哎呀，不过嘛，强龙
Still,
不压地
I'm
头
on its
蛇。
turf.
这
This bubble
里
universe
毕
is
竟是由
controlled
搜
by
控
it.
制的世界炮，
It forced me to
能逼得
detach
我
my
断我
tail
求
to
生，
survive.
也算是
I'll
他的
give
本
it
事。
that.
为了不被他再次控
Get
制，
rid of it once
我
and
只
for
能
all.
把
I
自
could
己
only
在这个世
minimize
界
my
炮的存
presence
在
in
感
this
降到最
world.
低，
Like now, I'm chatting
顶
with you
多
in the
就像
depths
现
of
在这
your
样，在意
consciousness.
识深处和你们聊聊天儿。至于报他的
For
一箭
taking
之仇，
revenge, I have to
还是
rely
得
on
靠
you
你们。
guys. 。 Your plan is not half
你们
bad.
现在制定的这计划就不错。
It's
哎，抱歉
My
啦。
apologies. To break
想
through
要
the
突破
barrier
意
of
识的
your
壁障，
consciousness,
总
I
要
had
对
to
你的
do
意识做
something
点
to
什
it.
么，
I
一不
accidentally
小
read a
心
bit of
就
your
读了一点
memory.
你的记忆。
Never
没什么，
mind, time is pressing.
时间紧迫，
Save my time to
这样倒
explain.
是省去了解释的时间。总之，为了与缩对抗， 我必
Weapons
须
were.
借助缩的
I
体
think
系，
that's her
成
way
为
of
这个世界的
describing
律
it,
者。
that she just left some of her behind. Because she doesn't have a body, right? She's basically a ghost with Honkai energy. So she basically left some of her energy behind. Anyways, to fight Saw, I must become the Hersher of this world through its system.
至少，
At
我
least
想
that's
我
what
需
I
要这样
need
认
to
为。
think.
你想，你需要。
What you need to think.
哦，
Ah,
妙极了，
wonderful.
简直妙不可
Simply
言。
wonderful.
你这
Your
病急乱
desperate
投医的
tone
气势，
almost
差
fooled
一点
me.
把我都骗过去了。这么好玩的事
How
儿，
could I miss
怎
out
么
on
少得
such
了我？
fun? That thing dared to
既
stab
然
me in
那
the
玩意
back.
儿
I'm
敢
gonna
暗
make
算
it
我，
pay.
咱当然要以牙还牙。
所以，
So,
我们要怎么暗
how are
算
we
他？
going to plot against it?
哎，什么暗算？多
Plotting
难
is
听啊！
lame. We're gonna
咱这叫
ambush.
伏击。
好吧，
Alright then.
那
So what do
我
we
们要怎
do?
么伏击他？
这个嘛，
About that. Yes,
这样应该
this will
可以。
do. I'm assuming all that Honkai energy was going to Senti.
没什么。
Nothing.
为了
To
保
ensure
证
that
计
the
划的
plan
顺
can
利进行，
progress smoothly, we
接
need
下
you to
来
continue
还要靠你
executing
继续实施普罗米修
Prometheus'
斯的计
plan.
划。放心吧，
Don't worry.
有
With the
我
great
十
Hersher
之
of
律者
Sentience
在
around,
场，
you'll definitely
一定
become a
能保你
Hersher.
顺利成为律者。
啊，
Didn't we intend to
那
fool
不
our
是疑兵
enemy?
之计吗？
只要
Neither
你
of
不
us
说我不
speaks.
说，
Who
那
would
谁能
know?
知道？
Oh. Since we don't even know the
既然连我
answer,
们自己都不
how
清
would
楚
Saw
答案，
know what would
所又怎
happen
么会知道
next?
接下来要发生什么？
哎呀，行了，
Enough
你就
now.
当做了
Just
个
think
白日
that you had a
梦，自己根
daydream.
本就
You
没
never
见过
actually
我。
saw me.
然后
Then
等
sit
着
back
看
and
好
enjoy
戏
the
吧。
show.
毕竟要论操纵意识，
After all, when it comes to
咱可
manipulating
是行
sentience,
家
I'm
中
the
的行
best
家
of。the best.
可喜可
Oh,
贺，
I did
我的
buy
确被
it.
骗到了。这里是你的意识空间吗？
Is this your mind
风
space?
景真不
Nice view
错。
here.
躲在石宇绮罗的意识深
Hiding in the
处，
depth of
在
Shigeru
我
Kira's
放松
mind
警
and
惕的
attacking
瞬
me when my
间，
guard
现
is
身对我
down.
发动攻击
Good，coordination.
很默契的配合，值得表扬。
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, you have to remember, she has
这还要多亏了
50,000
绮
years of
罗小姐的
memories,
精湛
right?
演
Like,
技。毕竟最真
she's
实
got
的
the
谎言
wisdom.
要将自己先骗过
She's
才
just
行。
a child. She adds too much flourish. All thanks to Miss Shigeru's exquisite acting skills, you must deceive even yourself to tell the most convincing lie.
只有化身律者成为
Only
他
by
最强烈的
fervently
意愿，
thinking of
他才能
becoming a
完全隐
Hersher
藏我的
can she
存在，
completely hide
使
my
我可以在
presence,
最后的
allow
时
me to
刻向你发动
counterattack
反
you at
击
the。last moment.
不过，
Even if you
即
did
便你能
vaguely
隐隐
feel
感
that
觉到异
something was
常，那
wrong,
也没法察觉。
you won't be able to
绮罗
notice
小姐
it.
根本没有向这个
Miss
方向
Shigure
思考。
didn't even think me.
比起直觉，
After
当
all,
然还是
compared
读
to
心
with
的结果比较可
intuition,
信。
clairvoyance is more
不是吗？
reliable. No. I still say I love this character design.
无法反驳。看来，哪怕
You're
拥有
right,
了
it
高级
seems
权
like
限，
even the highest
也不能太
authority
得意
can get
忘形。
ahead of herself. I was
我
too
还是不够
proud.
谦虚啊。
Highest authority is a bit cocky for someone who is, as far as we know, quite weak. Also, I think Finality's ability to travel through time is a little more impressive than just watching everyone.
不过，
But
就
even
算
if you
把我
trap
困
me
在这
here,
里，
what can you
你们
do?
又能够做到什么呢？融合依然在继
The
续。
fusion still continues. The
意识
world
空间
outside
之
this
外的
mind
世界
space
没
is
有任
not
何变
changed.
化。
You can't change
一
anything
味的
just
躲
by
藏在
hiding
自己的心理
inside
世
your
界
world.
中，可什么都改变不了哦。
Also, I still say that their eyes are nearly identical and it's kind of creepy. That the two of them look so similar.
世界没有变化，
Well, it's
那
not
可
changed.
说不准。
You can't be sure about that.
只要能把你这罪魁祸
As
首
long
给
as I
按住，
hold you, the
其
cause of
他
all
人
problems
当然有
down,
大
the
把的
others
机
will
会实
definitely
现
have
普
a
罗米
better
修斯
chance
的计划。
completing Prometheus' plan.
原来如此。
I see.
除
Other
了
than
拖延
buying
时
time,
间，
you don't know what
你
you
也
can
不
do
知道自
either.
己能做到什么。
哈，
You're
你今天是喝了
drunk.
几壶啊？
Are you looking
就这
down
么
on the
瞧不
real
上正
deal,
牌的律
Hersher?
者？来呀，我们堂
Come
堂
at
正
me.
正的
Let's
打
have
一
a
场。
fair fight.
我还真
I want
想
to find
看看
out, as two
同为意识的
manipulators
操
of
控者，
consciousness,
到底
which
是
one
谁
of
更
us is
胜一筹？
better?
明明以他人的意识作为食粮，却说什么堂堂正正。你们的那个世界还真是奇
You
妙。
claim to be fair, but you feed on others' consciousness. You guys live in a very strange world. Yeah, the funny thing is, it's entirely possible that a majority of her power is basically the same thing as Senti. Based on the eyes, if her power is basically sentience, just used in a different way, because the previous Hersher of Sentience kind of lived in dreams, right? And just connected everybody and had, like, trigger words to pull people in. Senti's ability has been more directly messing with people's memories. She could literally just be using everyone's senses. So long as someone exists in her world, she can see, hear everything that they see and hear, right? That could be the extent of her so-called omniscience. Is she's just using the powers of sentience? It would be interesting if so. What makes the most sense? Just, again, eyes. Because as far as we know, each Hersher has unique eyes.
说句真心话吧，
Allow me to say something
如
sincere.
果不是任务缠身，
If it was not for my
我还想和你
obligations,
们一起
I do
再
want
度
to
过许
spend
多
more
和平
peaceful
的时
times
光。
with all of you.
可惜，
Fortunately, we have to do
人生
things
在
we don't
世
want to
总会有一
sometimes.
些身不由己的
If
事
you
情
think
要
about
做。
it this way, it'll be better for you to
从这
see
一
me
点
as a
来说，
different entity
把
from
我
that
和之前
Vita
那
of
个
the
维塔
past.
当成完全不同的人，
Are we gonna
对
see
你
a
们来说
preview
会
of the
比较好
boss?
吧。
Or maybe even the boss itself? Like, are we actually getting a boss fight now?
喂，有本事
Well,
你
why don't
亲
you
自
come
来
here
和
and
我过几
fight?
招啊！
既然这里是你的意识空间，
It's your mind space.
那么
Why
是
does it
否
matter
我
if I
亲
do
自
it
动手
myself or not?
又有什么关系呢？
哼，胆小鬼！
Coward.
我将扭转万象！火眼！
哎呀，真是一场
Oh,
苦
that was a
战。
tough fight. Pity that only a
可
few
惜，
seconds
对现
passed
实
in
来说，
reality.
刚才究竟被拖过了几秒钟呢？这样的战术，
Such a foolish strategy.
少废话，你等着瞧吧！
Wait and see.
你说爆！
Oh, one of them's still alive.
你说爆！
Game, can you not miss something that's right in front of you? And dead? Yeah. What's next? More!
我将扭转万象！
Have several divine keys? Yeah, would make sense. I mean, hell, her ability to see the future is very likely one. Paying attention.
他自己杀死了这些东西，
Killed these things herself.
怎么打算临阵脱逃？
Why, trying to run away from a fight?
是啊，真不愧是
Yes,
传说
I'm-
中的十之律
As
者。
expected, legendary
你的攻
Hersher
势
of
实在太
Sentience, your
猛烈
aggression is
了，
too
我确
intense.
实不
I'm
敌，
truly beneath you and
也
can
只
only
好投降
surrender.
了。
咋？你当我傻？你现在的样子和不敌有一丝关系吗？
You know, thinking of that, she does have a very strong Phoenix aesthetic to a lot of her stuff. Like, these look like Phoenix tails, Phoenix tails, Phoenix tails. And she does have something hanging, like, she does have these things hanging from her hair that look a lot like the Fengwang down. Makes you wonder how many she has and what they are. Take me for a fool? Do you think that's how someone who thinks they are beneath me should look like?
啊，看来这个玩笑不
Looks
是
like
很有
this
趣
wasn't a
呢。
funny joke. As you
正如你
said,
说的那
even
样
the Saw who has been
早已被
restrained
说
by
束
you
缚
is
的
not
你，
someone
其
you
实
can
根本
take
不是我的
on.
对手。当然，我也知道，
Of course,
比起一击必
I
杀
also
的
know,
威力，
rather than the
你反而
power of
在
a
耐
single
力上
lethal
有超
shot,
常。
you're usually better than others when it comes to patience.
此刻你或许在想，无法
Perhaps
取
you are
胜又
thinking
有什么
now,
关系？
so what if I can't win?
只要能无
As
休
long
无
as I
止的
can
消
hold
耗
her
下
back,
去，
the others are
其
bound
他
to be
人
able to
总
do
会在外
something
面做到点
outside.
什么。 如果你愿意坐下来喝茶，
Willing to
那我
sit
也乐
down
意。
for tea. I am too. I fucking love Senti.
虽说自上次告别以来，我一直都在公事公办，
Though I've been faithfully doing my work since our last farewell.
但我也真的很想
Really
要
wish to fulfill what you want, to give all of you a
给你们再留下一些机会。
chance.
可惜
But what a pity.
时间已经来
It's
不及
too
了。
late for that. Suddenly an ominous feeling gripped the Hersher of Sentience's
什么？
heart. What? You. The end. This is the last one. I'm assuming the world. Everything fell silent. This was the strangest thing. The type of silence should belong to the end of destruction, the finality of everything. But to the girl, everything she was about to witness was only the beginning. At some point in the past, the black-haired girl who was inseparable from her woke up for the first time in such lonely darkness.
这是
Sis, you
还
still
是
left
把
me
我留在
behind
了这
here.
里吗？无论如何，
And she
她还
still
是决
chose
定
to
要
face
自
it
己面
herself.
对。
Was I too demanding?
我是不是有些太强人所难了？如果我是她，
If I were her, I'm afraid I might have done the
也
same
会这样
thing.
做吧。 希
Hey,
儿，
you still
你还在
here?
这里吗？
What? Does it want me?
奇怪，声音
Weird.
不是从
It's
附
not
近
from
传来的，
nearby,
可是
but
外面
outside.
这到底是？
What on earth is?
这到底
Where is this place? Fucking cold. Is this gonna be backstory for her?
等等我。可是我们为什么
Why do
非
I have
得
to
这
be
样
this
不
way?
可？
Who is she?
她到底是谁？是我，是
Me.
希尔。
It's Seele.
是啊，就算我们是一直在一
Even if
起，
we're always together,
但她还有自己的世界，
her own
自己的
world,
生活。
and her own life.
我从来
I was never,
以后
I'll
也
never
不会
be the most
是
important
最
one.
重要的那一个。不，不是那样
No,
的。
it's not like that.
是啊，我只需要
I
做
only
自己
need to
想
do
做的
whatever
事，
pleases me.
我根本不用在乎她怎
I
么
don't need to
想。
care about her. No, I've never cared.
我本来就不在乎，在乎也没有用。
But it would make a difference.
是啊，我
Yeah,
知道，
I know it all.
我都知道。
I'm assuming this is the very, very early Veliona. Before they first met. Which is interesting, because we've heard a little bit about Veliona's past, right? That she just took in negative emotions and existed within Seele, but we didn't really know how long she'd been there. This almost makes it seem like she's been there a lot longer than anyone thought.
我比你厉害多了，
Much stronger than you. I
我什
know
么都懂
everything.。
但
But,
是，
but,
但是，我就只有你
Mother of God. Oh.
我就只有
Oh, of God. Crazy to think. Imagine being so jealous of someone, hating them because they have everything you wish you could have. But literally that person that you're so jealous of is also the only person in your life. The most important person in your life. I mean, geez, I've heard of relationships like this before. I've seen people go through stuff like this.
希儿，这难道是
Hey.
是啊，
In
在
terms of
自由这一
freedom, the
方
way
面，
we're treated is
我们
not
受
fair
到
at
的对
all.
待一点都不公平，所以我才
Why I
说，
said, if I were
如果
you,
我是
I'd
你，
also probably.
恐怕也会。这怎
What
么
can
会？
this be?
我们
Did we
失
fail?
败了吗？还是没来得
Didn't
及
come
吗？
in time. It's alright.
没关系，不需要哭，
No need to cry.
我会一直陪
I'll
着你
always
的。
keep you company.
我其实
I've always understood.
一直都，我只是以为
God damn it.
你根本不想
I
提
just
起。
thought you didn't want to bring it up.
别担心，
Don't worry.
我们还
We
会
still
有
have a
机会的。
chance.
那个长大了的你，
The grown-up you
还是
is
很
still
像
a
一个孩
child.
子。
Without me, you'd still
没有
feel
我的
lonely.
话，还是会感到很孤单。无论发生了什
No
么，
matter what happens,
I
she
did.
definitely will
一定会把我们
find
再
us
找
and
回
take us
去。
back.
没关系
It's
的，
alright. Is this a new song? Oh no, I recognize the song now. Maybe a variation, but sounds very familiar. I'm pretty sure this is an old one. Meanwhile, the girl who just fulfilled her plan failed to foresee what was about to come. Saving progress. Oh no. I see this is probably a longer one.
希儿，等着我，
Seele, wait for me.
What?
Or
忘记我。
forget me.
该动身了，不管那个女人有
To
什么目
move, no
的，
matter what her intent is. Are we allowed to go
都得
back and
付
talk
出
to
代
it?
价。
She has to pay. Nope. I mean, we have been on the final stage. That last part was part of this stage.
说到底，
哦
我们才应该是这个
We're
世
the
界炮的
masters of
主
this
宰。
bubble universe. A little awkward to mash when it's my shoulder button, but you know.
虽然希尔不在场，
No, he's
但
not
这里
here. There's a
的确有
complete
完整
sage
的
here.
高塔贤者。希尔，
Seele, praying
如果
works,
许愿
let
真
me
的有
pray
用，
to you.
那就让我向你祈祷吧，让我获得的全
Make
能
my authority sufficient to fix everything.
创造虚数奇
Create
点，
an
成为
imaginary
历史
singularity, become a Hersher, and transcend fake finality. Easy
小
peasy.
菜一碟。来
Come
吧，
on.
怎么可能？
Come.
我明明控制
I
住
had
这些
the
能
energy
量
under control.
不，他们不是在流散，
No,
是
no,
在
it's not scattering, it's
消失。
disappearing.
可融合还没有完
The
成才
fusion
对。
shouldn't have completed.
是你，
You. Who else can it be? Till now, all their hard work finally gathered together at one point. The final darkness before dawn, they were one step away from success. But they felt deeply confused. Confused about that feeling that rushed from the bottom of their hearts. That feeling named uncertainty, where was it coming from? I know the answer. Although this conclusion is inconsistent with my past identity, I think it's very accurate. Even the most feeble and ignorant birds will feel a similar sense of uncertainty before disaster arrives. The sensation unique to the weak. Those who worked for Honkai, those rare existences, had a stigma. Simulated creatures that were reborn in the Sea of Quanta. They were unique indeed, enough to exceed my expectations in certain ways. Unfortunately, they were going against me, and saw time.
是时候了，
It's about
抱
time.
歉，
Sorry, I had to do
我不得
this.
不这样去做。可惜，
In this
在这
gamble,
场
I
豪赌
didn't see
中，
the result I
我
sought.
没能看到自己想要的结果。我们
Neither of us is lucky enough.
彼此都不够走运啊。倘若未能金缩之手，
Without Saw's hand, no one can achieve
没人能够求得新生。
rebirth.
升起吧，
Time for the
世界的
first
第一次
sunrise
日
of the
出。
world.
我曾经听人这样形
Someone
容
once
幸存时
told
的
me
轻
how
松
relieved
感
it。felt to be a survivor.
地狱血流成河，
Blood is spilling all over hell,
而他
but
不
he
必
doesn't
在
have
场。
to be there. See, this is sounding more and more like finality.
但出于过去的
But
经
from
验，
past experiences, I cannot
我
quite
无法
relate
认
to
同
this
这种
quote.
说法。
My opinion, it shouldn't be the quote
在我看
be
来，
quoted to describe relief.
那不应该被用来形容轻松感，而是应该用来形容某种
Instead, it's better to use
强烈
to
的
describe
痛苦。
some sort of agony.
为什么我
Why
会
am
回
I
到？
fucking... It's back to
恢复
normal
正
now.
常了。
Anyone else succeeded?
有其他人成功了吗？准确来说，
To be
既不是
exact,
成
it's
功，
neither success
也
nor
不是恢
recovery.
复，而是结束与新生呢。
The end and rebirth.
是
Yeah.
你，很好，
Oh, wow.
很
Very
好，
well.
你终于敢出
Finally
现在
worked
我
up the
面
courage to
前
show
了，
up, huh?
是吗？果然好凶啊！
So
可
mean.
是，
But I only
我只
came
不
to
过是
comfort
因
you,
为
for I know how
知
it
道一
feels
个
to
人
wake
在
up
空荡
alone
荡的
in
世
an
界
empty
醒来是
world.
什么滋味，想来安慰你而已。
好啊，
Alright,
那也让
let
我
me
来安慰
comfort you
安慰你
too.
吧。
Walking, so I don't expect combat.
很好用，对吧？
Effective, right?
我觉得还是不要再试了吧。
You can stop trying.
和我比起来，
Compared to
你的
mine,
时间可要宝
your
贵得
time is
多
way
啊。
more precious.
你这家
You
伙，
little.
这究竟是怎么回事
What？is happening?
啊？
Can I say,
我不是说过了
fusion
吗
of the end and
结
rebirth is
束与新
complete.
生，融合已经结束了。胡扯！
Ridiculous. The world is clearly...
你好像明白了呢
It's。like you understand now.
没错。
That's right. Salt's no holy
岩雪
city,
圣
the
城
country
和
of
沙
iron
铁国
sand.
度，
Even
乃
the
至凋
fallen
零之
star.
息，它们跟核反应堆不
They are
同，
not like a nuclear
从来就不是
reaction.
什么一次
They
性
were
的
never a
能源来
one-time
源，
source of energy.
因为
Because cultivating is more
种植远比
sustainable
猎
than
杀更有
hunting.
持续
No?
性，对吧？
You...
等等，
Wait.
那我为什么还在这
Then
里？
why am I still here?
哦，
哦
是我之前忘记提醒你了。例行
Oh, it's because I
或者
forgot
一
to
种
remind
盛
you
行，
earlier. Ideas
它
and
们作为
abnormal
一种未
stigmata
得
are
疏离的
special
意外，
accidents.
的
They
确
can
能够在融
survive
合
through
中
the
幸存，
fusion.
但有一个前提条件：
But there is a requirement.
对这个世
This
界来
world, they
说，
must be a
此人
complete
必须
tower
是完
sage
整
who
的
has
宝
all
塔
the
选
special
手，
authorities.
占有全部的特殊权能。
Which is the you now?
又在
What
胡说八道。
nonsense!
你的意思是
I mean,
希尔他？
Phyllis,
所以我才说你
why I
的时
say
间
your
很宝
time is
贵
very
嘛。
precious.
不过我想，
I think that
作为
as an
外来
outsider,
物，
she should disappear a
它会
little
比
more
其他事
slowly
物
than
消
other
失的慢一
objects.
些吧。
Right?
你
You.
好啦好
Alright
啦，
now, no
你说
point
我
getting
也没有
angry at
用
me.
啊，
It's
我
doing
只
my
是公事
job,
公办，
and you should make
而
haste.
你也要抓紧时间喽。你给我等着！
It's too late. Of course I'll wait for you. I still need to kick you out later. In the future, a new batch of Salt Snow Holy City residents will be born again. I don't want a girl with your personality disturbing them.
希尔，不，让我死掉也不要紧。我
Wait for me to
我
die.
只是
I
想让
just
你能
want you
活
to
下
live.
去。可我这样做反而害
But
了
what
你。
I do hurt you instead.
不，
No. No. Okay, I half expected another auto walk, that it was gonna just keep going and going. Is she gonna keep picking up speed? Yeah?
希尔，等着我，希尔，
Wait for me.
我不会让你消失的。
Won't let you go.
可是，希尔，
嗯
等等，
喂
希尔
Who is Seele?
是谁？不光是存在，
Besides the
难道连记忆
existence,
都有可
even
能消
memory
失？
can be erased.
是精神方面的能力吗？
Some kind of spiritual power.
不可
No
能，
way.
你别想得逞！喂，你们去哪里
Where
了？
did you go? It's
别开
not
玩笑
funny.
了！石之律者，石头博士，
And it's
谁
Professor
起
Rock,
罗？
you're Kira.
希尔，
Okay.
快回答我！
I mean, where are you?
希尔
Where?
已经不在了，
Gone.
除了你之外，
Apart from you,
这个
there's
世
no
界
other
上已经
Seele
没
in
有
the
第
world
二个
now.
希尔了。你胡说些什么
Nonsense.
但是你也
No
不用
need to
感
feel
到寂
lonely.
寞
Let me
哦。
tell you a story.
我来给你讲个故事吧。滚开！
It's kind of funny how short Veliona is when she's standing.
胡说八道！
That's,
我
I'm
才
not
不相
buying
信
it.。
他们一定还在某个地
They
方。
must be somewhere out there. Cinematic? Or is that just gonna end it?
那是
That's
石之
pressure
律
of
者。
sentience.
看来你是真的很想再打一架。
Like you're really itching for a fight.
咱俩没准还真能聊得来。怎么
We
样？
do get
趁
along
现
pretty
在交
well.
个朋友
Let's
吧
be。friends.
喂，快来帮我！
Not me.
你去哪里了？是
Where'd you go, Hirsch?
是
You're one of the people who traveled with me.
和我一起旅行的人的名字。为什么
Why can't I remember? Better listen to my story.
听听我的故事吧。很久很久以
Sometime there was a
前，
princess in the
有一位
mermaid
人鱼
kingdom.
王国的公主。你走开！
Hey. This thing is saving a lot.
这是
This. Oh, well, I see you every time I die.
都会看是不是太没有
Isn't
新
that
意
too
了？
dull?
看起来你去了很
It's
远
like
的
you went
地
somewhere
方。
far away. Did you find the
找到
answer,
答案了
Shariat?
吗？沙尼亚特，
谢谢。
Thank you.
不过，
But you ironically make me
你这样反倒
feel
让我
more
感到更抱
apologetic
歉
like
了。
this.
虽然我成功来到了
Though
这
I
里，
successfully came
但
here,
对
I
抗
do
神的
lack the
经验，
experience of going
我的
against
确
a
有些
god.
欠缺。
没关系。
It's alright, I
我恰好有
coincidentally
一
have
些。
some.
等等，
Wait, the name you wanted to
你
give
说要
me,
送
could
给
it
我的
be?
名字，该不会就是……
Hmm,
崩
Will
坏
of
意志
Honkai.，
恕难从命。
Wait, I cannot take it, and I can't do it right now.
此刻恐怕我也难以做到。事情似乎要比
Things
想
seem to be
象
more
中更
troublesome
麻
than I
烦。
imagined.
我只能让
And
所
only
无
give
法
the
影
harsher
响到逆
nature
者的
that Saw
性
cannot
质，
influence
把
the
获得
choice to
那一
hold
种
whatever
全量的选
authority
择
back to
权
humans,
还
or
给人
rather,
类
their
自己，
adaptability.
或者说他们的适应性。
没关系，
Mine,
这就足够
that's
了。
enough.
你们在说
What are
什
you
么？
guys talking about?
你们是
Who are
什
you?
么人？
Wait,
等等，刚才的人
that
究竟
was
是
my controller going crazy some more.
炎
Salt.
炎雪圣城？
Salt Snow Holy City.
如果他们不
Right.
在这里，
They're not here.
一定
They've
是去
got
了
to be
炎
in
雪
Salt
圣
Snow
城。
Holy City. Hmm.
希尔，
Yeah. Supposed to be a bunch of gravestones, I'm assuming.
很久很久以前，
Upon a time, there was a
有一位
princess
人
in the
鱼王国
Mermaid
的公主
Kingdom.。
一天，
One day, the
人
little
鱼公
mermaid
主浮
came
上
to
海
the sea
面，遇
surface
见了
and
一
met a
位出
seafaring
海航
prince.
行的
They
王
fell in
子，
love.
他们很快便坠入了爱河。为了和王子朝夕
To
相
be with
处，
the prince, the mermaid
人鱼
asked the
公
witch
主
for help.
求
The
助于
witch
一
gave
位
her
巫
feet
师
so，she could stand on land
巫
like
师
the
给了她
prince.
双脚，让她能和王子一样在陆地上生活。但是，
The
巫
witch's
师的
magic
魔
was
法
also a
同时
curse.
也
She
是
could no
诅
longer
咒，
return
她
to
将再也
mermaid.
不能变回
Or
人鱼，否则就会
she
如
would
朝露
melt like
般，
foams
在
on the
下一
sea
轮
the
日
next
出后
sunrise.
消失无踪。对，
Just like
就
this.
像这样。不，天有不测风云。
However, some twisted
一
fate
天，
sent the
喜
voyaging
爱航
prince
海的
into a
王子
terrible sea
遭遇了
storm.
可怕的风暴。走开！
Wait, shut up.
希尔，
Uh,
那是
Seele,
希尔。无论发生了什么，
no matter what
他一
happens,
定
he definitely will
一定会把我们再找
find
回
us and
去。
take us back. What
你在
are you
说什
talking
么？
about?
没关系的。
Alright.
等一下，
Wait. Poof. Oh.
为了拯救落水的王子，
Save the
人
sunken
鱼
prince,
公
the
主
little mermaid
还
chose
是
to
选择
return
了
to the
回
sea
归大
again.
海，再
She
次
became
变
a
回了
mermaid
人
again.
鱼。王子得救
The
了，
prince was
但
saved.
人鱼公主
The little
没
mermaid
能
was
在
never
踏
seen
上
on the
陆
land
地。
again.
风平浪
After
静
the
之
storm
后，
died down, she
它
became
化
sea
为了
foams
一
and
卷泡
disappeared in the
沫，
wind,
消
never to
失
be
在
brought
了
up
海风
again.
之中，从此再也无人记起。怎么样？你喜欢
What?
这个故
You
事
like
吗？
this story?
我要找
To
到他，
find her.
可你要找的人
But who are you
是
looking
谁
for?
呢？其实你一直都知道，
Known it all along, but you never
你
wanted to
只是不
admit.
想承认。
不想承认
But you're alone now.
你已经是一个人了。不，我必须
And you do
想
remember.
起来。
Don't.
不要
Don't
留
leave
下
me
我一个
behind.
人。你又被他们欺负了，
You bullied by them again. Yeah.
真没出息！
You're no pride. If it
要
were
是
me, I
我
would have beaten
一
them
定
to a
狠狠
pulp.
地教训他们一顿。你怎
Why
么
are
哭
you
了？
crying?
对不起。
Sorry.
好了，
Alright,
别哭
don't
了，
cry.
我会帮你
I'll
的。
help you. I'll teach
我
them
帮
a
你教训
lesson,
他们总行
okay?
了吧？不是这样，
Not that like that.
只要
Long as
我们
we
永
can
远
always
在
be
一起就
together.
好。哼，真
You're
拿你没办
hopeless.
法。
Oh, here's the cinematic, because I heard there was one. Thing about her, right on the tip of my tongue. She's gonna see Seele in her reflection, probably. Because technically, she should be in Sele's body right now. Seele. The song's really pretty, yeah. It's like I made a mistake about who my enemy is. When I put an end to this world, the girl with black hair and red pupils, she did accomplish something. And then all the Honkai energy in this world had vanished with everything else. The final moment, an imaginary singularity was created. Thought it would be her showing up before me. The consistent ferociousness in the Hersher hypostasis. However, she rejected the Hersher's core out of her natural instinct. Or the Hersher's core played along with her subconscious and found a more suitable vessel. Perhaps she had no idea of all this. That was the origin of the miracle. The last moment of passing away, the pure white consciousness acquired a new vessel. The most powerful vessel in the world, an imaginary singularity, and Hersher's core. So in a way, wow. I'll keep going, but what this suggests, Veliona literally stole Seele's body. Veliona is the real Seele now. And the original Seele is now a Hersher in a core. She's similar to Senti, who doesn't have a body. Her body is a core. That's what it sounds like. Once crushed every obstacle only to create a miracle. But for her, nothing qualified as a miracle more than the other girl.
竟然还拥有
The
创生的
authority to
权能，
create, that's indeed a
这还真
surprise.
是足够令人惊喜呢。不过，
But girls,
诸位
without
少
my
年，
hand,
倘若未能经我之手，没人能够
no one can attain new
求
life.
得新生。
That is some spooky ass music. Damn. Same time, could Seele make a body? She could technically probably create a body. Oh my god, it's gonna try and force me into it. What is this going to do? I do not have time to do more stuff. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. How long is this, Neko? How long is this thing it's trying to throw me into? Because I don't want to do this right now. But of course, as usual with Honkai, they like shoving things down your throat. Okay, missing so much context. Just... if it's short, like, how short is short? Because if it's an hour short, I'm fucking alt F4ing. Right? I'm not doing this for another hour. But if it's something I can do... okay, if it's only 10 minutes, I can do that. I'm sick and tired of Honkai shoving things down your throat and forcing you to do stuff. It's so frustrating. Let people do things as they want to do them. Ay. But, I don't know if you want the context, Mikiyuki. But... yes, the very pretty moment. I'm curious what this means for the rest of the story. Because again, like we found out, right, that... that's very pretty, oh my gosh. But Veliona stole Seele's body to try and protect her, and turned Seele into an abnormal stigma, basically. So normal Seele was not human anymore. And Sa tried to destroy the world. And because all that Honkai energy was there, creating a Hersher, creating a singularity, but Veliona didn't want it. Veliona did not care for it, because all she wanted was Seele. So instead, the core latched onto Seele, and that became her vessel. So she went from human to stigma to Hersher. Wait, does that mean she's both a stigma and a Hersher now? Seele is a queen. Well, she's a Hersher. Basically, yeah. But, it's interesting. And I guess we figure out from this what's happening with everyone else. I mean, I had a funny feeling it would happen that way, because when Veli was saying that she was going to gather the Honkai energy, she said she would try and pray to use the full power of the Sage herself. And when the game said that, I was like, she's not going to pray for herself, she's going to pray for Seele. Right? Like, that's what she's going to do. That's where I thought it was going, and then it went through that roller coaster, which was an emotional mess. But, we'll see how else everything... Yeah, she either has no body and she's just a Hersher like Senti, or she's, I mean, Hersher of Rebirth. We don't know exactly what that means. She might have to make a new body. She might stay in this world, right? She might stay in this world and stay being a sage, and then the future that Veliona saw might actually become a reality, right? Seele is now a goddess in another world, and Veliona goes back because she's the one with the human body. I guess we'll see. But yeah, depends. Have you ever felt the grooves on a record? Through those grooves of varying depth, sound waves were translated into vibrations and thus reproduced. Therefore, record crafters could see the waveforms of music in the grooves without dropping the needle, and by just feeling these grooves, they could make the music play in their head. For the two girls, the needle hadn't dropped, and they were blind to the music that would play. It's true. Are we really unable to help? Our powers are supposed to be more special in this world. But Prometheus confirmed the nature of Saw through codes related to the cocoon. The others had left, each approaching the truth in their own way. It was at this time that the two girls holding the Sage's authority found themselves without a direction. So this is like going back in time to before they got to the tower. They hadn't noticed that, regardless of how small their actions were, they were still on the record and slowly cutting their own grooves into it. Isn't this normal? That Sage. If she could do anything about Saw's influence, we needn't go through all this trouble. The twist, yeah, it would make sense. Will be needed when bad foes are spotted. It's not like we can count on a certain Hersher. I can't think of any notable enemy that she's beaten. That's mean. It's true, but that's mean. Poor Senti. Senti's gotten her ass kicked in like every fight she's ever been in. Oh no. You can say that, but if we don't do anything... Seriously, that isn't our responsibility. Why must you get yourself involved? But if it makes you feel better, if I'm not mistaken, everyone's trying to investigate something right now. Is there anyone better than us in this regard? I think not. Are you saying... Follow me, we found this ability for free, so why not put it to use? So what did they do?
出来吧。
For yourself.
好了，就让这
Alright,
些家伙
let
代
these
替我。
guys replace us.
舰长要带希尔达玩捉迷藏吧？怎么可能？他
How
们
come? Why would they
为什么会
attack
攻
the
击贤者？
sage? Game.
好好取悦我吧。
I see one of them missed. Oh my god, stop changing target. I hate this game sometimes.
来玩捉迷藏吧。他这是
Jeez,
还真
such
是不可靠的
unreliable
宠物啊！
pets. Follow up and
带
I'll
上去
get to
看
the
看就知
bottom
道
of
了。
this.
不能再让姐姐受到任何伤害。
Stop messing with my camera.
那是
Uh,
沙士，
manservants, why are
他
they
们怎么会
here?
出现在这
And
里？而且，
你逃不掉了。干你要当希尔的玩具吗？
there we go.
谢谢你尽献的心血。往哪儿走呢？哎呀，不行！
这是……
This is...
等等，希尔，
Wait,
先不要
sorry,。don't. The warning was too late, as if a cabin was carved out of vacuum. A tremendous pull suddenly appeared. Compared to the boundless sea of quanta, the bubble universe that contained them was but a tiny ship in the universe. Afterward, the space they were thrown into was not an inky night sky. It even felt somewhat familiar.
奇怪，
Strange.
这里
This place
似乎是
seems
雨
to
突
be
之
where
前。
hair...
原来如此，这反倒不
This
奇怪。
explains it.
看来
It's
那
like
个
the
女人
bridge
在搭
building
桥
of
的
that
时候，
woman had some
也
side
给这个
effects
世
on
界
this
带来了一
world.
点副作用啊。虽然没能让我们
Didn't
回到
take us
本真
back to
世
the
界，
proper world, but
但反倒
instead
给了
gave
沙
the
士来到
sand
岩雪
servant
圣城的机
an
会。
opportunity to come to the holy city.
竟然会发生这
I
种
think this
事
would！happen, but even then,
可
we
就算
shouldn't
这
be
样，
attacked by
我们
them.
应该也不会被他们攻击才对。不知道，
Who
但
knows?
既然那个梭
But
的
since
确在
this
影
world
响
is
这个
under
世界，
Saw's influence,
发生什
anything
么
could
事都不
happen.
奇怪了。
Deal with the problems at
还是
hand
先把眼前
first.
的麻烦解决掉吧。需要先分头
We
行
need
动
to
吗？
split up.
也对，
Good point.
虽说
We
之
did
前才确
confirm
认
the
过
order,
秩
but
序，
we can't ensure
但
that
也不能保证岩
all
雪圣
oracles
城
won't
里
go
会突然
crazy in
有
the
其
holy
他神
city.
使像
And
现
we'll
在这
stay
样
here
发
and
神
fend
迹。
off those sand serpents.
那我就留在这里挡住那些沙士。岩雪圣城那
Leave the
边
holy
就交
city
给
to
我
me,
吧。
and somehow I
而
feel
且
the
我也
oracles
总
are
感
attacking
觉
us for a
神使
particularly
攻击我
important
们
reason.
会不会有什么特别重要的原因？原因？比如
Reason,
呢？
such as... Girl pondered a moment, but couldn't find more accurate
会不
expression.
会
Could it
有
be
什么很重
something
要的
really
事，
important has already
在我
begun
们不
without
知
us
道的情
knowing?
况下已经开始了？
Despite their keen intuition, they weren't record crafters. In any case, the needle hadn't been dropped yet. But that remark that something has begun was perhaps true. You ever felt the grooves on a record? The moment they were cut into it, the music it would play became a certainty. Side should be stabilized first. Huh. Mine are slightly built, but not very built. They're like somewhere like in the teens, maybe like 15 max. Actually, I think one of them is like 20 something because it defaulted to that, but whatever. Is that gonna be the end of it? I'm assuming this is like a mini-game event thing, like a side story thing. The region we picked. In share inscribed whispers, we can help the other side too. Yeah, like I don't have much. Bros, your inscribed whisper, you will be rewarded moon rocks. Support. Oh, so this is literally a support system. I mean, I guess I'll pick that one just because it's there. So this is daily stuff, which I hate dailies, but I'm probably gonna try doing this because I do want to get that damn art book, and I know Moon Rocks is part of the fucking art book. Server-wide progress. Can switch regions, huh? Interesting. So it's just a very overly elaborate farming system for an event. But, huh. So I'm definitely gonna have to do that. Oh, that will be interesting to deal with. But yeah, I guess... When is the next part, actually? Is it Monday? Is it next week? On Thursday? Friday? Oh my gosh, a Seele-themed event? What I see? Fair. I'll probably see about fixing some of the stuff. Oh, it's right here. 7th. So that sounds like Monday. That is indeed Monday. Monday and next Friday, huh? Okay. We'll see. So maybe... Tuesday's dangerous. Tuesday and Wednesday is dangerous. Oh, do I really want to do this Monday? How many more chapters are there? Or how many more missions? 10. Jeez. We did 15 today, and you're telling me there's only 10 left? I might do it Monday, we'll see. At least it should be shorter, based on this. Holy shit, that was a long part of the story. It's definitely interesting, though. Did say I can get 300 today, so I could probably buy that at some point. Doesn't look like I'll be able... Oh no, I can do another pull. We do have just enough. A little over just enough, so we'll do one more pull. I think this is guaranteed to be something, if I remember right, so we'll hope and pray. But good. Yeah. I would argue it was better, and again, it made a lot of sense. Like, I was calling it the whole time, right? They kept emphasizing death. It's either this is the worst written chapter they've ever done, or they're purposely being over the top, and everything they're saying is a bait. Everything they're saying is a lie. And sure enough, everything they were saying was a lie. And we found out the truth going through it. Really well done. Again, the last one was kind of bleh, but I guess this time we figured out why the ending of the last one was weird. It was because it was supposed to be weird. I still didn't like it. I still think they should have left that for the beginning of this chapter. I think that last scene would have made a much better intro to this one. But then I guess the suspense wouldn't have been there as long, so I guess I understand why they did it. But, yeah. One pull should be something. And then Monday, we'll do the next part. Because Tuesday and Wednesday is a bad idea because I have raid. So I don't want to have to start it, and it's like, oh, it was longer than I expected. I have to stop and continue it tomorrow, right? Since you were already spoiled, it was just dry. Aw, that sucks. I was very, very careful to avoid everything I could. But, let's see what happens with our one pull. What do we get? Just an A rank. Oh well. I'll be continuing to pull. I mean, we're getting tickets daily, right? Claim that. I'm over halfway to my goal. Bunny is too cute. But we're getting, 1, 2... So, I mean, Monday's gonna be day 5. So, I'll have 2 more pulls at least. Probably another... I'm gonna assume I'm gonna be doing like 4 or 5 pulls over the weekend. So we'll see what happens. If I get her, she will be on the main page Monday when I stream. So you guys will find out very quickly. Yeah, I still have a lot of stuff to do, and because of the book event, because I really want to get this book, I am probably going to be try-harding Honkai for the next 2 weeks. So I should be able to get a lot more crystals and do some more pulls. So we'll see what happens. I will hope for the best. I have a lot of tickets for weapons at least, so once I get her, I'll just dump tickets on the weapon banner. Maybe I'll save that for Monday if I get her over the weekend. But yeah. Was fun. Let me get music going, because apparently clicking off the game, even though I made it full screen windowed, the music still stops. I guess they hard-coded that, so I can't get it to not do that. Oh well. Kinda convenient for music. Just so happened to get music that's very quiet at the beginning. But yeah. I am excited for the rest of this chapter. It's interesting. I'm curious what's going on with Vita / Sa. It sounds like she's been recreating the world, which again, that is power of finality. So this goes into what I said earlier. There's a good chance that this is just another Cocoon of Finality. This could literally be maybe a weaker Cocoon of Finality because it's in a bubble universe. But this could just be another Cocoon of Finality. And so it has the same power. Restart the world over and over and just harvest it for energy. That's basically what the original was doing. So, I guess we'll figure out the lore of that and what's going on. I'm still kind of hoping that Vita doesn't end up a totally evil character, though something tells me she might not be surviving this arc. But I don't know. Because she has made it very clear that she doesn't want to do this. She likes them. She doesn't want to do them, but destruction is her nature. Which again sounds like she's bound by it, almost like a path in Star Rail. We'll see. But as usual, thank you guys so much for watching. I am not probably going to be streaming tomorrow, so next stream will be Monday, and it'll be more of this. Maybe something else too, who knows, depends how long it is. And then Tuesday, Wednesday will be Raid. And if again, if this comes down to the fact of her being like an emanator or something, it makes sense. Because as far as we know, the Aeons and Emanators are literally forced to do what their path is, right? Like, they have no choice. The Emanators of Destruction must destroy things. The Emanators of Preservation must protect things. They must try to preserve life as best they can, right? Like, that's in their role. Because she specifically called it her role, I believe. Like, her place. But, yeah. But, as usual, chat's my socials, my Twitter, my Discord. It's where I announce my streams, hang out, chat with people. Love to see some more people in there. I will probably be in my Discord server in a little bit, playing some games. I'll be jumping through dailies across my different games. I don't know if I'm going to work on doing more Honkai stuff. I should probably do those daily things. We'll see. But be working on doing some other daily stuff. I really want to do Sea of Thieves. I might do some pirate stuff. Lately I've been doing late night pirate stuff solo, and it's scary, but it's fun. But if you guys want to watch and hang out, where I'll be. I do also have my YouTube channels, TikTok. Main channel's edited stuff. I haven't posted something in a while. The VODs channel, especially because I'm not planning to stream tomorrow. I'm just going to be watching like Evo and stuff. I'll be making a bunch of thumbnails and posting up as many VODs as I can over the weekend. I have like 20 VODs sitting on that channel private. They just need thumbnails. So once I got thumbnails, you'll see a bunch of videos showing up on the VODs channel. If you want to see old content, once I get caught up, I'm going to start posting up a bunch of even older stuff, like my Nier playthroughs and stuff like that. So people who want to see those again, those will be up when I get to them. But other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. Let's see who is streaming. I feel like this happens every time I look at my friend list on Twitch, but I feel like some people are changing their names, like on cooldown. Because I swear, it's so confusing. I see... Ooh, you know what? Sorry if people don't want to relive what we just did. But... a rather big Honkai streamer, Norin T, big Honkai lore nerd, played through GGZs, played through Honkai itself multiple times. I think she has like 4 accounts or something crazy like that. Loves the lore. She is currently doing the chapter we just did. And I'm pretty sure it's her first time. So no spoilers, but let's raid Nor and see how she enjoys the chapter. As usual, you guys don't have to follow. You don't even have to talk in the chat if you don't want to, but I appreciate you coming along for the raid. Spread the hype. I'm excited to see some new faces in there. If you'd like to do a raid message and you have my emotes, use the fox with a heart, my love emote. Otherwise, just rock. That's what I do. In chat is my raid message. But other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. Love you guys. And I'll see you guys next time. Ah.